5. When it went off to 5, I went through all the notes.
That's what he thinks you should be up there.
What?
You're what? You don't have to record, but we're all.
Okay.
Pull it up and then click on the. Is present. That's what I'm saying. It's like such a state search history. Audio. And then you.
Like, I know, right? It's like continue the sites.
You can just sort of like.
Second.
CC website.
All right. Good go. Good morning. Today is, what day is it? It's August 13th, 2026, and this is the Oregon Transportation Commission meeting. And want to welcome everyone. We are in Plymouth House. I'm looking out the window because they've got a little smoke, but not much. So we are on the road this time, and in Klamath Falls, we actually got to spend yesterday in Chiloquin looking at some road projects. And he's looking at her. I can't. Okay. Okay. We're really far away from staff right now, so you'll have to excuse us if we do a lot of turning of our heads and looking around, because this room is large and we're trying to deal with space here. So with that said, we were in Chiloquin yesterday looking at some road projects, and also there is a large fire over in this area, and crews were all stationed there. Saw a lot of fire trucks from all over the Oregon going by us. I don't know if anybody was paying attention, but I was looking at all the different places, and it's nice to see that we all support each other. Just some housekeeping things. Wanted to let everybody know that when we break, there is one restroom here, small. If you go out the door over to this building where you see people walking by in their vests, there's a building right over there. If you go in the door on the left side is restrooms. So it's multiple restrooms, so you can all get a turn. Wi-Fi, there's instructions that have been passed around. If you're having problems with Wi-Fi, read the instructions. If you can't understand the instructions, we do have IT support here. We can help. All right. With that said, my glasses back on here. We're going to keep the meeting going quickly this morning. I have a hard stop this afternoon, so if you see me, encourage you to go faster with the wave of the hand, please do so. Otherwise, we are ready to go. So at this point, we're going to look for public comment. I believe we have 3 commenters this morning, and they are online. Our first one will be Joe Courtright, and I will be 3 minutes. Hey, Joe's there. Let's see. Yeah. And then there's Chris.
Good morning, Chair Brown, members of the Commission. For the record, Joe Courtright. I'm an economist and director of City Observatory. On your agenda today, you have a number of things, most prominently in my mind, the Rose Quarter Freeway project. The cost of that project has now ballooned to, by my reckoning, $3.5 billion when you add in the amount of money that has been spent on planning and engineering. Unfortunately, that moves Oregon into an unusual situation. We've passed a milestone where that project is now 7 times more expensive than when it was authorized by the legislature in 2017. And now the Rose Quarter, coupled with the Interstate Bridge project, are the 2 most expensive highway projects in the nation on a per mile basis. And I've tabulated data, which I will briefly show you here on the screen, that basically shows those two projects are $3 billion and $2.3 billion per mile, which is more than $1 billion a mile more than the next most expensive project in the United States. That should alarm you. This is not normal. We are a wild outlier in terms of our inability to manage costs. The other thing to know is you're in deep denial, and your staff is in deep denial about the nature of these problems. Just 62 days ago, your deputy director, Mr. Brouwer, sat in front of this commission and outlined what he said was the liability for your major projects. And he told you that the Rose Quarter project then would only cost you $2.2 billion. It's now more than $1 billion higher than he said just 2 months ago. And his presentation, as I noted at the time, completely omitted the Interstate Bridge project, a $15 billion project with a $10 billion hole, half of which is Oregon's responsibility. This problem is vastly larger than you are giving credit for. And this is a product of decisions that your staff and this commission has made. Your staff lowballed the initial estimate on this project and other projects, has systematically overestimated the amount of revenue that they would have available, whether from tolling from federal sources or your own gas taxes. Faced with shortfalls, you have repeatedly engaged in what can only be described as extend and pretend tactics, hoping that someday money will show up to pay for these projects. You never went back to the legislature and said, this project is going to cost a lot more, we need more money. You simply allowed these projects to march forward, and you've never seriously looked at right-sizing the projects to reduce their costs. All of those things collectively are putting ODOT in a situation where it is functionally insolvent. You are teetering on bankruptcy because your liabilities, the things you're signing up for, are vastly higher. So what I want to do is suggest that you need to take a close look at this. This is a serious problem that continues, and it's grown epically worse. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Chris Smith.
Good morning, Chair Brown, members of the Commission. Chris Smith, representing No More Freeways. I have two questions for you today about the Rose Quarter project. The first question is simply, how much is too much? At what point is this project no longer a reasonable investment with a return on investment for the taxpayers and travelers of the state? Is that at $3 billion where we are now? Is it $5 billion? Is it $10 billion? Where is the line where we don't think this is worth it anymore? Now, you may say that's really the legislature's call. And I know you've maintained that the legislature has told you to do this project. But I want to test the durability of that legislative direction. As Commissioner Brouwer knows, the legislature in 2017 authorized $450 million for this project. Well, you have spent that $450 million through phase 1B. So at what point do you need to continue spending money without further legislative direction? I know that the project has changed considerably since then. Beyond just the cost increases, the scope of the project was changed by Governor Brown in response to legitimate concerns from Albina Vision, but the legislature has never voted on that scope change. I'd also note that some of the intended revenue sources for this, including congestion pricing, were first repealed by the governor and then by the legislature. We're 10 years out. It's a radically different project. As Mr. Courtwright said, it's 7 times more expensive. At what point does that legislative direction from 2017 no longer bind you? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. And last, we have Sharon. That's it, Sharon. I think, Sharon, are you there? You are muted. Does she need to unmute? Okay, Sharon, you need to unmute. Yeah. We can't unmute you, so can you try to unmute yourself? Sharon, can you try to unmute yourself? We can't hear you. She hung up.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
So-
I actually was on the phone because my computer is so weird. I live next to the freeway and it's just weird. Um,
Go
Thank
ahead.
you very much, Chair Brown and members of the committee. For the record, I am Sharon Nassett. In 2005, when this project started, it was all about congestion relief. You notice today when they give their presentation, congestion relief is not at all on the thing. Matter of fact, they will not even get 90 seconds worth of change. In 2005, when they started, it was all about adding additional bridge crossings, and they removed all of the projects without studying them, as you are fully aware. Without following the NEPA process, all of the sponsor agencies wrote letters and had major problems with it, but you continued on. So in 2005, they did not give us a full inspection of the bridges, independent, and an inspection that is seismic by companies that actually upgrade bridges seismically, and a list with the cost of what's wrong and why we are not repairing the bridges over replacing them when we are repairing other bridges that are much older, not only right now, but at that time, and have them on schedule to be done in the future. So 2005, we asked for a full, complete inspection, a list of repairs, the cost, and why. 2007, senators in Oregon and Washington asked the same thing. In 2008, before the locally preferred alternative, the sponsoring agencies asked for it and again were ignored. In 2010, the independent panel review that looked over the CRC because it was so bad that that they would not allow the process to go forward without the review. They did not have and said they had never inspected the bridges. They are worth over $1 billion. It's going to take $500 million to remove them. $1.5 billion gone. And what do we have for that $1.5 billion? A removed bridge that all the studies have said is solid. In 2013, U.S. Representative Herrera Butler had to stand up for the Washington legislators and wrote a letter for them. Think about it. And they sit on the oversight committee asking, totally ignored. 2019, when this process started, they asked for a list at the first meeting, and the staff told them that decision had already been made and they weren't discussing the bridge conditions. Think about that. They said that to their superiors. So I have put forth a FOIA in May to the Federal Highway, Oregon, and Washington DOTs, and all the sponsor agencies. Over 60 days now, none of them can come up with a report or an inspection or a list with the costs. So now the elephant in the room is you. Every time they do a presentation, now 8 times this summer, they haven't even acknowledged that I have said we have no report of problems. So now are you going to ask them today to present the list and the costs, and next month provide a full presentation, something we have been waiting for over 20 years. If not, you're the elephant in the room. You're not doing due diligence. And if you haven't told the governor that they have been looking for over 60 days, then you need to, because she needs to be aware. If you're not going to do due diligence and ask him and get that report, we're going to have to go to the Federal Highway Administration and ask them to do a full audit. Please do your due diligence. It is not asking for much to say, what's wrong with the bridge? A list of repairs, the costs of those repairs, why we aren't, what's the urgency? Why aren't we repairing them and not? And the oversight committee that has done it. So I know I sound really blunt this morning, but you got to admit, 20 years of asking and now 4 months,
Okay, thank you.
JPAC, nobody. Thank you very, very much. Have a very good day. And pause.
Right, that concludes our comment period. I just want to thank all the commenters because it does give us a chance to think about these things. So, thank you. Now we're going to move on to item B, which is the director's report.
Great. Thank you, Chair Brown. So I wanted to start today just to recognize something that happened earlier this week on Tuesday. A crash killed a stranded driver and seriously injured an ODOT employee who had stopped to help him. And this really is a tragic reminder of the dangers faced by people working along Oregon's roads. The ODOT employee who works at the Arlington maintenance station had been helping a driver change a flat tire on the shoulder of I-84 near Arlington. The employee had parked his ODOT truck on the shoulder, activated his amber warning lights and reader board directing approaching traffic to get into the far lane. According to the Oregon State Police, a driver struck the ODOT vehicle and then hit the ODOT employee, the driver, who he was helping. And OSP is handling the crash investigation. The ODOT employee was life flighted to Portland, where he's being treated for his injuries. Really as a reminder, when we hear the word work zone, they often think it's only a construction project that comes with cones and lane closures. But a work zone can be anywhere crews are working along the road. Roadside workers often have no choice but to work just feet or inches from moving traffic. Signs, flashing lights, and vehicles parked on the highway are signals that someone may be working nearby, and drivers need to slow down, pay attention, and give them space. What happened Tuesday is devastating. It will change many lives forever. And we're all hoping for a quick recovery of our teammate. I know that Ben was able to speak with him yesterday. Drivers, it never hurts to remind drivers to pay attention. Distracted driving is a leading cause of work zone crashes, and to move over. You see road workers safely change lanes to give them space. If you can't move, please slow down. So our best wishes to our teammate that was hurt, and hopefully he'll make a speedy recovery. So I also wanted to touch base on the Central Oregon and Eastern Oregon wildfires that the chair alluded to. Many parts of Oregon, especially in Central Eastern Oregon, wildfires have reached across state highways, several areas, putting ODOT crews directly alongside the response efforts. Our operations and maintenance crews and dispatchers are working closely with fire and emergency response teams as conditions change. Our crews are managing highway closures and pilot car operations, setting up traffic control, message boards, supporting evacuation routes, clearing burned trees and other debris, and assessing and repairing damage and reopening our highways as soon as they can do it. This work is also deeply personal to many of our employees. Our crews live and work in the communities affected by these wildfires. Some are supporting the wildfire response, but also dealing with things like evacuation notices affecting their own communities, homes, families, and neighbors. I'm incredibly grateful to the dedication of our staff. They continue to show up, work long hours to keep people safe, and our transportation system operating through challenging and rapidly changing conditions. And I also, as part of the wildfire update, I also wanted to recognize Jason Ensign of Klamath Falls, who lost his life last week while supporting response to the Raps Creek fire. I know the governor has asked all flags to be lowered to half staff this week. So our thoughts are with Jason's family, friends, and colleagues. and all the firefighters and emergency responders doing the best they can. On a happier note, I also want to share some good news from Region 4. ODOT's South Central team received the Klamath Rising Award in recognition of ODOT's contributions in building a thriving community. The award came from local organizations, including the Sky Lakes Foundation, Healthy Klamath, and Klamath Rising, and is in recognition of the team's project work and partnerships with local jurisdictions and organizations that enhance the area. This has been an excellent example of how great things happen when people who care come together to get things done in our communities. Congratulations to Region 4 South Central.
I think we should give them a round of applause.
I also wanted to bring your attention to the small city allocation grants. The Small City Allocation Grant Advisory Committee, in conjunction with ODOT staff, recently announced $5.5 million in grants to 23 small cities across the state. The program funds road improvement projects in cities with populations under 5,000 and is funded by a portion of ODOT and city shares of the State Highway Fund. The committee received 76 applications with over $17 million requested, which is 3 times more than what we had to give out. The advisory committee selected the highest ranked projects based on the current roadway conditions and proposed improvements. The grant recipients are located in all 5 ODOT regions. I also wanted to give you an update on the Amtrak passenger rail. The Pacific Northwest recently became the first region in the country to receive the new Amtrak Aero trains, which arrived in Eugene in late July and are expected to begin service this fall. The new trains are welcomed by media, train enthusiasts, bloggers, and super rail fans who came out to celebrate this historic day. These trains represent a nationwide modernization system and are designed to elevate customer service by improving accessibility, comfort, onboard amenities, and digital connectivity. Also, for the first time since service began in 1994, the Portland-Eugene route has surpassed 10,000 as far as a count mark in a single month, with 10,455 riders for the month of May. That's almost 900 more than the previous all-time high in November of 2025. I'm very pleased to see that increase in ridership. One other note on, I wanted to give you an update on with Amtrak. If you're not aware, in Portland, the Centennial Mills warehouse was ravaged by fire a couple of weeks ago, or August 2nd, actually. While the fire was contained relatively quickly, the building has destabilized with fear of imminent collapse. And this has resulted in the closure of the adjacent rail line since that time. The Union Pacific has developed mitigation measures and resumed limited freight service earlier this week. So service between Seattle and Vancouver have been unaffected, but the Amtrak passenger rail service providing connection between Portland and Vancouver has remained closed. In the early days of the closure, there were no connections made to passengers, forcing them to drive, hail rideshare, or cancel their trips altogether for the past several weeks. Now Amtrak has secured charter buses for all substitution needs. However, this comes with a high expense. It's estimated to be costing around $100,000 per day, and that's not counting the lost revenue from depressed ridership. Many riders don't really want to get on a bus, so we've seen a lot of people canceling their trips. ODOT will be reimbursing Amtrak for these expenses as part of our contractual obligation. ODOT, WashDOT, and Amtrak are collaborating to prepare an interruption of business insurance claim, which should help offset those costs. The update on the track reopening, the bus bridge service will remain in place until the tracks are fully reopened. To do so, the building must be demolished. Demolition contracts have been hired and mobilization is planned to start today. So the building will be taken down in phases, but when it is low enough, the tracks will be opened clearly. So we really appreciate the collaboration of the city, Amtrak, TriMet, WashDOT, and others through this process as we try to bring a viable solution to what was a very challenging situation in Portland. And finally, back in May, interim Director Lisa Sumption shared a story about the heroic efforts of one of our ODOT Region 3 employees who came across a crash in Southern Oregon and immediately jumped in to help. That employee's name is Dalton Hedlund. He is a member of our Roseboro construction team and was returning from a paving job inspection when he came across a crash involving a car and a semi-truck that had stalled in the travel lane of I-5 south of Canyon. Dalton was one of the first on the scene and was able to get one person out of the way from the vehicles as the fire from the crash worsened. Dalton experienced burn to his arms and face during the rescue and required hospital treatment. Fortunately, one person did not survive the crash, and our thoughts are with that family and friends. We're incredibly thankful for Dalton and his willingness to help. At our last meeting, the commission asked if we could take some time to honor Dalton personally, and I'm pleased to share that we have him here today with us by Zoom. There's Dalton. Hey, Dalton. So Dalton, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Would you like to take a brief moment to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Dalton Headland, out of the Roseburg office, inspector here.
Thank you, Dalton.
So Dalton, I talked with your managers this week, and so they gave me all the intel on you, so I could give you a really hard time. And I also Googled you, and you have a history in Roseburg, but he's from my region. So I have the right to mess with you a little bit. So with that said, I wanted to point out a couple things to the commission. One is he started on a road crews, and over the years got his certifications in place and actually got on the construction piece of this. And it just shows that, you know, he's a leader in our ODOT family, something that, you know, we really want to promote and that we really support. And so thank you for your hard work, and thank you for stopping and helping these people. You know, I think that ODOT gets a bad name a lot of times, and nobody really understands what it is that our crews do out there. They're out there serving our community and the people around us constantly and putting their own lives at risk. And, you know, we need to thank you. But I was gonna mess with you and say that your time off next week, I think it's next week or the week after, has been canceled. And you're going to have to explain to your wife why you can't take her on her anniversary trip. So I thought that was kind of cruel, but what I did want to highlight was we want you to highlight your anniversary. So tell us.
Yeah, 10 years. Thank you, Chair Brown, for the kind comments. But yeah, 10 years, we're going anniversary trip. So.
All right. Well, she's put up with you for 10 years. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
So we hope to see you again in another 10 years to celebrate 20. And thank you again for everything you've done. You know, we really appreciate you. And
Thank you very much for the kind words.
Thank you, Dalton.
great,
All right, and that concludes my report.
great. Thank you. I guess we can give him a round.
Yeah.
I think one of the things we need to do in the future too, we used to do this every month where we would highlight some of the things, the good things that we are doing. And I think we've gotten so, we're concentrating so hard on trying to solve all our problems that we forget to thank people for the good things. And we need to continue doing this. I think it's important.
Appreciate the director doing it.
Yes, so thank you for including it.
Yeah, of course.
Great. I think we'll move on now to the consent agenda.
Yes, so if, as you see in your packet, there is a number of things on the consent agenda. If you have any questions on them, I can try to answer them for staff. I don't know. Generally.
Is there, yes, that we do have questions.
Just one question for the remainder of the year, the calendar year, our schedule, we don't have anything scheduled past October.
We do have a December 10th.
December 10th.
The item in our consent agenda, I didn't see anything past.
It's typically just the next 1 or 2 meetings, but yes, we do have a December 10th.
Thank you.
And I think we have a tentative on the books possibility of doing a virtual in September, correct?
That's confirmed, yes, September 3rd.
September. If we need more, we will.
Don't we have one with the?
We do have a joint.
Interstate?
Yes, we do have a joint.
Madam Chair, I would move approval of consent calendar as presented.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Okay. We're just moving right along. Hopefully our South Central Act person shows up, that Mr. Solberger. But we're going to move on now to committee updates, and I think this is gonna go rather quickly, so item E might have to be moved. But just letting you know now. So, committee updates. Audit, accountability.
Audit and accountability has not met since our last meeting. We're gonna meet again this month. But there's nothing to read.
I told you these are gonna go rather quickly.
But I do have one other thing, if I could add about the acts, or you can come back to this.
Yes, I will.
Well, I just
Okay.
wanted to mention retirement act, and Doug Wright, who's the Public Works Director of Union County, he's been extraordinarily helpful to me in my work as a commissioner. Retired in July. 40 years of work in the public sector, just a super guy. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. I think that's the other thing is we're starting to lose people that have been with us for a long time that are very helpful. And it's kind of nice to see people like Dalton that have leadership skills that are starting to step up. So fill those gaps. Since we're on the acts, we will be meeting, the chairs will be meeting. Did we come on a date yet? In September, is it September? I don't remember what our dates were
Did we settle on a date for the
for the act.
act and multimodal chairs?
Not yet. Not yet. Okay, it's coming soon. And then we'll have an update on the acts. Other acts. Does anybody? Yes.
The CIAC met on July 30th. And I just, one thing I wanted to highlight from my interaction with this, with the CIAC on that date. We often struggle to explain kind of the broader funding situation for ODOT, for basic operations and maintenance, for our ability to do new capital projects. And something I just realized during that CIAC meeting was that these acts that have spent all this time working over project lists, prioritizing, and then giving us input for the CIP. Now they can see their priorities in the CIP. And I encourage them to take a look at the CIP and compare it to the STIP. Because, the CIP is their wish list, and the STIP is what we can do with the resources that we have. And there is a huge gap. If you look region by region, there's a huge gap between those two. And in my mind, that is the explanation of why we need legislative action for more capital project funding. So, it was, I think, helpful for them to look at those two side by side, and just something that we could be pointing out to act by act, because again, they spent a tremendous amount of effort developing those CIP lists.
And then I know my acts aren't meeting till next month, so I don't have anything to report out.
My act met last night.
Oh, and you missed it. Okay. So, and I think what you just brought up, Commissioner, is so true. Of course, prioritizing and reprioritizing is just a life that we live, only because sometimes projects slip, sometimes things change in communities or different funding sources come in. But I think that as we're going through this, talk a little bit about the visioning, or we talk about our subgroups for the visioning, what we're seeing is there's really a map of funding sources that you can see where we need help. We can't continue going down this road. Things aren't happening at the local level. things aren't having a state level, you know, it's just, everything is starting to slip. Doesn't matter. It's not just ODOT and the big mega projects, it's everything. And so I think that the CIP is a great way for us to do planning. And we'll look forward, I know that. So what else do we have? The CIAC. So they met.
We have.
We have a
We have a
report.
report that we're dealing with.
Right, so I said, we don't have a lot to report out because we're going to be doing a lot. With that said, our next agenda item, I do not believe that the chair is here yet. So I'm looking. Is Barry still planning on being here? Do you know?
Not here yet.
Not hearing.
He's
Okay,
planning to be. I
he's
just-
planning, okay, that's fine. So we will move on and then we'll come back to it. So that means we're gonna move on to F and we're gonna bring Monica up and have a report out on the Rose Quarter, Phase 1C. I'm guessing David's not here today, so.
David is online, so
Oh, he's online. Okay.
yeah, good morning, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Monica Blanchard. I'm currently serving as the interim project director for Rose Quarter, and David Kim is joining us virtually as he is ODOT Statewide Project Delivery Manager, and then I'm also by Tova today. So today we're here to provide an informational update and discussion on the I-5 Rose Quarter Improvement Project and really focus on current funding, construction progress, and the scope, schedule, and preliminary cost information for all the remaining phases of work. There we go. So today's presentation is organized, oops, I got it. Okay.
It's a little delayed on there.
Okay, so today's presentation is organized around three main topics. First, I'll provide an overview of the project funding and how the available funds are currently distributed after the approval of the recent STIP amendment. Second, I'll update on the design and construction progress of Phase 1A and 1B. And talk again a little bit about this upcoming September closure of I-5 southbound. Finally, I'll focus on the remaining phases of work, Phase 1C and Phase 2, including scope, schedule, preliminary cost, current funding status, and the risks and opportunities associated with our next steps. So before diving into the details of today's presentation, I wanted to walk through a refresher of the actions and direction that has been previously provided over the last couple years. So this slide shows a significant level of engagement with the Commission by the project team over the last several years. Specifically, I want to highlight where the Commission has provided direction on key milestones relevant to our ongoing design, right-of-way, and construction work. So in August of 2024, the Commission approved the RCN grant funding STIP amendment. This STIP amendment authorized the use of design, right-of-way, utility, and construction funding that was awarded in that federal RCN grant. In January of 2025, the STIP amendment programmed $250 million of House Bill 2017 Urban Mobility Strategy funds to Rose Quarter. In December of 2025, you provided conditional approval for Phase 1B design and construction. And then in March 2026, Phase 1, we gave a Phase 1B update where the direction was provided to continue progressing design and construction for Phase 1B and return with additional information on the progression of future phases of work. Then in May, most recently, we did our STIP amendment to redistribute funds and update the Phase 1B scope description. This is where we redistributed funds based on our current phasing plan, which includes the $30 million in the RCN grant design funding and $30 million in federal right-of-way RCN grant funding. I also want to emphasize that our primary purpose is today is to maintain transparency by keeping the commission informed of the project progress, providing early visibility into the opportunities, challenges, and risks that influence our project decision making. So we'll start with that funding context because it really frames up the rest of the discussion today. The project has undergone significant changes in funding outlook with the rescission of the RCN grant construction funding. So the team has worked to redistribute the available funds among the appropriate phases consistent with the commission direction, the PMG alignment, and that was all solidified in ODOT's STIP amendment as well as the MTIP, the Metro MTIP amendments. So the purpose of the Rose Quarter project remains unchanged. The project addresses several longstanding transportation challenges while creating opportunities for the future. This includes improving safety, enhancing traffic operations, supporting freight mobility, reducing congestion, strengthening seismic resiliency, and advancing restorative development. From a transportation perspective, this section of I-5 through the Rose Quarter is Oregon's most significant congestion bottleneck. As of fall 2024, the Portland metro area ranked 4th nationally for traffic congestion and 7th overall for traffic delays among 49 major metropolitan areas. I-5 between I-84 and I-405 has the highest crash rate of any urban interstate segment in Oregon, with approximately 3.5 times the statewide average. This slide illustrates, that you've seen many times, illustrates the full build out of the Rose Quarter project and the long-term vision for the corridor. Just as a quick reminder, the project includes several major elements. At the heart of the project is the highway cover. So beyond providing transportation improvements, this cover creates new space for future development and supports the long-term vision of reconnecting the Albina neighborhood. The project also includes multimodal improvements to the local street network on and around the cover area, including a new crossing at Hancock Street. These improvements will make it safer and easier for people walking, biking, taking transit, and driving through the district. Number 4 in green near the middle of the graphic, the project includes a new standalone bicycle and pedestrian bridge over I-5 near the Moda Center. And then on I-5 in orange, we're adding and extending auxiliary or merging lanes between the ramps to improve traffic flow and provide more time for merging. We're also constructing wider shoulders to provide safer space for disabled vehicles and for incident response. And then in number 6 in light blue, we're relocating the southbound I-5 off-ramp from its current location at Broadway to the south end of the highway cover, improving traffic operations and supporting the redesigned local street network. It is key while the delivery and phasing of the strategy has changed and with the funding constraints, the overall project vision has not changed. This phased approach allows ODOT to advance critical fundable improvements while continuing to pursue additional funding to deliver the full project. So this there we go. This table reflects the current funding available at $480.6 million. This reflects the most recent STIP amendment that you approved in May, as well as the Metro MTIP amendments that were unanimously approved by JPACT and Metro Council at their July 16th meetings. This unanimous approval from Metro demonstrates continued regional support for the project. And during these meetings, JPACT members also noted that Rose Quarter is one of their priority projects that JPACT will be discussing during their September trip to Washington, D.C. So breaking it down by funding source, we have $32.4 million in miscellaneous federal, state, and local funds. We have $380.7 million in House Bill 2017 Urban Mobility Strategy funds, and then $67.5 in the RCN Reconnecting Communities federal grant funding. So the $67.5 million RCN amount is important because this is what we were able to obligate before the unobligated $382.5 million was rescinded. So under the grant agreement, The remaining RCN funds are limited to specific work related to the initial highway cover package, what we are now referring to as Phase 1C. So those grant funds cannot be shifted from this allocation to other PE utility or right-of-way or construction phases of the project for other project elements. I also want to note that this funding table does show Phase 1A construction fully funded at 93 million, and Phase 1B construction is fully funded at 146.2 million. So the discussion today will be really on how we are advancing the next phases of work within all of these funding constraints. So I'll shift from funding to start with an update on our construction progress. Phase 1A is the first active construction package, and it's important both as a standalone investment in the existing I-5 corridor as well as preparation for future phases of the Rose Quarter project. Phase 1A advances improvements needed for safety preservation, seismic resiliency, stormwater, and future project readiness. So as I mentioned a couple slides ago, Phase 1A construction is fully funded with House Bill 2017 state funding. The current budget is 75 million, and this phase broke ground about a year ago, and we're roughly 45% complete and are tracking to come in at or below budget. With the recent STIP amendment, we reallocated the $18 million from Phase 1B into Phase 1A to accelerate the Phase 1B work and are currently working on finalizing the contracting process to incorporate that work into Phase 1A. We will be bringing an increase in authorization for the construction contract at your next meeting to kind of get that STIP and the contract and all our contracting processes aligned. That brings the total Phase 1A budget or total Phase 1A cost to $93 million. I just want to pause and give a huge kudos to the ODOT and Consultant Construction Management team, the Hamilton Cent Joint Venture, Raymore Construction, and all the subcontractors on site for really diligently working collaboratively together to manage schedule, cost, and risk during this complicated first construction project. There we go. So there has been a lot of construction progress over the summer since we last met in May. The construction is progressing at both the north and the south ends of the project. So at the north end of the project, crews are working on the water quality facilities, including stormwater piping, manholes, and related infrastructure. And at the south end of the project, the crews are completing structural repairs along the I-5 roadway and underneath the structures. This includes seismic resiliency work, repairs to the concrete joints between the northbound and southbound structure, and work that improves the long-term reliability of the existing interstate structures. In July, the project team, there we go. In July, the project team successfully completed an important piece of Phase 1A work during a full closure of I-5. Crews removed an existing I-5 sign bridge and installed a new sign bridge during the July 11th and 12th weekend overnight closure. This work was completed early and I-5 reopened in both directions 2 hours ahead of schedule. This is really an amazing example of the impeccable planning, coordination, problem solving, and field execution needed to complete this kind of complex work in a constrained urban interstate environment. I want to thank everyone who really dedicated countless hours to planning meetings, coordination efforts, outreach, and executing the work safely and efficiently during the closure. This sets a really high standard for the major closures ahead of us, and I'm proud to see what the team can accomplish together. During that same closure in July, crews also installed a new beam in the Gore area between I-5 southbound and the I-84 exit ramp. This work helps facilitate that merging lane that is a part of the project. Yeah, so we're continuing to document our success stories on the project, and I've got another one to share today. So this video highlights Agami Construction and Willamette Technical Fabricators, two women-owned COVID certified DBE firms who were instrumental in the recent completed sign bridge installation. So we're going to show a shorter clip today, and the full video is available in our project YouTube site at the link in the presentation.
What is special about me? I guess I'm committed. You know, when I started this company, I asked my father for permission to use our family crest that has been in our family for 300 years. And then he had me pledge to make sure I treat this company with dignity and respect so as not to dishonor my family. So, you know, I'm really motivated to do my best. So I guess my commitment might be slightly different from others.
Just a little.
Just a little. Just a little. 7 years ago, I went to a pre-bid meeting for this I-5 Rose Quarter. It was so meaningful. So I wanted to take a part in it, but I knew I didn't have a chance. As a sign installer, we had experience building sign bridges. That wasn't the issue. The issue was the size of the project. This job would be way beyond our capacity to meet the insurance limits or bonding, credit line, to secure cash flow. And this was a recurring issue that we faced. It's hard to grow business when there are like barriers that you can't break on your own. It was really unfortunate, but you know, I just moved on. But then 3 years later, I get a call from Raymond. They told me that they're looking for local minority contractors to work on early work packages as mini general contractor. And I didn't know what mini GCs were. They told me mini GCs would receive mentorship and support for building capacity. I knew their values and their passion and their leadership. So getting a mentorship from them, we decided to bid it.
I was born in big industrial shipbuilding area. My dad emigrated to the U.S. from the Dominican Republic, and he actually joined the Navy to get his citizenship. My mom joined the Navy when she was 17 to get out of the Midwest and a bad home life. And I grew up military bases all over the U.S. I didn't really know anybody that didn't work for the government. I didn't know anybody that worked for a business. So that wasn't even something that I knew was possible. I was pretty sure that I wanted to go into public service and was really moved by the infrastructure and workforce development projects overseas. Started working for the U.S. Agency for International Development. Really loved that work, but got PTSD in Afghanistan. Moved to Portland in 2012 to work on a PhD and got hooked up with somebody from Boeing trying to start up an R&D facility with a focus on giving opportunities to people that lived in a place where, you know, the main factory had shut down and there really wasn't a lot of hope. And that really appealed to me. Leading these R&D projects, I got a crash course on metals manufacturing and solving, you know, industrial problems. 2020, the pandemic kind of shut all that down. But I was able to pull some of the most brilliant people I had been working with, engineers, tradespeople, and spin off what is essentially a radically different manufacturing company focused on building sustainable careers as much as we're building sustainable infrastructure. As a subcontractor to Agami Construction, we have an opportunity that we probably wouldn't have had otherwise. My company's only 5 years old. We're relatively small, especially compared to the massive scope of this project. We do all of our fabrication in-house, but we don't do any field construction that would be required to be able to be a general contractor. So being able to work with Agami as they're learning all of the systems and processes, it gives us an opportunity to learn from the experience that they're having. So it's a great opportunity for us all to be growing together.
They have given us like insights to constructability discussions, partnership meetings with ODOT and the design teams. We've been meeting with Brianna. She's a project engineer with HSJB. She's been meeting us weekly to make sure we're on track. She's amazing. We're getting great support from them.
Nice.
Yeah, so there's Chapman. Yeah, it's good to see Commissioner Jim. Yeah, there's about another 4 minutes in the full link of the video talking more about what they could accomplish during the closure as well. But this story really is a tangible example of what intentional contracting can accomplish. So Raymore and the HSJV created the opportunity for Agami, and then Agami in turn created the opportunity for Willamette Technical Fabricators. This is how the investment in one firm really can further local contracting in our community. So we like to say the process of the project, the process of delivering the project and the people that are doing it are just as important as the infrastructure that we are building. So through the CMGC partnership with Hamilton Joint Venture in association with Raymore, the project has taken a really aggressive approach to workforce and economic opportunity goals, and I'm honored to say that we are exceeding all of the contracting goals. So our Taro goal is 4%, we are at 8%. Our apprenticeship goal is 12%, and we are at 16%. And our female, minority male, and non-minority veteran goal is 15%, and we are currently at 45%. Construction between 2025 and 2028 is estimated to create approximately 240,000 craft labor hours and $30 million in craft payroll and benefits. So I'm going to wrap up Phase 1A update with some information on the upcoming I-5 southbound closure. This has been a major focus of our recent coordination and outreach, and is one of the most visible near-term construction activities associated with Phase 1A. I previously provided the Commission with a very comprehensive presentation on the closure planning and execution at the May 2026 Commission meeting as well. So as a reminder, beginning September 11th, ODOT will be implementing a continuous closure of I-5 southbound between the Broadway-Weidler exit to the I-84 interchange for up to 5 weeks. The purpose of this is to complete overdue bridge and structural repairs needed for safety and preservation of I-5. Crews will be working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to complete this work as efficiently as possible. So starting at the north end, the I-5 southbound off-ramp to I-405 will remain open, and this is our designated detour route. The I-5 southbound on-ramps at Alberta Street, Greeley Avenue, and the on-ramp from northbound I-405 to southbound I-5 on the Fremont Bridge will all be closed. These are all highlighted in red. A single lane of I-5 southbound will remain open for local access to the Broadway-Weidler exit. This includes access for travelers reaching the Moda Center, Memorial Coliseum, the Convention Center, or headed to the Broadway Bridge into downtown Portland. The full closure of I-5 southbound will begin at the Broadway-Wideler exit and continue to the I-84 interchange. So the Wheeler on-ramp right near the Moda Center will be closed, as well as the I-84 on-ramp, or the I-84 on-ramp from I-5. Traffic on westbound I-84 will not be affected, so travelers will be able to access both northbound and southbound I-5 from westbound I-84. Now looking at the signed detour routes that will be in place during the closure for drivers traveling through the area that are continuing on I-5 south, heading eastbound to I-84. The signed detour route will be onto 205 across the Fremont Bridge, and then either continue south on I-5 or head north on the Markham Bridge and then access I-84. As I mentioned earlier, that one lane of traffic will remain open for local access to the Broadway-Weidler exit. For regional trips that do not require access to the core downtown Portland area, we are encouraging folks to take I-205 up at the I-5, I-205 split in Washington. As I've said before, we want to be clear that this will have significant impacts on travelers in the region. We know this closure will be challenging for everyone, the travelers, businesses, freight operators, and our broader community, and could result in some of the most challenging traffic conditions that we've seen in the region. Based on our traffic modeling, travel times could increase 2 to 3 times during peak travel hours, and traffic could or will likely extend up into Washington over the bridge. We also expect the typical or the peak congestion hours to expand with morning congestion expanding by about 30 minutes and evening congestion lasting up to 2.5 hours longer. These projections are based on traffic models that assume our current travel patterns do remain unchanged. We have seen, based on our previous experience with major closures, we do expect some travelers to adjust their behaviors by changing routes, changing travel times, using other modes of transportation, or reducing their trips when possible. While the most significant impacts will be on the interstate corridor, we also expect some drivers will shift to parallel routes, which means congestion impacts will extend beyond and into these local city streets. So this slide illustrates where ODOT traffic modeling indicates additional traffic impacts related to the closure. The areas highlighted in red represent locations where the model indicates more than 30% increase in traffic. And the areas shown in the light orange represent locations where the model indicates 10 to 30% increase in traffic. So we'll be using these models as well as modeling that the City of Portland has done to identify where we may see the greatest impacts, and that helps guide our mitigations and monitoring and coordination with regional partners.
So do you have a question?
Thank you, Chair. Monica, I think we've got a real opportunity monitoring as we're additionally diverting traffic over to 205 to learn about what could happen with regard to diversion on the IVR. So I think it's really important that we watch it, we collect as much data, because I think that this is, not a perfect simulation, but simulation within the realm of reasonableness in terms of what we might expect for diversion later on. I think we can learn a lot from this. So I'm glad you're watching this and making some assumptions, and it'll be a good place to test our assumptions to see how it works. And I didn't see on the map much color out towards 205, but those main city streets that could be affected by it, probably a really great opportunity to really study what's happening. Does that make sense?
Yep. Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner. We have heard that from several folks as we're giving briefings. So our traffic team, along with the City of Portland and others, are coordinating on the data that can be collected and how we collect that, there's a lot of data out there that we can collect, and how we slice and dice and report that out so that it's useful for folks in the region.
Okay, one more question. How about the involvement of the Portland Public Schools and what we're doing in and around safety during travel time for the kids getting to and from school?
Yeah, so we have been engaging with Portland Public Schools a lot over the last several months. They have notified both Portland Public Schools, as well as there's a network of private schools in the area. They have notified their families before school got out, and then are sending up notifications to families as school is going back into session. That has been our primary focus on safety on the local streets, is around schools, parks, and bike and pedestrian heavy areas. So we've looked at, in collaboration with the City of Portland, looking at what is already there. And then the city is also looking at some additional mitigations, such as flaggers or traffic calming mitigations around those school areas, around high pedestrian and bicycle areas.
I can't help but comment, listening to Mr. Courtwright's things all the time. And I think it bears pointing out that this project is not the same project that the legislature approved. But the changes were in response to community demand and making the project better. And while I think a considerable amount of it is more what I would consider a development project rather than a transportation project, I think it's a good project, and it's responding to community desires. It's not fair to compare those costs. It is more expensive. And I do think that the additional work that federal grant will provide to get the engineering estimates farther along we'll provide better information to the legislature as they go into session to make a decision on it. I mean, we understand, we talked about the fact that it's going to take legislative action to move this project ahead in terms of the funding solution to it, are substantial federal grants, which frankly, mostly were there and disappeared with the change in federal administration. So that's.
Well, I think to point out, 1A was things we needed to do regardless if the Rose Quarter project moved forward. So that the commission did make that decision to move forward with 1A.
Because I was there, I will say that when this project was approved, the legislature did note that not a full estimate of cost. Because the work hadn't been done.
Okay, well, we'll turn it back over to you.
Sure. So a couple other things on the closure. So our communications team and operations teams have been putting in a lot of work over the last year, and that effort has really ramped up since the public announcement at the May commission meeting. Our communications strategy is designed. Our communication strategy is designed to help people understand the scope of the I-5 closure, why it's necessary, and how to prepare. Throughout the campaign, we're using a simple, consistent message with a clear call to action, plan ahead and expect delays. Our advertising campaign in multiple language, digital distribution channels, mailers and websites, and media strategies are helping us to reach out to as many people as possible. We're also doing individual and group briefings and webinars, as well as tabling events in the community. So there's a lot of stats on the screen here. I won't walk through each statistic, but I invite you to join me and more than 16,000 other subscribers to the text and email alerts to keep up to speed on what is going on during the closure and all future construction activities. And you can do that at i5rosequarter.org/contact. In addition to the broad public communication, the team has developed focused materials for partners and businesses and community organizations to share with their networks. It includes fact sheets, talking points, sample language for newsletters and social media posts, graphics that they can share out about the closure. We've heard feedback that this has been a very valuable resource for all of our partners. This is important because we are a small project team and we cannot get directly to each and every person out in the community and talk about the closure. We have been relying on local agencies, businesses, nonprofits, freight partners, neighborhood group, education partners, faith communities, and other organizations to help amplify accurate, consistent information. And these partners have been instrumental in getting the word out using our closure information toolkit. We have also developed a travel resources page that helps folks figure out how they can use different modes of transportation, such as bus, light rail, carpool, and walking and biking during the closure. We've also recently uploaded an explainer video about the closure that walks through how to navigate, and that was also just, I think, yesterday added to our project website. I also want to highlight some key regional coordination that is taking place. So the City of Portland's Bureau of Emergency Management is taking lead on facilitating coordination with regional agencies and organizations on traffic operations and emergency response during the closure. This includes agencies such as ODOT, Metro, the city, Multnomah County, as well as transit, schools, hospitals, emergency responders, and many others in the community. ODOT is taking lead on facilitating a group of more than 40 public information officers and communication staff from agencies and organizations around the region, including representation from both Oregon and Southwest Washington. This planning group will turn into a joint information council during the closure, so we're able to share consistent messaging quick about the progress during the closure. We've also had a lot of engagement with Metro leadership and Metro counselors, including the MTIP presentations, as well as several touch points with city leadership and city counselors at city council meetings. We've had several one-on-one briefings with city councilors. We did a 2-hour work session with the City of Portland's Public Works Committee, and then just recently did another 3-hour work session with the entire city council. The city has really been a valuable partner in and leader in preparation for the closure. The city, one thing that they're doing, they are evaluating and implementing operational strategies, including encouraging remote work where appropriate to help reduce demand on the transportation system during the closure, and other agencies and organizations are city's lead as well. So now turning to phase 1B. So phase 1B is fully funded for design and construction using the House Bill 2017 state funding, and is now incorporated into our STIP and MTIP, as I mentioned. The current cost is shown at $146.2 million. The design team delivered the 90% design milestone in June, and the design is continuing to progress. We continue to be on track to start construction in the summer of 2027. So together, phase 1A and 1B are preserving the existing I-5 infrastructure, as well as setting us up for future construction phases and leveraging that current available funding to keep the project moving forward. So the remainder of the presentation will be focused on phase 1C and phase 2. So our approach to advancing phase 1C development is consistent with prior commission direction, the recent STIP actions, and the remaining requirements in the RCN grant. So this is really the heart and the meat of our discussion today, because phase 1C is partially funded for development activities, but construction funding has not been identified yet. So as I showed in the funding slide at the beginning of the presentation, we have fully construction funding for phase 1A and 1B, but no construction funding for any work beyond that. Also, as I mentioned earlier, we're here really as a part of our efforts to maintain transparency in the project development and provide that early visibility into our opportunities, our challenges, and our risks that influence our project decision-making. I'm going to talk about how we are proceeding with phase 1C using those remaining RCN funding while continuing to pursue additional construction funding. This includes discussions on how the team is progressing the scope, schedule, and budget elements of this phase. The benefits of continuing phase 1C development are that it maintains project momentum and team continuity. It preserves efficiencies and expertise of the integrated design and construction team that we have in place. It advances a design package that'll be shelf ready once final design and construction funds do become available. It positions the project to move into construction quicker when future state and federal funding does become available. If we don't continue phase 1C development, there are risks, including it delays construction readiness, it increases our exposure to future cost escalation, inflation, and market uncertainty. It may require reducing staff and resources and demobilizing those that would risk loss of institutional knowledge, technical expertise, and project momentum. And we could potentially lose the RCN federal grants if they are not used by 2031 per our current grant agreement. So following the rescission of the RCN funding and the formation of the project management group, or we call PMG, the project team worked with PMG partners to repackage the project and refine phase 1C scope. So as a reminder, the PMG brings together executive level representatives from project partners, including ODOT, the City of Portland, Prosper Portland, Metro, Albina Vision Trust, the Historic Albina Advisory Board, the Community Oversight Advisory Committee, the Oregon Trucking Association, Portland Trailblazers, and the project's design and construction teams. A central focus of PMG's discussion was maintaining parity across project phases so that each phase delivers transportation and community benefits while advancing the entire project vision. During several PMG meetings this spring, participants reviewed phase 1C alternatives and discussed evaluation criteria and trade-offs. And then in April of 2026, the PMG reached a consensus on the minimum viable project that preserves the overall project vision while maximizing the available funding. And this was memorialized in a letter of support for phase 1C that's included in today's meeting packet. The Phase 1C scope advances both transportation and community objectives of the project by continuing construction of the highway cover, reconnecting key local streets, and completing the southbound I-5 merging lane, and as well as extending the northbound merging lane and shoulders to Broadway. PMG discussions highlighted several reasons for supporting Phase 1C approach. It provides greater certainty in design and delivery. It minimizes potential throwaway work. It creates a long foundation for future phases, or strong foundation for future phases, and begins reconnecting the Albina neighborhood through the highway cover and local street improvements. And that highway cover area will be available for redevelopment after the completion of Phase 1C. Importantly, PMG participants expressed broad support for continuing the right-of-way acquisition activities where feasible, and pursuing additional state, federal, and local funding opportunities needed to move Phase 1C into construction. As shown in the graphic on the screen, Phase 1C scope includes extending that northbound I-5 auxiliary lane from I-84 to the ramp at Broadway, completing the I-5 southbound auxiliary lane from I-405 to I-84, constructing the southern portion of the highway cover from Broadway to south of Weidler, which is approximately 30% of the total highway cover length, and as well as reconstructing the adjacent local streets, including Broadway, Weidler, and Williams. I also want to make sure that it's clear that this is just the next phase of work that we are progressing. And although the delivery and sequencing has changed, the overall project approved through the NEPA process has not changed. We have not added scope, we have not removed scope, and we have not changed that long-term vision. Consistent with prior commission direction, partner alignment at PMG and the remaining requirements of the RCN grant, we are continuing to advance Phase 1C development activities while pursuing future construction funding opportunities. As you can see, highlighted on the schedule on the screen, highlighted in light blue and yellow, we're continuing to progress Phase 1C preliminary design and right-of-way using those available RCN funds. I want to highlight that this schedule is contingent upon receiving additional funding in 2027 for final design and construction. If that funding isn't secured, the schedule will continue to push out. As you can see in the orange on the right, the schedule reflects a construction start date for Phase 1C in early 2029. The current schedule assumes construction for Phase 1C elements begins approximately 2 years later than was previously anticipated. This delay affects not only when the benefits can be delivered, but also cost assumptions, escalation, delivery risk, and construction sequencing. The important item to note here is that continuing design and development work can help preserve our readiness and position the project to move forward into construction quickly when the future state and federal funding does become available. I want to start with a little background on what the basis of cost is and why we are doing it now. So as the team was agreeing on scope and developing a preliminary schedule, we also looked at how this affects our cost, and we developed what we call a draft basis of cost. This basis of cost was developed to assess an initial order of magnitude for Phase 1C. As a part of this work, the basis of cost for the remaining work was updated to reflect the revised construction packaging and sequencing, our delivery schedule, our assumptions, escalation, and project risk. Its purpose is to inform upcoming delivery strategy discussions rather than serve as a new comprehensive project baseline. This basis of cost is not a comprehensive probabilistic cost risk assessment. This cost risk and schedule analysis work will be conducted for Phase 1C at the and all the remaining work in the future. Specifically for Phase 1C will happen next at the 60% design milestone. The results of this basis of cost is a preliminary Phase 1C unfunded cost range of $939 million to $1.058 billion. The table on the screen breaks the cost into construction, risk, escalation, construction engineering, and the unfunded portion of the preliminary engineering. As I said earlier, Phase 1C is currently funded for preliminary design, right-of-way acquisition, and utility relocation using those RCN funds, but the final design and construction funding has not been identified. So as I mentioned, following PMG agreement in the Phase 1C scope, the team worked to develop a preliminary basis of cost. This was developed using the previous April 2025 estimate as the starting point. The April 2025 estimate and cost risk assessment included the full Broadway-Weidler Phase 1 as one construction package. So this included all the scope elements from what we're now calling Phase 1B and Phase 1C combined into one package. It also included the full RCN grant funding, so that rescinded funding as an assumption because the estimating was performed prior to the rescission of those RCN funds, construction funds. Because we repackaged Phase 1C, because the repackaged Phase 1C scope differs from the Broadway-Weidler Phase 1 assumptions reflected in the April 2025 estimate, the team reconciled the project elements and the assumptions before developing this draft basis of cost. The cost includes updated delivery assumptions, revised construction sequencing, escalation due to delay, current market conditions, inflation, project delivery costs, and project risks. I also want to give some insight into what is driving this basis of cost. So first, without sufficient funding, construction has been delayed and sequencing of construction has been changed to provide an intermediate phase, Phase 1C. Further, the phasing of the project has and changing the sequencing of the construction in addition to adjusting the delivery timeline contributes to additional costs to the project. So every time the scope of the project is repackaged with additional phasing and changes to the sequencing and construction, the cost estimate will change. The more the project is divided up into smaller parts, the more expensive the total project will be. However, phasing can allow us to minimize inflation costs and see incremental operational improvements sooner rather than waiting for full funding. Overall, delaying the project results in a more expensive project. So there's no funding, as I mentioned, for work beyond Phase 1A and 1B. So we've pushed back the construction start date for all future phases of work. And this assumes, this cost assumes Phase 1C would start 2 years later, as I mentioned, and then Phase 2, 4 years later. We have increased the risk allowance to 40% in the basis of cost to reflect the level of uncertainty currently associated with the project. This risk accounts for potential changes in site conditions, labor shortages, supply chain disruptions, added scope during scope resulting from policy or evolving design standards, and delay to additional construction funding. Any of these factors can increase the project cost beyond inflation by upending the streamlined construction schedule. Because we have not completed the comprehensive,
Yeah, sorry to interrupt your flow. You're doing great.
Okay.
But the 40% risk in this estimate, what was the percentage risk that we used to get to the 2.2 billion the last time?
Yeah, so it's a little bit complicated because it was a full CSRA, but it was roughly 34%, different percentage for different packages because it was packaged differently.
Could you, Monica, do you know this estimate was put together? Why the risk factors? Why that number increased? Is there something that is being seen today that wasn't seen 2 years ago?
Yeah, primarily, so because we did not do a comprehensive CSRA that is done at the milestone, design milestones with the comprehensive estimate, we reverted to an industry standard of 40%. And so that's where this 40% is coming from, industry standard based on the level of design that is complete. With this major project, we do those comprehensive CSRAs at the milestone. And so, historically that has come up with slightly lower than the industry standard with that full evaluation. So it could come down when we do the full CSRA, but right now we assumed 40% industry standard because we've done a lot of work to repackage the work. It's not apples to apples.
Okay. And what was the inflation number that was used going forward?
The inflation percentage is 4%, and that's remained unchanged. That 4% is the same percentage that was used before. The last thing that's driving the cost is just the percentages that are carried for preliminary engineering and construction engineering. Those percentages remain unchanged, but as the cost goes up, those go up as well. It's really important to remember that the primary drivers for these increases are changes in funding availability, construction timing, and project phasing, not a change in the project vision or expansion of scope. So delays to the full funding result in schedule delays that increase both the underlying project cost and our associated contingency and escalation amounts, amplifying that over time of the full estimate. Receiving partial funding also typically results in schedule delays. If we receive partial funding for a package, we have to work with the design and construction team to repackage those construction phases. So the last slide on phase 1C. So the value of this work is that it gives ODOT, the commission and project partners, a clear planning tool for understanding phase 1C and what phase 1C would require under the current funding outlook. This basis of cost establishes a preliminary planning level construction cost for phase 1C. It reflects the current funding outlook, updated construction sequence, a construction start date of approximately 2 years later than previously assumed, inflation and escalation impacts, project delivery costs, and a current construction risk. As I mentioned, the basis of cost is not a comprehensive probabilistic cost risk analysis. This cost risk and schedule analysis will be conducted for phase 1C at our future design milestone. Again, it's important to emphasize that this is a planning level basis of cost. It's intended to inform our planning, funding and delivery decisions and design as our design advances. It's not intended to establish that new program baseline, as I said, and this cost work really helps us inform decision-making, but official estimate is not established for phase 1C until the next design milestone, where the team is able to do, at those design milestones, we do the contractor estimate, we do an independent cost estimate, we do a comprehensive project schedule, and then the cost risk assessment. So as the team evaluated the scope and budget for phase 1C, we also wanted to acknowledge that the remaining scope and the effects on the remaining project elements for the future construction phases. We are currently including all future construction work in phase 2, sorry. Phase 2 includes the remaining elements needed to complete the full Rose Quarter project vision. So this includes extending the northbound merging lane to Greeley Avenue, construct the northbound merge lanes from I-84 to Weidler, complete the remaining 70% of the highway cover and associated multimodal improvements, relocate the southbound I-5 Broadway off-ramp to the south end of the cover, and then construct the new bicycle and pedestrian bridge over I-5. The phase 2 schedule is all dependent on future funding for all of the work. All of the work is currently unfunded. The preliminary phase 2 schedule assumes a 4-year delay to the construction start due to the current funding constraints. Pending funding availability, a comprehensive updated schedule, risk assessment, cost estimate will be done for phase 2 at the next design milestone. And then again, similar to phase 1C, the team developed a preliminary basis of cost for phase 2. The preliminary phase 2 unfunded cost range is 1.83 to 2.054 billion. Like phase 1C, the cost includes the construction cost, risk, escalation, construction, engineering, preliminary engineering, and right-of-way. The cost was developed using the same general methodology applied to phase 1C and reflects a revised construction sequence, updated schedule assumptions, inflation escalation, project delivery costs, and current project risks. Again, this also is a preliminary basis of cost and is intended to support planning and funding discussions. It does not reflect a change to our total project vision. And so before I conclude, I just want to reiterate our primary goal today was to maintain transparency with the commission and inform you on our project progress and providing that early visibility into the opportunities and challenges and risks that we are discussing and influencing our project decision-making. The Rose Quarter project remains an important safety, mobility, freight, economic development, and reconnecting community investment. Project delivery is dynamic, and we're working through a lot of complicated challenges. Sometimes those challenges have positive outcomes, like the great work that's taking place in phase 1A, and sometimes those challenges have difficult outcomes, such as the delay to schedule and increased cost in phase 1C and phase 2. As we move forward, we remain committed to addressing these challenges transparently, making informed decisions, and delivering a project that advances the long-term goals and benefits and vision for the Rose Quarter project and corridor and the community it serves. And that concludes my presentation.
Great questions. Commissioner Chang? You have one? I just saw you look at me, so I'm just gonna call you out.
I am trying to envision where funding will come from to construct phase 1C. As part of that, I'm realizing that I don't have a complete understanding of urban mobility strategy funding under House Bill 2017. So this is the source for the most recent 250 million allocated for work in phase 1A and phase 1B. And so that might lead you to believe that urban mobility strategy might be a source of funding for future work. But one of the things I don't understand is time frame set around urban mobility strategy in House Bill 2017. How many years does that revenue source or kind of pot of funding, how many years is that supposed to continue? Be collecting funds and putting them into the urban mobility strategy. As part of trying to understand that, I just want to know the 250 million allocation that we made in January 2025. How long is it going to take for revenue collections to actually fulfill that $250 million allocation? Thus asking kind of when would urban mobility strategy potentially have additional funding to offer to other projects or other phases?
Commissioner Chang, members of the commission, for the record, Travis Brouwer, ODOT Deputy Director, and that's probably a me question, so I'll step up to the table here. It's a really good question, though, and there's some weird complexities with the way the legislature structured the urban mobility strategy funding in HB 2017. They set aside $30 million per year for the Rose Quarter and the other projects that is come off the top. And that money is available for cash prior to selling bonds or for bond debt service and will continue until we pay off the bonds. So we have estimated that $30 million increment will allow us to generate a total of about $550 to $600 million, depending on a whole bunch of factors, including interest rates, when we sell bonds, etc., in total revenue from that $30 million. So we have sold one tranche of bonds with about $16 million in annual debt service and are taking the remainder of the $14 million in cash, putting it into the project. We anticipate selling the second tranche of bonds likely sometime in the next 2 to 3 years, depending on the cash flow needs of the project and other factors, including cash needed for the I-205 Abernethy project. Some of those funds are going to Abernethy as well. And I have a breakdown of that if the commission wants to see that at some point as part of the overall urban mobility strategy finance plan, which you approved and which we continue to update. So the short answer, unfortunately, is no. We will top out at somewhere in that probably $550 million to $600 million range. And essentially all of that is currently allocated to the Rose Quarter and I-205 Abernethy. So at the point at which we pay off the final tranche of bonds, that money then will revert to the normal 50-30 distribution per HB 2017, unless the legislation were to change that. And even though that is so far out, we will sell 25-year bonds probably sometime in the next couple of years. So when new funding would come available would be like 2055-ish.
Okay, thank you. It's very helpful also just have an understanding of how long we'll be paying off debt service for the 250 million that we've already allocated.
To your question, when the legislature passed 2017, one of the assumptions would be that tolling would be to pay the debt service on that. Unfortunately, that's changed.
Go ahead.
There's some of your report that I'm really excited about. It's something I'm not so excited about. So I'm not excited that we're now staring down on $3.5 billion price tag project. But what I am excited about, and Director Warner, I think there's really good lessons here in terms of what's happened on this project since the beginning of the year. And the formation of the PMG, because we had a request by our partners to become more active in anticipation of this, and the work that Monica and David have done to facilitate the PMG. I think it's an excellent model going forward in terms of working with our community partners. And it's kind of one of those things when we're looking for cultural changes within ODOT. I really think that this has been a success. The other that I would say is as painful as seeing that $3.5 billion number. We now have it. And we've had a tendency over time to check those numbers until they were perfect. And these numbers, as Monica pointed out, they're not perfect numbers, but they're probably directionally correct in their head, probably within the range. So to have them early, so that we can now be discussing them, so that the legislature has a chance to wrap their heads around it. Again, I think the speed with which we're getting numbers and putting them out there and making them public, even though they're not is a really positive. So I commend you on doing this to the team. I know that that's hard and that's a big shift, and you don't want to make a mistake by putting something out that you don't feel is perfectly correct. But I really appreciate seeing this. I think it's really positive. So thank you for that.
Comment. I appreciate the commissioner's comments on that, but I want to just keep bringing this up. This project in 2017 came from the civic and political leadership of Portland. It did not come from the legislature. The legislature was responding to what they wanted, albeit it did not include the Albina Trust, part of that, which added the coverage portions. Not all of them, but the expansion. So, ODOT is responding to what the community wanted. That's important. And the legislature was. Now they have to figure out how to do it another way. The question I have, Monica, is the phase 2 portion of the coverage. Is it possible to go forward and do the road improvements in the future without doing that part of the coverage? Would that greatly affect the cost? I assume it would.
So you're saying, would it be possible to do highway improvements and no highway cover?
Yeah, you're gonna do the basic in phase 1, you're doing the original plan for coverage is covered that. The second piece though, can you do it in a way you wouldn't do that? I'm not advocating that, I'm just curious.
From a technical perspective, we could replace the bridges that are there, the Flint and Vancouver bridges. I think that is not in alignment with the project vision, would require NEPA changes. It would require a lot of reevaluation, and I think it's not something, doesn't have community support, doesn't have broad support.
Would it have a huge cost impact likely?
But likely, if you didn't construct the cover, we haven't evaluated that cost impact.
And I think that conversation that maybe those communities are gonna have to go back to the table and talk about. I mean, the reality is, there isn't a lot of money available to all of us. And so I think that doesn't matter what project it is, you have this vision of what you want it to look like. Yeah. And you have something still back. You know, I'm not saying that that's what we're doing, so I don't want everybody to start sending me hate mail. But I'm just thinking about phase 1C, we're talking about B. It's a large ask for this legislative body, and it's gonna be a large ask on 7 to be able to complete that project, if we do the full project.
I think that's accurate, but I think that we should be ready to respond to the legislature if they start asking.
Absolutely, I think it's probably gonna be a question that's asked.
I would think so.
Other comments or thoughts or?
Yeah, I really appreciate the place we're in terms of the momentum of the project, in terms of the remaining Reconnecting Communities funding, and how that sets us up to do design and planning for phase 1C. I am really concerned that, you know, I see no realistic pathway to funding construction of phase 1C or beyond at the moment. And so that does concern me. I mean, doing planning right now for something that, you know, I just can't fathom how we will fund and construct, may be setting us up to do planning work that sits on the shelf for a really long time and then we have to redo. So you know, that's concerning as well. But I guess just for anyone who's tracking, you know, this discussion, I think it just has to be absolutely crystal clear that there does not seem to be any viable pathway to funding phase 1C construction at this moment. So, you know, even if we proceed with this design and planning work, everyone needs to go forward eyes wide open. That I have no idea how we would proceed to the construction phase.
Okay, go ahead, Mr.
I disagree. Disagreement is that we have federal money right now that can only be used for that purpose. And if the legislature is going to consider other funding strategies, and there are other ways they could fund it, they could move back to the original idea of doing totally nothing. Whether they would go or not, they need this information to know what that cost number is so they can make an informed decision.
Those are important points, and at the same time, I just don't want anyone's expectations. To anyone to have any expectations that phase 1C construction is viable at this moment.
Yeah, I would just both points are I think valued. Vice Chair's comment about federal money that's available, probably putting us in a much better position to talk about the scope of the project. We have the federal money, so that makes sense. But to maybe just amplify a little bit, Commissioner Chang's comment about setting expectations. You know, we've now gone from 2.2 to the mid threes in billions, and again, $1 billion is 1,000 million. It's $1,000 million projects that are the trade-off for every billion that we spend on these large projects. So I think this expectation setting, there's probably some that are still feeling that this is a project that's guaranteed. And we need to be careful about setting those expectations because there could be a lot of disappointment. And we're now at a point where everything's a trade-off.
We won't touch you anymore. It was very good. Really appreciate it. I think it helped all of us to bring us up to speed where we're at. Yeah. Look forward to the next. Yes.
I think this discussion is a really, really good example of why our moving comprehensive planning process is really important. So that in the future, when decision makers decide they're gonna go forward and fund something like this, they will know what the cost is. Getting to that 30% number in funding decision.
You're great.
Really good.
We're back to the napkin. Yes, thank you.
Plenty of over.
Yes. We know how these work. Okay, well, I don't believe that the chair has gotten here yet.
He's on Zoom.
Soon?
No.
No Zoom.
Oh, on Zoom.
Yes.
Okay,
So we're ready.
cool, great. We are ready. So we're gonna go back and then after that, we'll confirm with ourselves. Go back to item E, South Central Act. Very. See.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm a little disappointed I don't get to see you in person. It's close enough.
My apologies. It's been a busy week and anyway, I truly apologize for not being there today. But just want to welcome all of you to the South Central Oregon. My name is Barry Schulenberger, Lake County Commissioner, and I have been the chair of the SCOACT for a little while now, and got to visit with you in Corvallis there. But would love to just kind of highlight some of the things that are happening here in South Central Oregon that are important to us, that we feel are safety concerns, state of repair, and economic opportunity. So I just have a real short list, but if we got a few minutes, I'd love to just go right through them. Are we ready? Okay. Highway 97. I think you've heard about this before. It's a safety and preservation work north of Chiloquin. I just looked at it on Google Earth, and it's a little over 28 miles of really straight highway. And before you get to the junction to go to Crater Lake. And folks like to drive really fast and they get impatient, and they once you climb the hill and get north of Chiloquin there, it really there's a lot of chances going on, and unfortunately we have a lot of fatal and serious injury accidents there. Our desire is to see some divided 4-lane highways in that potential area there, just to alleviate the accidents. I've talked to you before about the pressure it puts on the community of Chiloquin and their ambulance crews, constantly going out to some very serious accidents, and then also worrying about their own safety out there because people are moving so fast. We've had a lot of close calls out there, and it would really help 97. It would help the safety if we could potentially look at either extending our current passing lanes or adding some new ones along that 28-mile straight stretch, basically there north of Chiloquin. Our second project, as you've heard me talk about, is east of Lakeview, is the Oregon 140 East Deep Creek curves. They are sharp curves that a over 48-foot truck and trailer cannot stay in its lane, and the end of the trailer, carries into the other lane and has caused serious accidents in the past. The ODOT has done a recent study, and there are currently 51 trucks a day that are taking that chance. And so, it's obviously a travel route that we would like to see improved so that we aren't seeing 50 to 60 trucks a day getting into the other lanes, causing concern for other traffic that don't even know it's coming. We also think it would be an economic boom for Southern Oregon, and also a way to alleviate truck travel on 97 especially when they're trying to get east and west. This improvement would also alleviate a lot of truck travel we're seeing on the Silver Lake Highway, which Klamath and Lake counties own that, or are responsible for that stretch of highway, and it wasn't made for that much heavy truck travel. It connects 97 to Highway 31, and then they're taking back roads through Christmas Valley out to Highway 395 and working their way up to Burns that direction to get east and west. So helping out with these Deep Creek curves would really help. I think we also found out too with these wildfires when I-84 was closed, and then Highway 20 had serious concerns there out by Burns, and then east of Burns, trying to get over some of those passes, and they had those closed. A southern truck route would make a lot of sense for Oregon. Third thing that I'd like to point out to you is right outside the doors there of KCC is South 6th Street, safety and congestion upgrades. There's a Y intersection right outside KCC there. We'd love to see that have some future development for a roundabout there. It would keep traffic moving, would not have to have trucks come to a complete stop and then have to restart again. There's just a tiny bit of slope there. It adds, to congestion, and it really would alleviate a lot of trouble if we could get into a large roundabout just right outside KCC there. Also, this route goes all the way down to Crater Lake Avenue, if you're familiar with that, and then turns eventually into you can join Highway 97, but we don't have a complete sidewalks. We don't have there's a lot of congestion in there, and it really could use the upgrade to help flow of traffic and make improvements. The next project is the entrance into Lakeview from the west. This apparently has rated fairly high in recent project proposals, but there are no sidewalks, there's no entrance into Lakeview, and this proposal would bring sidewalks, lighting, really clean up the entrance. And it would come all the way out to the fairgrounds, right out there, just west of Lakeview, and would really beautify and improve lighting and safety and whatnot. So, and kind of, makes that appearance for traffic to slow down as they're coming into Lakeview. And then finally, we have pavement preservation that we would love to be doing all over Klamath and Lake counties, and any opportunities we can have to make some of those improvements, we're ready to go. So those are my projects. I hope that if you have any questions, I'd be glad to talk about them now. But
Commissioner, we do have some
okay.
questions. So
Commissioner Schillenberger, good to see you.
Good to see you.
My basic question is the 4 capital projects that you described to us, did those match up with what went into the SCOACT's input for the CIP? Are those basically the same ones, or are there other things that are also identified as priorities for the CIP process?
I believe these are our 4 main priorities. These are what we value as most important for Klamath and Lake counties and the SCOACT.
Thanks.
I'm curious. Commissioner, I'm just curious, do you have these discussions with your legislators that represent this area? Are they familiar with them?
Senator McLean and Rep. Owens are our two representatives for our area. And yes, we presented them to them. Certainly we need to talk about it again. But if it's a priority for ODOT to make some of these improvements, we are all on board and we would love to see these happen because not only will they save lives, uh, it would certainly make traffic flow for Oregon that much better.
I think yes, go ahead.
If I could add on to that, I think a valuable exercise that I was discussing with CIAC a couple weeks ago was to look at your CIP lists and then look at the STIP, the proposed STIP for 27 to 30. And I'm guessing you're going to see that not much of what's among your CIP priorities is on the STIP. And that's a really good opportunity to just put that in front of a legislator and say, how do we get from this stuff being on our wish list in the CIP to actually being STIP, scheduled projects that are going to happen. The answer is money, but that's a potentially helpful way of focusing them on how much money is needed, and how you mechanically can get those projects from the STIP, from the CIP to the STIP to actually planned projects.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think that's an excellent recommendation, and we will be doing that. You bet.
My question to you is, how close are you to the fires? How are you guys holding up in that community?
The Wright Springs fire, which is just east of Klamath there, northeast, it's quite a ways from Lakeview and Lake County. But we were certainly concerned about the fire burning to the south and affecting Highway 140. We have lost our fiber line twice on two different fires, particularly in the Bly Mountain area. And we're concerned that actually a third time could possibly happen from the Wright Springs fire. But it looks like firefighters are starting to get the upper hand. We're seeing improvements all the time and seeing growth slowly decrease. It's 53,000 acres this morning and only 6% containment. But yes, we're paying attention. But we have nothing large in Lake County at this time. So the Wright Spring fire is certainly the priority for SCOAC.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that fire and I was like, wow, you guys don't need another burn over.
No. When the fiber line burns or gets, when it burns, it's burned twice now. It sometimes takes multiple days for us to get high-speed internet back into Lake County, into Lakeview. We have one way in and one way out, and it's on a pole from Klamath to Lakeview. And the companies choose not to bury the line, and we are working hard for redundancy. But and there is some black fiber that runs north and south from Reno now up through Prineville, but it's going to take some time.
We'll be thinking about you and thank you for taking the time and sharing your projects. And I think we'll be seeing you soon. We're going to have another ACT chair meeting very soon.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Brown. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Okay, well, now we are at, I don't know, almost time, right on time. We're going to take a break. It's now 9:58. How long you guys need?
It's 2 hours.
5 or 10 minutes?
Yep.
10 minutes, and then we'll be back. So we're going to go on break. This is Chair.
I cannot hear nothing.
You want to say that publicly?
No.
Sorry. Okay. Maybe. All right, we are back in from our break. We're on item G, I-205 Abernethy Bridge Project. We want to apologize to anybody. If you see us stand up, these chairs are a little bit tough to sit in, so we're not leaving the room. We're just standing up. All right.
Okay.
Rod, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ryan Winsheimer. I'm the Regional Manager. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on the project's progress and address our need for some additional funding to continue inspections, construction engineering, and project oversight activities through 2027. Tova Peltz, our Delivery and Operations Administrator, is here at the table with me today. And Vidal Francis is our Project Area Manager, and he's online. He's going to be kicking us off this morning with update. So with that, I'll turn it over to Vidal.
Thank you, Ryan. Just a quick mic check. Can everyone hear me in the room there?
Perfect.
Awesome. Thank you. Chair Brown, members of the commissions, Vidal Francis is my name, and I'm going to jump straight into this update. To date on the project, the contractor has placed a total of 30 steel girders. As you can see on the photo on the right, more are continuing to be placed each week. By the end of the job, we will have set 59 girders on this project, nearly 60. In the center photo, workers are guiding a new girder being placed to its final resting place above the bearing seat. All the placements occur at night to minimize traffic impacts and for the safety of the crews and the public. The photo on the left shows crews forming and pouring a segment of concrete for the exterior deck widening. Since we last met on the Oregon City side, the widened decks have been filled with deck concrete and are continuing to cure. The project anticipates 8 additional overnight directional closures, obviously to translate the bridge, to complete remaining deck pours, and other construction work that requires these major closures. Not shown above, Kiewit has also begun removal and demo of the old columns within the river and removal of the temporary work bridge beneath the Abernethy structure. Next slide, please. The work is continuing to progress, and you can see more progress, blue, with the bearing replacements, girders, concrete deck work categories. We are approximately 80% complete with the project to this point. We are keeping the key milestone of the bridge translation on our horizon for later this year. We anticipate translation will begin this October. You can see on the chart a little prep work in progress now, reflecting that all the engineering submittals and by the contractor have been reviewed and accepted by ODOT, so they can advance the work. And as soon as they finish their preparations, they can begin that translation work. Next slide, please. This slide reflects a high-level overview of how we expect the remaining 20% of the work to play out over time. From now until the fall of 2026, we expect all the steel girder work to get completed. This work includes all the bridge bearing replacements as well. As I've reported earlier, they have already begun removal of items in the waterway. As we get past this fall and winter, heading into the spring, the bridge should get translated and the widening of the bridge decks completed, including concrete pours with the new lanes in the center of the structure and removal of the old columns. As we close out spring of 2027, site restoration should begin advancing along with the last major work items, installation of the main span bridge joint, and final paving. And I'll hand it over to Ryan to continue.
Thank you, Vidal. We are continuing to monitor a number of ongoing risk items, as you can see on this slide. Related to steel fabrication, the contractor submitted a request for some adjustment of contract time. An additional 107 calendar days be added to the 307 days already added through CCO 50 for reimbursement of costs they associate with that issue. And as I mentioned at our last meeting, we denied that request for additional time and have offered reimbursement for some costs. Yet the contractor has so far refused to provide that cost information that we've requested. But if we do get that, I will keep you updated on that one. For sole plate fit up, we shared ODOT's efforts to provide an opportunity for the contractor to utilize liquid shim to help make the work easier and reduce the schedule time needed to get the work done. But they've chosen only to utilize that tool in a limited number of locations so far. This is an area where we hope to continue to see improvement from the contractor in terms of the time their approach to the work is taking. On the main span expansion joint, this will be one of the last items to complete, and therefore could become critical path if the contractor does not acquire the materials to advance the work they need in a timely fashion. The project engineer has directed them to procure those materials several times over the previous few months since that engineering work for the design has been completed. But to our knowledge, the contractor has yet to begin fabrication of that joint. This is an item, again, we're continuing to monitor and we'll update you on progress. We've already discussed translation, also be monitoring progress and keeping you up to date on that milestone. Seasonal work restrictions, these are things like the water line shut off, the translation of the drinking water pipes, in-water work restrictions, and other things like keeping the lanes open for summer traffic volumes, and also balancing the need for lane closures to get work done. To date, these challenges have been manageable. However, the contractor is concerned about their ability to complete in-water work on time. So we are considering a request for some additional in-water work, allowing them to do that next season. That request could help them keep costs lower and make the work easier. So while we're anxious to get the project done quickly, if they can give us assurances that that in-water work will not extend the completion schedule, it could be worth entertaining, save us some money, and is currently under review. That brings us to overall project delay. The contractor schedule is still showing completion in fall of 2027. We're considering the remaining risk items. December is still a potential. Speaking of schedule, this slide provides a good visualization of the remaining work to complete bridge construction, the soil stabilization contract, and the 5-year plant establishment period. The first dark blue line is the amended contract schedule as agreed to by both ODOT and Kiewit and CCO 50. As a reminder, the schedule incorporates that extra time that they asked for and is essentially giving them an additional year to complete the work beyond what was originally laid out in the contract. So that moved the contract completion date to October of 2026. The second teal line reflects the contractor's most recently submitted schedule when they are projecting to get the bridge complete now, showing October of 2027, an additional year later than what we had agreed to in that original change order. And the dark blue line is what ODOT's consultant team is projecting the contract to be completed on based on work happening in the field, ODOT input, and contractor input. So that line provides a little more detail as to when we expect girder placement to be completed, when the northbound and southbound translations are expected to occur, as well as a best, likely, and worst case projection of completion. These three timelines give you a good picture of the project completion timeline from 3 different vantage points. The takeaway from those 3 projections is that the project will not be completed by October of 2026, as we had agreed to. Project will most likely be complete between August and December of 27. Once translation is complete, ODOT expects to be able to provide a much greater degree of certainty on the likely completion date. Once that bridge construction is done, I-205 travelers will no longer be impacted by the work, which is a really important place to be. The actual completion date is important because, as you can see, we're continuing to progress the design for ground improvements and the need to align the bidding of those contracts with contract completion. Our desire is to allow those contractors access to the site for mobilization and preparatory work as soon as practicable, which again is subject to Kiewit completing their assigned work and demobilizing from the area. More about the ground improvements in a couple of slides, but to wrap this slide up, as you see the planning establishment period on the slide, we'll give that the soil improvement, and that will give the public and you a clearer picture of the remaining pieces and how they all fit together. One quick note about the plant establishment period, which is generally you'll see in ours is a federally required 1 year for plant establishment. However, on this project, based on the work that's getting done, our permits are requiring a 5-year plant establishment period. This is a current breakdown of the $672 million construction authorization that's for phase 1A. Much of these funds are assigned to the contractor, and ODOT's the other piece is showing ODOT's construction engineering inspection risk and some anticipated items that ODOT purchased and supplied to the contractor for use on the project. The next 2 slides will break those numbers down for you in some greater detail. On the contractor side of the ledger, this graph shows monthly contract payments to date and projected payments through October of 27. The project's approximately 80% complete based on those contract payments, which is a fairly good measure of contract completion because they're based on work items getting completed. On the right-hand side of the chart, you can see that anticipated items remain high for the next several months as we approach translation and begin to work towards the end of the project. And that following that major joint replacement we talked about on the previous slide, you'll see it start going down. The major spike shown in February of 25 is the result of that change order 50 when we paid the contractor an additional $72 million to settle claims and reset our schedule. This chart helps reflect and the spend line. You'll see a similar spend line to contract payments as inspections, design reviews, and construction administration often mirrors the volume of work occurring on the site. Similarly, the anticipated spend rate drops following installation of the main joint. It's important to note the final bar on this chart is not for the single last month, but instead reflects an ongoing work of consultants in the construction office to complete third note, which is finalizing as-built drawings and a variety of work tasks associated with closing out a large federal aid project. ODOT originally budgeted $47.7 million for contract administration, design reviews, and contract oversight. That budget was sufficient to pay for those services through our anticipated contract completion date of October 26. However, because the contractor is not finishing on time, ODOT staff and our consultant team are now going to be needed through December of 2027. To fund that work between contract completion date and December of 27, we're estimating a need of approximately $1.5 million per month for a total of $21.5 million for those additional 14 months. And this chart is showing those anticipated spend rates for those services through project completion. As we discussed at last month's meeting regarding the need for these additional funds, it's important the Commission understand that these dollars are not for the contractor, but intended for ODOT staff and our consultant teams assisting in the project administration. And before we get into the funding request for construction engineering and project administration, you asked to provide some more complete picture of the full funding need to complete the bridge, to complete soil stabilization work that is required for seismic resiliency. So let me tell you a little bit about that work the project team is landing on, the delivery and construction costs for that work, and what it means to our overall finance plan. The team recently completed a preliminary cost risk analysis for the soil stabilization work and landed on a preliminary estimate of between $110 and $146 million for the ground improvements. The initial results showed a P70, which is a 70% likelihood that the estimate of $125 million and a 90% probability that the work will come in under $146 million mark. While this type of analysis is not perfect, it does give us a better understanding of the risks, their potential costs if realized, and the probability of them being realized. Some examples of risks we're tackling include the site not being available to the contractor on their desired schedule, the the potential for a need of a third in-water work period, the quantity of spoils that need to be relocated off-site, subsurface conflicts, especially contractor availability and others. We're not seeking to program funds for this work today, in large part because we're continuing to perform cost risk analysis updates over the next several months to reduce risk and continue to refine our approach. But these numbers are good for informing us as to an order of magnitude when we are looking at our overall finance plan and need to complete the full project scope. This slide reflects the current allocation of funds within the $815 million finance plan, most of which has already been spent. It's also important to remember that the $58 million shown here for preliminary engineering was for much more than the Abernethy Bridge. It was a significant portion of those funds were used to design improvements for the entire 6.1 mile I-205 corridor between 213 and I-5, including 60% design for that added lane in each direction and for the replacement of 8 mainline bridges, overcrossings, and other items, as well as getting us to 100% of design for that phase 1A. The $5 million shown was spent implementing the intelligent transportation system and variable message boards for the corridor. Those were completed back in 2023. And the largest allocation of $672 million is dedicated to bridge construction. That leaves $80 million of additional funding capacity to address risk items and pay for that soil stabilization work, which is required for the seismic stability of the bridge. I've noted many times in our monthly updates and in legislative updates that when this finance plan was adopted, staff and the commission knew that it did not account for several risks and that additional funding would likely be necessary. However, knowing that fact does not make it asking for additional funds or agreeing to program them any easier. Now that you have a clearer understanding of the remaining bridge schedule, remaining risk we're managing, and the soil stabilization contract timeline, a good order of magnitude preliminary cost estimate, as well as an understanding of the current finance plan breakdown, you can see that while the $25 million request before you today can be accommodated within the current finance plan, you can also see that the projected funding needs over the next few years will exceed the remaining finance plan by at least $70 million. I felt it was really important to share this with you, this reality with you, as well as the full schedule and scope of the remaining work for your awareness, transparency, and understanding before we ask you to take action today on this more time-sensitive request to fund inspection oversight and bridge construction for these additional year. We expect to have updated soil stabilization contract estimates to present later this year, and we'll need to program those soil stabilization funding at or before your February 2007 meeting. We're asking the commission to take action today and providing funding to address 3 items. First, a $1.5 million to address the rising cost of fuel as called for in our construction contract. Second, $2.5 million to address unanticipated need for ODOT to hire an owner's representative firm, which became necessary in light of staff shortages, lost expertise, and higher than expected demand for inspection and contract oversight. These firms, DEA, Atkins Realis, and their sub Wallace Montgomery, are doing an excellent job of supplementing ODOT staff for inspection, assisting with contract administration, and providing specialized experience to staff as various needs arise. The $2.5 million covers the consultant costs from when we hired them in June of 2025 through the contract completion date of October 2026. Beyond that contract completion date, the owner's reps costs are included in the last item. And lastly, we're requesting that $21 million to pay for ODOT staff and our consultant support team for that additional 14 months beyond the project completion deadline within the contractor's new completion date. Scheduling. We're not asking for additional funds for the contractor at this point. But should we determine additional funding beyond our contract resources is needed, I will come back before the commission to explain the circumstances and reasoning for any additional funding requests. We will also continue to update you monthly and keep you informed as to the progress on the project, as well as ODOT's project in developing and delivering the soil stabilization contracts, including programming a request to pay for that work, again, at the February 2027 meeting. So our requested action is outlined on the slide. And with approval, we will be able to continue to monitor and administer the contract of the construction phase without disruption or reduction of staffing capacity. And without approval, it would reduce our consultant resources, potentially reassign essential ODOT staff currently providing vital expertise in construction administration necessary to effectively provide project oversight due to those budgetary constraints. So that I'm going to pause here for a motion and answer any questions. That was a lot of information.
Just ignoring me. Okay. Questions or I was gonna say, what if we say no? Comments or questions?
I continue to be frustrated by this. I think we've got a contractor that's dragging their feet and increasing our costs. But I don't know what we can do with it. We obviously have to finish the project. I'm not happy with them. Let's say that.
Are we too far into the project to be able to have some tools to make the contractor adhere to some of the information that we've been requesting?
Chair Brown and Commission, we do have some tools in place, and Commissioner Chang had asked me to provide some more detail on that. We have what we call liquidated damages. That is a tool that we have in place in this contract. I'll provide you with the spec language that's specific because I think it gives you a good idea of exactly the terms that plays out related to that. But essentially, it comes down to about a $72,000 a day cost to the contractor for those days. So if we're talking about 14 months, that's 426 days. They have something called a 60-day LD holiday in the CCO 50, which means that they have 60 days where they don't have to pay those. That was part of our negotiation already. But in that 366 remaining days at $72,000 a day, it's about 26.35 million. That would be a liquidated damages if we do end up going all the way to that December of 2027 date. That's a pretty significant incentive to hurry it along. That's essentially to the contractor cost. The ODOT cost is the 21.5 million what we're asking for today to pay for our side of that. And that's another $50,000 a day for our cost beyond the contract completion date, which is why we were pushing so hard at ODOT for a recovery schedule, because it saves us both money and it would save us both time. And that's best for the taxpayers, best for us, best for the traveling public, all of those things. And so we continue to push for ways to minimize contract time, to provide tools like Liquid Shim, to reduce some of the constraints that we have on the contractor related to like how they're performing the work. We're working with them to try to make that work easier and more efficient. Anything we can do to reduce the time saves us all money.
Questions or comments? Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this question, but as it relates to the soil stabilization, we must go through with the soil stabilization for this bridge to meet its seismic resilience goals. Is that true?
I'm going to hand that question over to our resident geologist.
Commissioner Chair, good question. The soil stabilization is intended to mitigate liquefaction and lateral spread risk at the abutments. The bridge itself, the structure of the retrofit of the bridge and the new foundations have all been designed assuming that ground improvement has been completed, so that bridge isn't experiencing the loads from lateral spread or liquefaction. So if we don't complete that work, we're not delivering a seismically resilient bridge. So
the bridge will stand and use it, more or less.
So to answer your question bluntly, yes, we need to finish the ground improvement.
It's kind of like the State Street Bridge and talking about that whole situation in our phasing.
At Center Street.
It's the same situation. We do everything we want to to create this bridge that stands.
That's not solid ground.
If it's not on solid ground, I think there's a song about that, but we won't even go down that road.
Yeah, I got one more question.
You've used them.
Oh.
Okay.
I'm curious, not about what you talked about here, but has the IBR team reached out to you to do any contractor due diligence? Your experience?
Chair Brown and members of the commission, I am part of the IBR executive team that's having conversations with WashDOT. And so we're all talking about what is necessary to get that done. And you know, what terms need to be in the contract to effectively deliver it. So those conversations at that level are happening.
Okay, I was less concerned about terms than I was about performance. Because it seems like our terms haven't delivered performance.
Commissioner Baker, I think that Carly will speak to some of the work that's going towards preparing for the contract in the IBR update here shortly. But the contract terms for IBR are very different than the contract terms for Abernethy because it's a different contracting method. So they're not like it really will the IBR contract terms will have more, and selection will have more of an emphasis on performance, and I'm going to say like teamwork and compatibility than the contracting method that was used for I-205 Abernethy Bridge.
I don't feel any more comfortable.
I appreciate that. I think we can certainly talk more about that as in the IBR space.
If I'm tracking correctly, basically, we have funds for the soil stabilization project. Be pulling some of those to cover this $25 million need, and then at some point in the future, we'll need to backfill that, you know, to be able to proceed with the soil stabilization work. Is that simplistically, is that a accurate picture?
Can we go back to that slide?
Yes, that's what I was doing as well. Chair Brown and Commissioner Chang, the way that I've been trying to articulate it related to the finance plan is we have funds in our program. Yeah, we have funds in our program for certain aspects of the project. The $672 million is dedicated directly to construction of the bridge. The remaining $80 million is capacity of the finance plan to complete the bridge, to address the risk items, and to do soil stabilization. So it's to do those three things. Some of that money, $50 million of it, is programmed specifically for soil stabilization. And that $30 million remaining is dedicated towards risk items and what we anticipated to be additional costs of the soil stabilization. So that funding is set aside for that. It's not that $30 million is not specifically set into soil stabilization, and so we're accessing that other capacity.
So that 30 million of the 80 million that we would be tapping for these purposes right now, what are our options for finding those $30 million? From you know, what are the other potential sources of those $30 million when we need to? You know, if other risk factors, you know, materialize.
So Chair Brown and Commissioner Chang, I think we're going to hear a little bit about, so this was the $850 million that was set aside specifically for this purpose, the bond and the funding capacity, but that's still the urban mobility finance plan. It still requires bonding. It still requires other things in order to get to the 815. Travis is going to be talking a little bit later related to redistribution and the opportunity to potentially utilize some of those funds to help cover this specific cost, and then maybe keep the additional costs that we'd have to bring to this project down. But regardless of all of those activities, it's still a trade-off that I think we heard Commissioner Baker talking about is the more funds that come to this project means less funds for other projects and capacity that it is all that same ODA budget.
Well, before we go, any other, I mean, I have one comment. I'd like to say a lot of things, but. One thought though is, you know, you guys sit here in front of us and I can tell you're not comfortable with this conversation. I'd like to bring the contractor in and sit him down in front of us. But we probably can't do that. So.
Can we do that?
I don't know. Can we? Have them explain to us why this is happening?
Or can those kinds of,
Be an opportunity for that, I think it's.
or can those kind of terms be built into future contracts?
I think we need to hold them, accountable for a lot of this. Of course, I'm guessing that at some point, there's going to be attorneys that are going to be involved in this whole situation, especially if we're doing contract and we're exercising our rights in a contract. But this, I'm just really frustrated. I don't even know how to explain it any other way. And I feel bad for staff sometimes because we're tough on you, which we should be. But we should also hold them accountable to the taxpayers.
Well, this is just a really good example. When you get into a very large contract, which is required for this, they just can take advantage of it.
Well, and we now are looking at that contractor for another project, and it makes me want to say, pause on the entire project. The next project. We have to finish this. So anyway, yes, I'm looking for a motion. I'll shut up at this point.
Madam Chair, I reluctantly move to approve an increase in construction authorization for the I-205, I-5 to 213 Phase 1A Abernethy Bridge project from $672 million to $697 million, for a total increase of $25 million.
Second.
Second.
Thank you. I'm gonna do it if
That
you
sounded
did it.
like a reluctant
It
second
was.
too.
Okay, additional discussion. I don't.
Well, just the only comment is a lot of reluctance, but we have to get this project done. We're too far into it.
We're way too far into it at this point.
And we will have to do the soil stabilization work.
We'll have a bridge that stands. No one can use it. Right. I'll just, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. You have your 25 million, sorry. That you're getting the bad looks from us, and feeling a little heat, but we're frustrated. Thank you. Commissioner.
That's understandable.
I'm sure you are too, and you can't say it.
I have.
Or if you could, okay.
Thank you for
Comes up.
the action. I have the updated check-in points that you're gonna be hearing from us again as we continue to keep you updated. I think it's really important that as we continue to try to address our ongoing risks and look for opportunities to speed things along and other options, we're gonna be able to keep you informed about that. We will be talking much more about the stabilization contract and contracts as we bring those to you, because it's looking like we want to separate that into two contracts. And we'll talk about why, as well as urban mobility finance plan changes that we need to do. To end on one bit of good news, we did cancel our closures that are happening on the Abernethy Bridge for this weekend because the work got done. The pours got completed, and so we didn't need to utilize those. So that's good news.
That's good.
I'm sure the community's doing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right. From one bridge to the next. Now we're gonna go to item 8, Interstate Bridge Replacement Program update. Carly will be online.
Yes, Carly Francis will be online, and I am essentially a token person sitting in this chair so that you have someone to stare at Ms. Francis will get the bulk of this presentation, and I have just a couple of slides. So for the record, I am Travis Brouwer, ODOT's Deputy Director, and Ms. Francis has now joined us online, so I will turn it over to her.
Thank you, Deputy Director Brouwer. You are never a bit part in this. You're always essential. My name is Carly Francis. I'm the Interim Program Administrator for the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program. Chair Brown, Vice Chair Brouwer, Commissioners, thank you so much for having us here today to provide this update. Next slide, please. So I do want to share some recent milestones that the program has achieved, which are notable, and we'll come back to some of these later in the presentation. We have been conducting industry outreach, so we had an event on June 4th. We had over 300 attendees that participated and watched the video of that post that event, so a lot of great engagement there. We had a bi-state legislative committee on the 12th of June. We did complete, in part with your participation and support, thank you very much, the adoption of the MTIP and STIP amendments. So that was action by the Oregon Transportation Commission, by the Southwest Washington Regional Transportation Council, and with Oregon Metro. We also received acceptance from the federal government on our initial finance plan. We've just closed at the end of July a comment period on construction impacts with respect to U.S. Coast Guard. And also, very notably, received the amended record of decision on the 1st of July. Next slide. I'll turn over to Travis to cover this slide on another recent activity.
We recently achieved a small but important milestone on the project when Director Warner and WashDOT Secretary Julie Meredith signed an updated bi-state agreement. The previous agreement was executed in 2020, and it was really focused on the planning and environmental stages and the roles and responsibilities between the two agencies. So now that we're entering into the project delivery phase, it was time to update that. So in July, ODOT and WashDOT entered into a new bi-state agreement that really focuses on the roles and responsibilities during that project delivery phase about the day-to-day management of the program. So it's highly operational in nature, focuses on things like budgets, procurement, contracting, day-to-day management of project construction, and really creates a framework for the project's organization and management and funding and finance going forward. Obviously, within that agreement, it's clear that anything that requires additional funding would have to flow up to the Oregon Transportation Commission, as that is outside of the scope of the agencies to be able to determine. So this was important to have this bi-state agreement executed prior to entering into the procurement process because it demonstrates the commitment of the two agencies to work together to manage that contract process. You wouldn't want to go into that RFP process with any ambiguity that the states had their acts together in terms of their roles and responsibilities over the contractor. All right, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. So as I noted, we did receive the amended record of decision on the 1st of July. This is on time for the target we've been recently planning with the federal government, so it was exciting. This is the close of the environmental process, which means we do have approval from the federal government to advance on construction for anything that is included in that NEPA document that covers the 5 miles of the program area. It does also clear the way for us to begin identifying a contractor and securing permits. That amended record of decision responds to over 10,000 comments and has some selected design options embedded in it. There's additional technical data and also commitments for avoiding, minimizing, or mitigating potential impacts. So it's a major milestone, many years in the works by the program. Next slide. As noted, we do have those Transportation Improvement Program amendments. I know that I referenced this many times, that these approvals were essential to advancing forward on the commitments with the Bridge Investment Program grant and the mega grant that we are looking to obligate by the end of September. So it was really essential to get these updates completed, both to receive the record of decision, but also to advance those funding agreements with the federal government. We are, pleased to be continuing that work. And also, as noted, the amended ROD was a critical component. So we've been managing many commitment spaces with the federal government to make sure we're, jumping over all the hurdles. And this was a key step in that process. Next slide. As noted, the 2026, our initial finance plan was submitted and accepted. It was prepared in accordance to guidance of the federal government. It does include references to funded and unfunded phase body of work, and was also another prerequisite, as I mentioned, this array of things that we're managing. It was a prerequisite to receiving the record of decision. There will be an annual financial plan, set of updates that go into FHWA. That is a component of, an expected component of those grant agreements and that obligation responsibility. And for those who are interested in a deep dive, it is available on our website posted. Next slide. Another update noting that we do find cost estimate for the course projects. So we do have a funded first phase. We brought that information out in March. We were looking for some cost savings. We have been able to map those into the core set of projects now. So that cost figure that we shared before has come down to 7.09 billion from 7.65 billion. That is still at that 70th percentile probability. That's kind of a plan to factor that the federal government, the FHWA sets specifically. Those cost savings in this core set of projects are basically the same cost savings that we saw in that first funded phase. So that's through consolidating the contracts to reduce those risk and oversight issues and costs, and also some refinements to pre-completion tolling and how many stages we would need, implementation stages we would need to keep tolling running through construction. Next slide. Specifically as a reminder, that core projects is replacing the bridge itself with that new resilient structure, connecting that bridge to I-5 in Oregon and Washington, as well as making connections at Hayden Island and SR-14, doing both transit system design and construction of light rail from the Expo Center across to the Vancouver Waterfront Station. Tolling infrastructure, so both the tolling infrastructure, but also I would note all of the engagement activities and the back office work, so technological infrastructure, physical infrastructure, and outreach activities. So that's all embedded in this body of work to launch tolling in the region, and also the removal of the existing bridges. It is important, as we've emphasized before, that each phase of work has to demonstrate that it can operate independently and effectively and provides benefits to the traveling public. The way that we have mapped out the first funded phase, as well as the core set of projects, aligns with that requirement. Next slide. Here's a visual of what that looks like. I would note here just a couple of things of interest. Would highlight that the Columbia River Bridge will include a shared use path that will be connected even in the first phase of body of work. There's also light rail extension, and to complete that light rail extension, you do need to grade separate at Marine Drive. You're building a new bridge specific to light rail over the North Portland Harbor. There is structure across Hayden Island and a station there, and also the structure to get it connected up to the bridge, which will be built with space for light rail. And then on the Washington side, connecting off of the bridge and building that station in Washington. You see all of the approaches so that the bridge does connect into I-5 to Hayden Island and SR-14, and also that bridge removal. Pre-completion tolling is a larger physical area that it touches, so you don't see it physically represented here on the map, and also transit design is embedded here. So the updated costs, as I noted, are 7.09 billion, and we continue to update estimates at key milestones for the program. Next slide. The first funded phase, which was the focus of our STIP and MTIP amendments that we worked through you and others, that funded phase includes the bridge itself, the connections to I-5, Hayden Island and SR-14, transit design, the tolling infrastructure, and all of that launch activity that I spoke to already, as well as existing bridge removal. Though all of those elements are reflected in the initial finance plan and the STIP and MTIP updates, except for bridge removal because of the time horizon of that body of work. So it looks a little bit different there. And again, this has to operate effectively and provide benefits to the public, which it does and is validated with our partners. Next slide. So here's a visual of what that looks like. So the orange is not on this map because we will be conducting transit design, but not the construction. There are additional funds needed to bring that forward. But this does have on the bridge the multimodal aspects of both space for light rail in the future, shoulders that are wide enough to run bus on shoulder, which already exists in Washington, heading south to the bridge, and also the bicycle and pedestrian connections, as well as all of the vehicular connections that I've spoken about before. And again, that bridge removal. The cost for this is $5.68 billion, which just fits within the amount of funds that we have identified available at this time to fund construction. Next slide. So that specific amount that is available to fund construction is in that darkest blue line across this chart. That is that $5.69 billion. That is composed of a $600 million grant through the MEGA program, $1.5 billion from the Bridge Investment Program, as well as $1 billion from each state, some previous state funding, and also a projected total funding amount that at our last meeting, we spoke about some of the increases for and how that had been arrived at. All of those funds are what we can actually use to advance construction at this time. We are continuing and working to maintain viability within the Capital Investment Grant Program process. That is Federal Transit Administration program that funds expansion of both light rail and other modal investments. We are seeking $1 billion from that program and looking to enter into project development through an application in early September. Beyond that, there are some additional funds that are out there. There's some Connecting Washington funding related to Mill Plain interchange in Washington that was identified previously, and a Reconnecting Communities grant that the City of Vancouver led on. There are additional funds needed to bring light rail forward, but we are continuing in the hunt for those capital investment grant program dollars to bring as much federal money into that dialogue as possible. Next slide. So speaking to our contract body of work, it's more generically stated here, but I'm excited to announce that our request for qualifications is expected to go out on Monday, August 17th. We have been doing that industry outreach to try to make sure we have a competitive process and make sure that all interested parties are going to engage in that request and submittal of statement of qualifications. We are using a progressive design build model for that contract, and its estimated value is $3.3 to $3.9 billion. The timeline here, the request for qualifications is coming out in next week. We'll have a meeting with voluntary submitters about a week after that, and statements of qualifications are due in September. That all works towards this request for proposals that will be issued in late fall, with that due in the winter, and selecting a contractor in spring of 2027. Next slide. The specific scope of this contract is the bridge itself. So constructing two fixed level, single level fixed span bridges with 3 lanes, one auxiliary lane in each direction, that shared use path on the northbound structure, compatibility via space for light rail on the southbound bridge, connections again to I-5, Hayden Island, and SR-14, and removal of the existing bridges. Next slide. So specifically, progressive design build is a model that WashDOT has used successfully in several procurements to date. It is a different model than design build, which has been used both, I think, by ODOT and WashDOT, and also those sort of design bid build that's more the bread and butter for smaller projects. Key in this is the fact that, one, you're selecting a contractor based on qualifications, And you're bringing them in basically at the 30% design level, and you are pairing together from owner staff as well as that design build team to move the design forward up to that 60% design. Embedded in that is both focus on transparent pricing. So we will have an independent cost estimator. They will be estimating costs with an open book and using that information and that dialogue with an open discussion about risk sharing and what that looks like and how best to do that. That work all focuses on getting to a guaranteed maximum price, and which then takes you from that 60% design through construction. There is an off-ramp in this process that if that guaranteed maximum price does not seem reasonable, there is the opportunity for the owner to take that information, that design body of work that's been completed, out to the open market for bidding. So there's both this initial evaluation space and also later consideration about whether or not continuation with that selected contractor is the best path forward. There are benefits to this process. There is the opportunity for faster procurement and project delivery. There's the opportunity for early works. And there's this really that integrated work between the owner and the design builder and also other parties as relevant during design development is really valuable for making sure that everyone is on the same page as that guaranteed maximum price is being developed. There is innovation also here. So you have that information from somebody who knows how to build big things. We know how to do it, but until you're working with the person who's going to do it, you don't know their exact means and methods. To get that opportunity to have that dialogue with them and build those things in early in the design and to filter it through and manage it through permitting as well. And again, this risk sharing opportunity to identify those risks together and assign them to help reduce change orders and claims. Next slide. So I've spoken a little bit about these, but I do want to just note this transparent pricing is a really critical component of progressive design build and one of its advantages. Again, we will hire an independent cost estimator who will be estimating things as the design builder is estimating them as well, so we can look at whether or not we're having the same conversation or if there are points of confusion that are showing up in how items are being priced. So it's really valuable. It's something that as an approach tactic, we'll be looking to understand how firms have approached that in the past and see if that meshes with the experiences that we've seen be successful. There is this scope, schedule, and contract flexibility that shows up certainly with the opportunities for early works activities. And because you're working with them early on, you get to identify if there are innovation opportunities by way of maybe getting out into the river early, or we've always thought about building the bridges one at a time, and maybe there's interest in building them both at the same time. So there's a variety of things that can come forward in that dialogue and then can be built into finalizing the program. Obviously, what this relies upon is a collaborative and trusting team between the owner and the contractor. So one in that building that shared dialogue is going to be really valuable there. And also, I would say plainly, we're looking to, in that qualifications-based assessment, we'll be looking to understand and kind of look for those collaborative skill sets and how they're showing up as we are looking to select a contractor. Another advantage here is small business engagement. We will be looking for understanding how the contractor has worked with small businesses before, what that engagement plan might be. And there's an opportunity to, as they are selecting small businesses, to engage with the owner on those selections and build in, sort of scale considerations of how big or how small those opportunities are. And helping to just engage in how those small business opportunities come forward to our local businesses that are That one are, we are excited to engage, and also that there will be a small business goal that was going to be set on the contract, both for design and construction. So we'll be looking to and asking the contractor to help meet those goals as we deliver the bridge contract. Next slide. The selection process, so there's basically 2 steps. And then there is, once you get through step 2, you are doing that design body of work, and there are still opportunities to pivot as needed post that body of work. But in step 1, what we've been doing and investing time in to date is conducting market outreach, connecting with industry, trying to make sure folks understand how we are structuring the procurement, what some of those core values are that we're looking to see and assess contractors on, in even advance of that request for qualification. So we had both the June 4th event and also a event in late July that reached out again to those large firms, and also firms large enough that they could joint venture on this effort, to make sure that folks were really clear about how we were looking to conduct the procurement. We've also been engaging with national experts on different tools to embed within the procurement process to help us really identify those values and be able to evaluate them effectively in the selection process. As noted, the request for qualifications is scheduled to come out on Monday, the 17th. Out of that, there is a submittal of those, submittal qualifications from interested firms. And then there's our opportunity to shortlist them. So if we have, more than 3, we would look to usually shortlist to about 3 contractors. And then that builds in a process to queue them up for responding to the request for proposals. Again, that is expected to be issued later this year, targeted in November. We will have a specific set of expertise doing the evaluation, folks who have experience with this contracting method, folks who are familiar with large project delivery, evaluating those proposals. And then that high scoring proposal, again, based on qualifications, not on pricing, is selected. And that's when you begin what we would call phase 1 of the body of work. And that phase 1 is moving from 60% design, or 30% design, up to 60% design, and working towards that guaranteed maximum price. It does also set you up, if there are opportunities for early works and they make sense, to be able either in phase 1 or some early phase 2 activities to start early work, so that we can manage schedule on in-water work and other key risk time items. Next slide. So as noted, upcoming milestones. We do have the procurement milestones. Very excited to be advancing towards procurement on this project, considering how long it has been in discussion in its previous iteration and now. So that RFQ in August on Monday. Voluntary submitters meetings. That's an opportunity. We will be using that as an opportunity to introduce those potential primes to small businesses as well. We've used that regularly in other events where we're identifying those folks so they can network amongst themselves. So that's another opportunity with that voluntary submitters meeting. That short list of qualified firms anticipated in fall, with a request for proposals in November. Those requests for proposals being due in the winter, and then selecting and onboarding a PDP contractor in spring of 2027. All of that supports the target of being into construction in 2028. So that's still all on target for construction in 28. And also working to amend and execute those grant agreements with the federal government to finalize the obligation of the BIP and MEGA funds. We do need those funds in hand to be able to advance on the procurement. It is important to demonstrate with contractors that we have those funds available to advance that body of work. I think that might be my last slide, and we can go to questions, but we'll just make sure. Yes, last slide, we can go to questions.
Thank you, Travis or Carly, whomever. Can somebody kind of go through the agreement the states and who's responsible for what.
Yes, Vice Chair Carly, I don't know if you want to jump in there. I can certainly take that. The agreement, focuses on the totality of the program, not the individual project. But we have agreed between the two states that Washington will be the lead contracting agency on the Columbia River Bridge replacement. And then, we are splitting that project 50-50 by the cost. The other elements, under the agreement, states can move forward with the other elements, and we would contract for the elements within Oregon. Washington would contract for the elements within Washington. Obviously, though, those elements will not move forward unless and until there is a funding source available, pending further conversations with the legislature and the Transportation Commission. So within this, even within this first phase, however, with the CRBR project that Carly walked us through, Oregon will have a substantial role in partnering with WashDOT on that, and that is laid out in the agreement. So it is not as if Washington is in charge of this first phase and they get to do everything without any engagement with Oregon. It is really lays out what the partnership is.
So I'm really more interested. I knew that WashDOT was going to manage the project. But what is Oregon's role and what is the commission's role in selecting contractor? One of the concerns I have as we go forward is we've talked a lot about our problems with dealing with the Oregon Attorney General's review of contracts and how does that relate to this project? And just the coordination on making decisions between the two states, the two commissions. How is that going to go?
Yeah, Commissioner. So under the agreement, Oregon will have representatives on the group that selects the contractors. Obviously, the commissions in either state, especially in Washington, and also the Transportation Commission, have not typically played a role in selection of contractor or day-to-day management of that contractor. But as you can imagine, we'll continue to have conversations with you over the course of the process that Carly laid out. That Carly, anything to add there?
No, I think that covers it. I would, just in going back to the bi-state agreement, I think the other thing that's codified there is looking to just advance the organizational structure of the program forward so that it is, ready to navigate effectively and have the right kind of skill set and the right structure to engage in the progressive design build process and just transition to a little bit more of a functional org chart. So those things are a little bit different just in how we'll be doing business, but a key component of that is making sure that we have the right skill set and the right capacities for engaging in progressive design build, which is as I understand it, I have not participated in one myself. I do understand that it is a pretty, quick and dynamic process because you are working in this integrated fashion. And so there's just a need to keep pace with that conversation effectively.
Well, there is the differences. I mean, we just spent a lot of time this morning and many other commissions dealing with the Abernethy Bridge. I'm trying to take that kind of an oversight and say, what is the Oregon Commission's role and how will we, not just the commission, but how will the director, whomever, make, with Washington management, how will we handle that? Because I do know that the Washington Commission has a totally different role.
Their role's totally different.
Yeah, Vice Chair Brown, the Washington Commission does not approve the STIP in Washington, basically is in charge of setting in relationship to this project. So you have a much more expansive role. And as we've talked about this project, we will continue to have you in a very strong oversight role on a day-to-day basis. While, Director Warner and Secretary Meredith and the WashDOT and ODOT teams will be working on a day-to-day management of the operations of the project and the contractor. We will be bringing you regular updates. We will be having you in a role that oversees that continuously. We've already started, providing you a monthly update. We are envisioning also a quarterly update that will be used, in terms of scope, schedule, and budget. I mean, where are we on all those things? What risks do we see? All of the areas that are key to effective oversight of this project. Today, for example, there was actually no decision needed by the commission on this project today, but we want to commit that we will be in front of you every few months for this continued dialogue and for you to provide that feedback and oversight.
Will we have an Oregon senior staff person sign in essence, our only representative? We're talking about.
Vice Chair Brouwer, as we've defined the organizational structure for the project, we're somewhat getting away from what we used to call the Noah's Ark approach, where there was one of everything, sort of 2 by 2 going into the Ark, and really trying to develop a unified, integrated project team under a manager of the overall program and a manager of project delivery. The position that we have identified essentially be our ODOT employee within that executive leadership team will be the finance director of the project, which we're working on recruiting right now, essentially filling the role that Ray maybe had in the past. But I do really want to emphasize that all of those positions will have a project program first, not an orientation toward their state of origin, because we found that it will be much more effective to really integrate this team together. But yes, we will have not just that position, but others of ODOT that will be part of that.
And Chair Brown, Vice Chair Brouwer, if I might add just on embedded in one of your questions about OTC role, I know that financial stewardship is critically important. I would note that within the progressive design build process and the transparent pricing, that provides an opportunity for staff and our management of that process to really observe how that pricing is coming together, and really pay attention to how do we land the plane within the funds that have been identified as available, and trying to figure out the best opportunities to do that. So certainly I know managing to the available funds has been of interest, clearly, no surprise to the Transportation Commission. But I think there are ways in which that tool and that combined management offers the opportunity up front to manage that and see whether or not our management of that with that guaranteed maximum price really has come to fruition.
Just
Okay,
one more.
this is your last one.
You just talked a little bit about the, I'm sorry.
Go for it. He's over here too.
With, I'm kind of fixated now on our problems in contracting with the Oregon Attorney General's office and their contractual responsibility. With having WashDOT be designated to manage the project, does that take the Oregon AG out of having to approve contracts and all of that?
That is correct, Vice Chair Brouwer, that we certainly will have a role in working with WashDOT on those. It will not require that same level of scrutiny by the Oregon Attorney General.
The program will be bound by the laws of Washington and support by the AG's office in Washington State. So that will be very, very present. And as those issues are material to both states, certainly there'll be open conversation.
Your turn, Commissioner Baker.
My turn. I've got a couple of questions.
Okay,
But
go for it.
the first, oversight without authority is a concept that I don't understand.
Yeah, Commissioner Baker, you have actually substantial authority on the financial side of this. You approved the STIP amendment earlier this year. And as we recall, that was a very in-depth process requiring multiple conversations in front of the commission.
Let's talk about going forward. We're going to have oversight. You told us we're going to have oversight. What is our authority going to be based on the agreement that you put together with Washington?
Your authority, and the agreement explicitly states this, is that any additional funding would need to go in front of the Transportation Commission. So you have allocated funding in the STIP for much of the project cost, but if we are to exceed that number, which I believe is not the full $5.69 billion, we would be back in front of you requesting those additional funds be made available for this. So you will have substantial oversight in that sense, and not just oversight, authority, I should say.
I think we need to be really clear about that.
Sure.
What does oversight and authority, and how do they, what is our responsibility?
Yeah.
As a commission? I'm still confused.
Your role will be the financial authority from which flows then substantial oversight over all project, even though you are not in the position of, selecting the contractor. Your authority over the finances means that we will be very closely updating you, and we will be taking your feedback very seriously as we go through this process.
Taking feedback seriously is different than taking a decision. This is what I'm trying to get to.
Yeah.
Are we going to give feedback, or are we going to have the ability to make a decision? And I think it's really important that it's clear what our role is going to be.
So question for you on that, Travis, on the Washington side, because we're splitting the cost, correct? So we have cost increase. Who's making the decision on the Washington side?
On the Washington, I can speak to that. On the Washington side, this program, the $1 billion, came through an allocation from state legislature for major projects. That is where our funding comes from. The state DOT does not have the discretion to sort of just move money around, and by way of the different relationship or the different standing of the Washington State Transportation Commission, they don't have that sort of any intermediary role to sort of navigate between the department and legislature. So, if there are cost increases that need to be discussed, that is a legislative conversation in the state of Washington.
That help.
Well, who's the public in Oregon? If something, I'm not suggesting something will go wrong, but if something goes wrong, as we've experienced, who's the public gonna hold it down? Is the Oregon legislature gonna hold it?
I'm assuming the department. We are the ones that are working day to day on the project. And I guess, Commissioner Baker, in terms of authority, what authority are you looking for? I think what we're trying to do is get to a project management team that actually, kind of implements, what we've come up with. So I'm
And
curious
we
what
don't,
the
we don't need to overcomplicate it, actually.
Yeah.
We need to simplify it. How do we make decisions? Who makes the decisions? Who has the authority to make the decisions? So that it doesn't get mired down.
Yeah.
Because all of those things, when they get mired down, become expenses. And so I'm not asking for anything specific.
Yeah.
I just want clarification.
Yeah.
So, whatever it happens to be, we just need to know from a governance perspective, what are we responsible for? What are you counting on us for? What should our deliberations be focused on and concentrated on? And whether we're advisory or we're actually going to make decisions. So more than anything else, and that's why I'm saying the concept of oversight versus authority is confusing. And I'm not asking for anything specific other than clarity.
Yep. Yeah. No, that's very fair, Commissioner Baker. And I would say, within the scope of what's been delegated by the commission and law to the Department of Transportation, we, working with WashDOT, will be responsible for the day-to-day management of the contractor within the available resources that have been made available by the Transportation Commission. And we will be providing you information on our performance, managing that contractor within those available resources, and any risks or issues that we're seeing. Costs start to creep up because anything that goes beyond the financial scope of what has been provided by the commission to date would require another conversation with the commission to make those resources available. So that is your direct authority that then provides very substantial oversight responsibility.
Okay. I think it would be good to have some more clarification around. So all the players know.
Yeah.
But that leads me to the next question when we're talking about costs. And Carly, you mentioned that you're going to have updated estimates and key milestones.
Yeah.
Two questions there. One is, when is the next key milestone? And do we have your commitment that when there's cost estimates that hit a key milestone, that you inform us?
So absolutely, when we have cost estimates, OTC and other parties will be informed. I think that we have not firmly confirmed exactly what that next key milestone is. Certainly at that guaranteed maximum price with this contractor, that will be very material. That is going to come after we have some of these annual updates on our finance plan with the federal government. So those do provide an opportunity to just sort of spot check inflation and how it's tracking. I don't At this point, I don't anticipate that we're doing a full revised cost estimate at each of those financial plan submittals, but certainly it is that chance to sort of validate, are those larger assumptions tracking, on what we thought, or are they changing? And the other piece then is really that sort of more micro activity within the program every day of risk management and, understanding what those changes are happening on the ground level. But absolutely, cost estimates you will be apprised of. You will know when those financial plan updates are going in. And I think we can commit also to sort of flagging things that we see at that moment of things that are different or, concerning or other pieces. Beyond that, really, the financial tracking tools that we're looking to put into place that are more tailored to delivery, those should also help demonstrate and show kind of in that visual perspective, how are we tracking against our targeted delivery milestones. So I think the guaranteed maximum price is about the right, that's the one that we've discussed the most at this time.
Okay, and then I've just got two comments that might be a question, but I'm really concerned about due diligence on the contractors and the process that you're going to go through relative to due diligence and talking to current and former customers of the contractors. You might have heard me mention this as it relates to Abernethy, where I've got some specific concern. And then also earlier, when we were talking about Rose Quarter, Commissioner Chang made a really good comment about expectations and setting expectations and having all the interested parties understand what it is that we're doing. We've taken a design that ended up being almost 15 billion as the ultimate design. We rolled it out, we promoted it. There was lots of information available. We created a narrative around the full scope of the project. Today, we can't afford the full scope of the project, so it's been narrowed. But I suspect that there's probably still a considerable number of expectations relative to this project that we don't envision being able to deliver anytime soon without a significant change in funding. So I'd encourage you to think about how we manage those expectations and what the project really is, so that it's clear. And the last question I have for you is, there's been some conversation about the possibility of tolling I-205, and I understand that that's up to the Washington legislature. That law that was put in place for the commitment on the IBR committed that 205 would not be tolled. Based on our funding concerns plus concerns around diversion, there could be some good reason, at least I think some reasons that the legislature might consider making a change to that and putting tolling onto I-205. So my question would be, is there any plan to go back to the Washington legislature and ask them to reconsider that position, or is that ship sailed?
So I'm going to note that you asked me 3 questions. I took notes on the last 2, so I'm going to have to come back to 1 and have you restate it. So we'll start from the bottom and move back up. On tolling I-205, there is that Washington, in creating the ability to toll I-5, there is that prohibition on tolling I-205. I would also note that there is just some not 100% constraints, but considerations in tolling I-205 with a federal government lens attached to it. So there are different programs that you can qualify for tolling under. The tolling program that we qualify for I-5 under is the fact that we are doing a major improvement there. And so that is the sort of easiest, most bread and butter approach to tolling. There is basically blanket approval from the federal government to toll things that you're making significant investments in. That's not the case for I-205 right now. So I think that's also worth just being aware of as a point of context. It would be possible through something like the pilot program that Oregon may still have a seat in. I don't know how active that is under this current administration, but there's that possibility. I would say that Washington State DOT usually coordinates with legislature before we raise questions to legislature like that. So I would note that there is no plan right now to go back to legislature and raise that question until we sort of have understanding whether or not there's appetite there. I think that the funding realities for the program going forward do raise interesting questions, but that's sort of a dynamic dialogue to figure out whether or not there's appetite there. So there's not a specific ask going forward at this time, but I think that there's always different policy calls to make as we are identifying how to bring a program like this forward. With respect to expectations.
Sorry. Bottom line on the answer to that question.
Yeah.
They haven't considered.
It's not being considered, or it will be considered.
So I can't speak for Washington legislature.
No, I'm just speaking about
Yeah.
the IBR, the group.
Right. So we, the IBR coordinates closely with both DOTs for identifying things to raise up to legislature. At this time, we have not identified that. The DOT has not identified that as something that we are asking, you know, sort of say of the 27 legislative session. It's not something that is actively on the table. It is a possibility that could be considered in the future.
Okay.
With respect to expectations, I think we will, do our best to manage those and make clear what we are building now, what those activities are to bring other things forward in the infrastructure of the program, the organizational infrastructure. There is anticipated to be a role to be looking forward and considering ability to bring additional funds to the program and what that looks like. So there is a space to continue developing, sort of a house for the continued transit design development before we get to the CIG grant and construction activities. And then also, so we'll have that sort of embedded within the program. So there's not a that continues to be a body of work the program is going to deliver. Certainly expectations management is going to be really key there on, what those costs are and how we see them developing over time. So it won't be kind of the primary activity of the program because of the significant construction work that we are doing, but paying attention to what those opportunities may be from additional funding sources to advance the 5 miles is an important portion of the program going forward. And then I'd ask if you could restate your first question. I didn't take notes.
Question about due diligence on contractors.
So I think that, a couple of key notes here is one, it's very specific and important in how we build the contract and using, those requirements as tools and managing to that contract. But before then, I think what's most notable is that selection on qualifications and making sure that we are, we've identified the transparent pricing, business engagement, collaboration as really key factors that are important, and we want to understand and validate and evaluate through that process. And so that's going to be really critical as well to finding somebody who's going to be a good partner in this work and understanding how they're going to do their work. Then we'll be building in those pieces into the contract to be able to hold them accountable, both through the day-to-day work and also through those contractual mechanisms.
Okay, the only comment and question I have for you, Carla, I'm just kind of looking if there's any other questions before I jump in. There's a joint transportation or legislative committee that has been working on this project for a long time.
Yes.
And I think you alluded to in the bottom, in the end, if there's a cost increase, it's going to have to go to Washington State legislature along with ours. The bottom line is that's where the money's going to come from, because obviously we don't have the money anywhere else. What is their role going to be in any of this? Are they disband now? Are they finished with their work, or will they continue, and will they be kind of the liaison of that conversation?
So I think I would note that that committee was stood up by the legislature. So my understanding is that they continue and will continue to convene and meet. I would note that sometimes the membership of that committee does not completely neatly layer with those folks who may be most close to transportation funding decision making. And so there are some places where there are key members in that in those meetings already. Certainly in Washington, Phi and Leas are the Democratic sort of transportation leads, in the state. So those folks are directly involved. And, in Oregon, you see sort of a similar, like there are some folks involved who are really material to that conversation and some folks who are not. So we keep them apprised of those conversations, work with them as makes sense. But I think there's also the work outside of that body as needed to sort of navigate funding questions that come up. Certainly, there are just different parties engaged in that. So we'll continue working with them, listening to them, making sure they have information, and making sure we're doing what we can to support their understanding and the transparency of the program to them, so they, certainly can be ambassadors and knowledgeable folks on the program and conveying legislative interest.
Questions or comments from people, guys? Okay. Well, thank you for the update.
Thank you so much for your time, all of you.
Sure, we're gonna sit here and ponder all this and we'll come up with some new stuff. So we'll be talking to you again.
Thanks, Carla.
We are ready for any questions and happy to answer them. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Okay. Where are we on time? Oh, we're not too far off. Yep. The CIAC.
CIT.
I gotta stand for just a second, please. Sorry.
Chairs are rough.
Yeah. Need more. So. Just ignore me standing. Or anybody else that has to stand.
Stand and
Yeah, whatever works for
meet
you.
you where you are. I think Kat is on. The rate is back.
Yeah.
All right. Good morning, Commission, again. My name is Tova Peltz. I am ODOT's Delivery and Operations Division Administrator. And to close out the agenda items on our largest projects, we're bringing forward the quarterly major projects report. And while we bring updates to the Commission on a regular basis for these largest projects, we also have this report that's intended to document the whole portfolio of major projects that are in various stages, from early planning all the way through construction, in a summarized way. And we bring this to you for approval to submit to the legislature. And so that is the intention today. The report highlights updates for Q2, and we'll walk through those. But in terms of Kat right now, who's going to provide some more background on the report, and we'll dive into the details.
Thank you, Tova. Good morning, Chair Brown, Vice Chair Brouwer, and Commissioners. For the record, Kat Silva, Strategic Operations Manager for the Delivery and Operations Division, and I provide support to the Continuous Improvement Advisory Committee that is the sponsor of this report. And I'm here with Tova, as she mentioned, to present the second quarter major projects quarterly report for your feedback and to seek approval. And so, slide please. And so I just quickly to give a little bit of background to the CIAC provides kind of oversight of major project delivery and overall portfolio management. And this report covers projects estimated at $250 million or above, and also includes those $50 million and above. These projects this report covers kind of on a quarterly basis the scope, schedule, budget, and major risks to these projects. And just as a refresh, the commission previously reviewed and approved the Q1 2026 report and received earlier updates on the CIAC membership and reporting requirements in late 2025 and early 2026. The current portfolio includes 16 projects, 2 in planning, 6 in design, 8 in construction, and excluding the kind of Interstate bridge replacement project, which you just heard about. The 3 projects that are currently estimated to exceed $250 million are in design or construction are Center Street Bridge, I-5 Rose Quarter Phase 1A, and the I-205 Abernethy Bridge project. Additional projects expected to exceed 250 million or above remain at early stages and are unfunded for construction. Next slide, please. Now I'll be passing it over to Tova to provide kind of the highlights on projects for quarter 2.
Oh, thank you, Kat. As Monica and Ryan shared recent highlights on Rose Quarter and Abernethy, there are a few other updates on projects. Our I-84 bridges over over the Union Pacific Railroad has reached final plans. The Kellogg Creek Restoration Project just completed its first cost risk analysis, and that adjusted the cost estimate for the project up, and which is not unsurprising for the first cost risk analysis. Our OR 51 interchange project has moved into design, active design from planning into design. And the I-5 Kubler-Delaney project completed. A bridge and the roundabout are now open to traffic, and we're making great progress on that project south of Salem. Newburgh Dundee phase 2A paving and bridge work continue on. We are moving forward. Outer Powell project includes a lot of waterline work in collaboration with the city of Portland, and that's on track to finish up early, which is wonderful. And our sound walls for that project are 90% complete, and it was one of the first things we were completing to benefit the community while construction continues. And in the ADA program, we'll be talking more about this in the STIP amendment at the end of the day, but adding more ramps to delivery. So moving all of these projects forward and getting to more benefits. Go to the next slide. So we have identified some changes that we'll be making between the quarter 2 and the quarter 3 report. Those adjustments are all based on feedback from the Continuous Improvement Advisory Committee, and you also have the opportunity to provide feedback on content and format of the report as well. The report is moving us towards a lot of the major project portfolio improvements that we've been talking about for a while, and then that came up in the managerial review last year. I'll also be talking about with you later today, and it's really like a step towards the major projects portfolio management that we want to have across the whole agency. More support, more discipline around the management of all of our major projects in a collective and consistent way. So I think that we'll continue to make changes to the report as we receive feedback from the commission, from the CIAC, and from the legislature. I want to call out the percent complete reporting, because Ryan mentioned it in his presentation about the Abernethy Bridge. We sort of historically have referred to percent complete based on bid items, bid items paid out, but that doesn't necessarily reflect risk in a project, and it's really just based on what's in the contract today. And so we're looking at ways that we can adjust how we describe and quantify how complete a project is as the project is progressing, and that's coming up in the future. And incorporating more environmental impact related, NEPA related status as well, which was a recommendation from our NEPA expert on the CIAC. And then let's see, and then finally, back to Kat, who is the author of the report in totality.
Yeah, I think ultimately what I'm seeking with this slide, and kind of just in general conversation among the commission around anything that you are seeing in the report that you would like refined, revised, or formatted differently, additional kind of content or anything that we could add to it that would provide deeper insight into the health of the portfolio, projects in general, risks that we're managing. So I would love to hear from the commission on this if you have feedback to provide.
Thanks, Kat. I think the substance of it is really solid. But I was thinking about the audience, and if the audience is legislators, we really want them to dig in and understand and get engaged in the document. It feels like it's a document created by transportation people for transportation people. And I'll give you a specific example. The alphabet soup that we use inside of ODOT, I'm still trying to figure out what all this stuff means. And so when I get to a spreadsheet and I've got 2-letter abbreviations for something that could easily be spelled out, you know, I was spending my time trying to figure it out. You know, I was seeing new alphabet soup that I hadn't seen yet. So, you know, maybe as a place to test it when you're getting prepared to hit final, have somebody that really doesn't understand, you know, all of the intricacies, to read it and say, does this make sense? Did we explain it? Do these abbreviations make sense? At the very minimum for this one, rather than going back and trying to correct it, if we could just attach an appendix that, you know, identifies CN means construction. So, you know, just something so that it's easy when they get hung up to be able to flip back to the end and take a look. So I know that that's a stylistic comment. I think the substance was really good, but I just found it hard to read because of you know, the alphabet soup that we use. That makes perfect sense to you guys, and it's a complete foreign language to me.
No, I really thank you, Commissioner Baker. I really appreciate that that feedback, and we can absolutely add kind of a glossary and index for abbreviations that we use and definitions as well. And I will work in earnest to kind of create a jump links where we do use those so that we can kind of hop back and forth so that you don't need to necessarily flip across 70 pages to get to a definition for something on, you know, say page 3 or something. So yeah, I will work on that.
Trying to make it an easy document to read for somebody to be able to pick up and go, well, this is interesting. I mean, this spreadsheet's interesting, but it's not interesting if you can't figure out, you know, what's there in a quick glance. So that's all that I have.
Other comments?
I thought it was a really good effort this time, and I assume that it's going to evolve. And be interested to hearing if we get any feedback from legislators, and may think about soliciting feedback.
So far, we have not received feedback, Vice Chair, but I'm also interested in feedback. And I expect we'll have the opportunity in upcoming legislative days to talk about major projects, and we'll be able to inquire at that point.
It might be worth making a personal contact, maybe because the chairs of the committees maybe might see.
Or to their staff who read the report.
Yeah.
Versus the legislator.
It's a good suggestion, Chair and Vice Chair. Thank you.
So you need a motion.
And before I think that one of the things that, you know, when I was reading through it, and I sit on this committee along with Vice Chair, and I know when we were designing this and looking at it, and you're right. Like I was like, what does that mean? What is I should have known what RW meant, but I had to figure it out. It's just an OT, and you know, I was just going back and forth. I had no clue. So just know that you do sometimes, and we don't want to admit it in public that we don't know because it seemed like we should. The other piece was when projects are paused because of lack of funding, I wish there was a way that we could pull that out that highlighted that piece of it, only because then a legislator could go to their project and go, oh, my project's paused because of lack of funding, without having to dig too deep. So, I mean, maybe I missed it, but I was just highlighting with a marker. So I think we talked about that before with your committee where you guys were going red, yellow, green. Some way of having people understand that this project is in construction, so it's green, it's moving forward. This one is red, it's not going anywhere. It's out of design or it's even paused in design because of lack of funding.
Chair, that is an excellent suggestion. Thank you. That would be an easy thing to add to the report to highlight where funding stands.
And maybe it's just a spreadsheet at the end. It doesn't have to necessarily be in all this in the actual report that you put, but
Actually, at the heading of the report, place to put it right there.
maybe.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's just a thought that way they know. Because what I think the thing that's been striking me so much is how many things we have paused. Big projects are paused right now due to lack of funding. And we start digging through it and then you start getting like this stomach ache because you realize that we're moving forward these mega projects and then we have all these other projects that also need funding. And then you hear legislators say, well, if you want a transportation project or package, I want to have my pet projects. Well, how's that worked out? Not real well, because here's your pet projects and they aren't even finished. So I think that it's a way of us to helping with the conversation.
We have a cute little graphic with a piggy bank that's half full or empty or almost full.
Or strangled. It's like, anyway, we're being silly, but I'm just thinking about the conversation that commission members are going to have with legislators in the future that, you know, and with others that it's like, this is how important this is. Don't understand. It's easy to criticize us through comment because we're not going to respond to it during public comment. This morning, it struck me real like, well, you're responsible for this. Yes, I am. I'm responsible as a commissioner. So is the legislature. So are the people in the community that are asking for this because they're not coming to the table with solutions. And we're just trying to figure this out. So instead of just always saying you're doing it wrong, what's the solution to it? And so for me, just looking at this, I thought the report was well written. We've done a good job as a committee, but there's some things we can do to help ourselves.
Chair, I appreciate your comments. And I think the conversation that we started the June commission meeting about the major projects like prioritization framework that we'll be bringing back to the commission in October, I think really aligns with those with that comment with that commentary and making it abundantly clear like where projects stand and what the pathway looks like for future funding.
I think that one of the things that we miss sometimes, and I'm from a government agency too, and I know that at times it's really hard to tell taxpayers and people that we serve that we don't have enough money to do what they want. And their expectations, when you talk about expectations to us, is find the money and get the project done. I don't care. Take it away from something else. Where there's nothing left to take from. And I think that the picture is really becoming clearer. So it's okay for staff to tell the real story. I think sometimes we are afraid to. Any other comments? I'm right now reviewing the motion and lunch, so.
Are you looking for the motion?
I
now?
am. Oh, yes.
Next slide. We've got the motion on the.
You're not done yet, are you?
I'm just gonna say, make a comment. I'm gonna be particularly interested in what other methods, other than percentage of completion, that you come up with to identify stages of the project.
Because we don't know what that percentage.
Yeah.
That.
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes they're going by how much money's been spent on a project, just how quickly it is. But since we're saying this, in all of my years in insurance, I'm looking at financials and percentage of completion. That's interesting. Just because it says 20% complete, what does that exactly mean? How much work has been done? Right? And what does it look like? So that's why I'm gonna be interested in that.
We have one more slide before.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot
No.
you guys were doing it.
Well, actually, maybe
Maybe that's the slide. They'll go
We-
backward.
I go too far.
Yes.
No, we have two more slides. I think one is the requested action, and then another is kind of the process once we get approval. But I just in sum want to thank you all for your feedback, and we will make adjustments to add a kind of a glossary of terminology in reference to the abbreviations throughout the report before we submit to the legislature, and then we'll make additional adjustments prior to bringing the third quarter report back to the commission that kind of address some of the the status of the projects and funding, and as well as work through other ways that we can indicate percentage complete and overall health of various aspects of our portfolio. And if that kind of summarizes it, Tova, I don't know if there's anything else that you want to add that we've heard.
No, I think that's great. We have the decision here, and then we have a slide that shows sort of like the timeline of when the next report will be coming forward.
Yeah.
So we can move forward with the requested.
So we can do a motion.
You ready?
I am.
Madam Chair, I move that the commission accept and approve the Q2 2026 major projects quarterly report for submission to the legislature.
Second. Any more discussion? Okay, all those in favor of submitting this report, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None? Motion carries. So you have your decision to move forward. So now you're going to tell us, and I guess the feedback we gave you, we're not expecting you to do it in this report.
Right.
So go ahead and tell us the timeline now.
All right, here we go. So the Q3 report will incorporate the feedback that you've all provided, and that was provided by the CIAC. And we'll be bringing that to the CIAC in October, and then finalizing and bringing it to the commission in, I want to say, like, this says November, and I'm having a moment where I think it's a December commission meeting would be when we bring that because we don't have a November meeting, so we'll bring a December meeting.
Or do we have a November, not a December?
October. Why is such a lag to get it to the legislature? I mean, we approve it. Why is it essentially ready to send out
Well,
electronic?
this one will go out.
Well, but it talks like this doesn't happen until September.
This will be submitted to the legislature upon your approval.
Okay.
And then we'll start work on the third quarter, and then the fourth quarter for 2026 will be shared in the beginning of 2027.
So
Okay, so there's only really about a month lag from the end of the quarter.
this during
I
ledge day,
misperceived that.
have you been invited to take this to the transportation committee?
We are working out the plan for ledge days, and I think that the intention is to bring to present on major projects to the legislature at ledge days. And so it won't be about the report in and of it. Like, it will be about more than just the report, but we can reference the report at that time. Right, that is the end of the presentation. And then I just wanted to share this photo because it's Kubler Delaney, and it shows the new, like, the bridge and the new roundabout is now functioning, and beautiful picture. It's nice to celebrate like the work being complete, especially Kubler Delaney has been a substantial project and is moving right along. And it's good to see portions of it open to the open.
I was amazed at how quickly we was able to get that whole bridge down.
How did you see the video of the?
Amazing.
It's really cool. Really cool.
There's a video.
There is a video. I don't have a link to it right here, but we can get video to you of the bridge coming down. Thank you.
It's a very nice road. I've driven on it a lot of times.
Right.
Thank you, Commission. Appreciate your feedback and approval.
I'm still here. No, lunch.
We are. So we're gonna do a working lunch, correct? All right. And keep moving forward. So at this point, we're gonna break just for a few minutes so everyone can get their lunch. And how this works will be at
Yeah.
All right, y'all ready? We're ready. Yeah. Let me just make sure this.
Hold on a second. You.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, we're reconvening, so you guys need to be quiet, please.
Sorry, right. Okay, I'm gonna start.
You are good.
I'm Kelly Brooks. I'm the governor's senior transportation advisor. And I'm here just to give you a quick update on our progress with the rebuilding our transportation division. And sorry for the saying, I was gonna do this on the 31st and we ran out of time and I didn't update the presentation. So thanks for looking past that. Okay, so the purpose of this effort is to develop a framework for a comprehensive transportation package for consideration during the 2027 legislative session and beyond. This framework will be tiered and comprehensive. It will support economic development, affordability, and a safe, accessible, and reliable transportation system. And it will also be identifying opportunities for operational efficiency and funding simplification. So what does that mean? So at the end of this year, there will be a report that's given to the governor that does what I just said. So she'll go through all the moving pieces of what's developing that framework now, but the most important thing to know is the actual framework itself will be an end of year report. So why is the governor? We actually have seen transportation agencies, as you all know better than most, at the state and local level facing significant challenges with respect to costs. And so we have an opportunity to kind of build on what we're seeing happening in other states. This also happened before. So Vice Chair Brouwer, prior to 2017, there was a visioning effort that took place in 2015 that helped inform and support some of that work that came from the legislature in 2017. So we have some past practice to build on here. And so the combination of being able to look around at other states and see what they're doing and how to learn from the efforts that they've underway, combined with what we've seen in the past, the governor saw just an opportunity to help structure this work now before we come back in 27 to help set us on a successful path. So we are working off of 3 funding scenarios. The first is no new funding. So what that will show is as costs rise, what gets worse, deferred, closed, or more expensive. The next funding scenario will be focused more on like CSL or current service levels. So if we were gonna just do what we did today for the next 10 years, how much money would that take and what would that look like? And then this third scenario, which is where folks are digging in the most right now, is okay, beyond those current service levels, if you had a 20% increase in your various, and I'll walk you through the different groups we're looking at, what would be the most important things to invest in and why? And so each of these scenarios, even at that funding level, you will hear, if you haven't already heard from your friends that are working on this, even at that 20% increase, we really don't come close to dealing with or addressing all the needs across the system. It doesn't get there. So it is still an incremental approach. But believe that having this financial constraint as a part of it is helping us to tee up sort of the conversation that hopefully will make for a more robust and durable framework coming forward. All right, so we have 9 work group meetings. These started in May, and they're going to run through November of 2026. We may end up, sorry, Brown, who's on this group. We may end up needing to add one more in there. We have 6 subgroups that are they've been working actively all summer to provide topic-specific input. They have met across all of them at least 30 times. Some of them are having to add some additional meetings in there as well. And that reflects more than 70 people between the work group and the subgroups that they represent cities, counties, contractors, designers, advocates, modal advocates, transit providers. It is a lot of people, and I just want to stop right here and thank everyone. I want to thank
Chair Brown, I want to thank you for participating on the work group. Vice Chair Brouwer is actually leading these groups for major projects. Could not be doing it without you. In this room alone, I was trying to write everyone's names down. Travis, Kevin, Amanda, Tova, Kat, Susan. We have been listed so many people to do this work, and it would not be possible without them. So if Ben over there, yep, he's on one too. So we've really reached far and wide, and I have just been, I'm eternally grateful and very without people showing up. So just, if you hear someone's busy, it might be partly my fault. Okay. So here's the structure. We have Governor's asked for the report. We have the work itself, which is chaired by Grace Cunningham and Bruce Hanna. Unfortunately, Bruce has had some health challenges, hasn't been able to participate recently, but Grace has been doing a capable job of continuing to work forward. We have a group focused on maintenance, preservation, and emergency management that is chaired by Anthony from SEIU. We have one focused on community livability and safety that's chaired by Thomas Baker. Major projects by your esteemed Vice Chair Lee Byer. Freight is chaired by Janet Jarvis with the Oregon Trucking Association. The transit group, Julie's actually also, sorry, Chair Brown is also liaison to that. That's chaired by Jameson Otten of Transit District. And then our funding and revenue group is chaired by Duncan Wise. This is who's on the work group. So I think you all know Ted, because he's been a part of our continuous improvement committee for some time, but he's there on behalf of the contractors. We have Jeff Gritz from LaUna, Gail Castillo, who was the founder and the longtime director of the Hispanic Chamber in Portland. Commissioner Dan Doran from Uintah County. Tyler Frisbee from the Institute of Metropolitan Studies, and also she's a TriMet board member. Chris Hagerbomber, she worked for the Oregon Environmental Council for, I think, 20 years, and so is bringing in that environmental perspective. Patrick Nofield with Escape Lodging Company. It was particularly important to us to try to bring in business voices into this conversation. And one of the things that kept coming up was really great tourism side of things. We're hearing a lot of concerns about the bump, how people are trying to get to and from the coast in particular. So we're really excited to have Patrick's perspective. And then Jim Trett, he's a former mayor of Detroit, Oregon. He lived through the fires, and I believe the slides, and has a lot of really valuable insight to share just about what it is like to live in communities that really are served very directly by ODOT crews during emergency events. And then Chris, our fearless interim director. So, like I mentioned, we started in May. The subgroup meeting started in June. Those subgroups had their first report out through the work group in August. The last work group meeting will happen in November, and then we'll do that final report in December.
Kayla.
Yeah.
Well, so they can, thank you.
So what will this report have in it? It will have, and I don't have my glasses, so I hopefully you got a printout of this. I won't read all the points, but the challenge is first and foremost. So the first thing everybody had to do is agree on what the problem is. So they've been working on that together. There will be those investment scenarios. So at level 1, level 2, level 3, what's the most important and what are we not getting to? What are the trade-offs? Then they'll get into the funding and implementation elements of those recommendations. So if you are, I'm not saying we're going to do it, but some folks have been interested in moving DMV out of ODOT altogether, or whatever it may be. You would need to be able to walk through that and talk about the implications of that type of change. And then any supporting context that also needs to be provided. So as we engage this many people, folks do have other ideas or suggestions. Some of those might fall outside this exercise, but we do want to make sure that people see themselves in it. So for example, we've had a lot of folks ask questions about certification for locally delivered federal projects, right? That may not really come through as a major theme in a report, but it's something that we'll note. So there's a section for supporting context as well. The groups, they've been working really hard. So the subgroup chairs came and presented updates on the 7th. That we just had that meeting. They're going to come back, and it's really their main presentation is next month on the 9th. And they'll do that. From there, it really is up to the work group to then start bringing all this together. So they take all these disparate recommendations and then compile it into a single framework. And they'll be doing that work through August and November. This is, if you want it, again, I think a lot of folks have been really interested in the subgroup memo development because there's a lot of meat in those. And the thing that I want to call out, maybe most important, it's just been released and probably will get more attention as we go, is that draft funding options matrix. So the funding and finance group, we have intentionally designed that to be a very, I kind of call them the calculator. Like they're not there to pick their favorite tax or their favorite revenue pool. They're there really to help everyone understand what are the options that how do we pay for things today? How do other states pay for things? What have we talked about using in the past? How much, how much could those things raise and how long would it take to put them into effect, basically? Then all the subgroups can have access to that information. So the funding group, they've done a lot of great work. They have an initial draft of that, which I think is starting to circulate now. And then we're also just starting to get an initial first drafts of all these memos, and the teams, the ODOT staff's working really hard on those. So, folks, I guess I just want to say, if you hear from someone that's a part of this process, you may hear that this is hard and that the trade-offs are hard and that the financial constraints and that is all true. It is hard. The financial constraint is a struggle, and it is by design. So you're welcome to kind of, you do that all the time. So I don't, that's the world you live in. But if you ever need to field anyone my way to kind of talk through those things, I'm always happy to have those conversations. Legislative engagement. I get asked this quite a bit, and because it's incredibly important, we cannot pass a transportation package without the legislature. So we intentionally schedule, and we'll be having presentations. We did it during the last legislative days. We'll be doing more presentations in September for both the Senate and House policy committees. We also have a separate group of legislators. I'm calling them the Legislative Advisory Group. I just want more acronyms. That's 6 members total, 3 from the Senate, 3 from the House. It is bipartisan. They have met 2 times. And I'm meeting with them again tomorrow. And the commitment there is no surprises. They get previews of everything as it's being developed. They get to weigh in and ask questions about those things as we go. And obviously help provide that early indication of if something seems off to them or problematic to them, that they can highlight and flag that for us. And my intention is to be as responsive to all that as we can, so that at the end of this process, we have something that works for them and helps give them what they need is the goal. You all can stay engaged anytime because you have people on these groups, and you have me to call. But for everyone else, we do broadcast all of these meetings on YouTube, so anyone can watch them at the work group level. You can get updates, and we do meeting recaps before, after every meeting, get those on Gov Delivery. And we have this email address that people can send any comments or questions to. So that's it. I mean, that's kind of, we're about halfway through. I'd say we're a little more than halfway through with the subgroup work. Like I said, their main work product ends at the end of this summer. I would say that the main work group's work is really just starting to kick into gear. They've been getting a lot of really helpful information from agencies and local governments about the condition of the system and the needs. We just had a great presentation, I think, last meeting from other states about what other states do. That was helpful. But they will really start having to dig in and figuring out how to put all these pieces together heading into the fall.
Questions or comments?
Tracking the 3 scenario pathways. Are there sub-scenarios within those? I mean, you could imagine saying, okay, you got 20%, you get a 20% bump for major projects. Are you going to put that all into finishing House Bill 2017 projects, or are you going to distribute that across, new projects across the state? So, you know, those are scenarios within scenarios. And is there going to be that kind of
You've highlighted a really important point, which is even though I thought we had an amazingly consistent way to apply this across everything, there are exceptions to this. And major projects is a key exception, because to build that 20% scenario, you have to have a dedicated ongoing funding stream for that thing. And we actually don't have a dedicated ongoing funding stream for major projects. It doesn't exist. We have major projects but you know, so the recommendations that that group is coming up with will look slightly different than what you're seeing, and freight will be similar. So freight's kind of in an interesting spot. The really only ongoing specifically freight dedicated funding stream is Connect Oregon. So they can forecast that by 20%, talk about it. But part of what you'll see coming back from them is, okay, but here's the world we live in. These are the needs that we see, and these are the trends that we see, and this is what we recommend you consider. So it'll be a little bit different for each one of them. And I am, as I'm seeing them come through, I'll be able to answer more about scenarios within scenarios, because I'm starting to actually just look at what they're sending back now.
Questions for Ellen?
I'm just curious in terms of sheer kind of how this process is connecting with the legislature and reporting, checking in. If the legislative committees start working on packages, you know, on a package for the next session, is the timing of this report, is it, I mean, will you be delivering this report after they've already got a draft package, or are they waiting for it, or, you know, how do the things all sync up?
Yeah, it's a good question. And I mean, it is, could we have used more time or started earlier? Always. I will say it is intended to serve whatever path we take next. So yes, I mean, someone could be drafting something right now. If they're drafting something, they have access to whatever the most recent information we have. We're trying to be consistent in sharing that, right? So that at least if you're doing that, it's not in a vacuum, and it's not because we didn't show you kind of the current version of the world of the framework we're creating. And then it is a framework of tiers also by design. So what you're not going to get is like a completed, total, finished with a bow on it. This is exactly what a funding package should be. It should be an options menu, essentially, of these are the things that all of these folks have told you are the absolute most important investments. And these are some ways to get to those investments. So it should come together, right? It should be that I don't want to dissuade anyone who has an interest or engagement in starting to think through how they want to solve the problem. And we should be coming in with good opportunities and ways to solve those challenges through this framework, and then they come together. That's how I want it to work. Yeah.
Comments? No. Okay. Anybody else? All right. Well, thank you so much, and thank you for, I want to thank the ODOT staff. I know they're working really, really hard. Trying to make all this work, and I know you are too. But I think all of us are. I mean, I think every single person is really, they know the importance of this, and we've got to get it done. And so I'm looking forward to see what the next steps are. So, thank you.
Well, yeah, and I think, thank you too. I mean, I know this is you're just sitting here again today. This is a really hard assignment that you have to be on this commission, and the issues, just today, that you've dealt with before now. And I imagine it's quite a struggle to go back and forth between the type of visioning conversation I'm talking about having and the tangible kind of immediate issues that you are dealing with. So on behalf of the governor, just really appreciate you being in both of those spaces with us and helping us make a framework that I think can help get us on a path to success.
I think the one thing that keeps crossing my mind, and I even told Grace this the other day when she called me and she asked me my opinion on this, but we still have these projects we have to finish, and we saw how big the price tag is on it. How are we going to separate that out? Because I don't think you can just say we're going to increase funding 20%. It's not going to touch it. And so how do you finish out your projects you already have on the books? And how do you get legislators to understand that we may have to prolong the idea of new projects? for investment in ODOT. We're gonna have to take a really strategic way of planning out our future projects. We really do. I mean, the CIP is there and it's great. And we're gonna talk about that in a little bit. It needs funding, you know, everything needs funding. And so it'll be interesting to see. And I think the other piece is we're trying to be conservative on the end of not hitting the taxpayers too hard, and so we hurt them. And yet the need is huge. So it goes back to what are your expectations as a state? And what are you willing to bear for? Now you have a comment. I knew you would.
Well, I think that is a dilemma, you know, it's, as Phil was talking about. There's a dilemma there. The major projects that are left on the table will consume more than the 20% increase.
Sure.
And that doesn't even address the other things that need to be done.
Like maintenance and operations and.
Well, I think personally, but I've been saying that continuously is you do maintenance operations first. The legislature needs to establish a maintenance and operation. They need to define what it is that they want to fund and then fund it. And I would argue with an adjustable future, an escalator on it. And then separately, they need to have their discussion about new projects.
Does the rest of the commission feel about that? Because that, I've been saying the same thing. So I'm just kind of curious from my perspective on the visioning. How do you feel about that?
Well, I would agree. I think it's our highest priority from a financial perspective. It makes the most sense to preserve and maintain what we've got. When we think about the importance of safety, it goes right back to our operations and maintenance, and you know, we've got new pressures today that we didn't have 10 years ago. 10 years ago, we wouldn't have spent so much time talking about wildfires. So, you know, in this part of the state, we have snow season and we have fire season now. So things are changing.
That's what you said.
And it's the place for us to invest. And I think that's the sense. But the political reality of it is that legislators like to bring projects back to their constituents. But I couldn't agree more. I think if we begin the conversation about let's maintain what we've got, preserve what we've got, work on what we've got, and then we deal with projects. So I couldn't agree.
Yeah, I would agree with the principle of operations and maintenance before we get to big capital projects. But then when we do get to big capital projects, so I want to put another principle on the table, which is I don't think that the rest of the state of Oregon will accept. Okay, if we've got a little bit of money to do capital projects, we're just going to finish our House Bill 2017 responsibilities or commitments, and then we'll look at all of the other things that each of these acts has put into their CIPs. I don't think that we can look at it that way. I think when we get past operations and maintenance to what capital projects we are going to fund, we need to put it all on the table. And there's going, in my opinion, there's going to need to be some for every continuation or next phase of a House Bill 2017 legacy project. There's going to need to be some other projects around the state that also get support because just because of what Commissioner Baker just said, everybody wants to bring a project home to their community. And I mean, we won't be able to let everybody bring everything home, but we just went through this whole CIP process just to surface what the highest, most urgent priorities are around around the entire state. And I mean, you can't just do that work and then say, oh, thanks so much for your input. We'll get to that in 10 years.
Well, I think that there's still money there. I mean, there's still money for the CIP projects. It's just that it's not gonna grow to a point where we can do everything. And so then you are gonna have to prioritize. I think that, so I'm gonna push back just a little and just say that it's like, that's fine, but I am really sick and tired of hearing the people in this state say, well, I'm not willing to pay for it. And it's like, if you wanted it, you have to pay for it. Everybody's gonna have to pay. We're all gonna have to feel the hurt somehow. And then how do you do it and make it work? To me, I like to see a pot that is just for major projects that is separate. That's funded separately, what's left on the table. You figure out a path to that somehow. Although it's astronomical and I'm not sure what that path is. But, you know, I think the other thing is, we'll be back at the table again. This isn't like a one and done. And so again, it goes into phasing. How do you phase this out over the next 10 years to make this work so that all of us are getting something, including my community? I mean, the people in my community want this. That I hear it all the time. I want this, I want this, and that. It's like, fine. Then go to the city council and tell them you want it. Sorry.
Can't miss the opportunity to commit.
I opened the can of worms. And don't forget, we have to get out of here early.
So I was speaking with 27, House Bill 2017 did spread projects across the state. A bunch of them, every area of the state was covered. It's only the two in the metro area that didn't get done.
Yeah, no, I mean, there are a lot of good, there are a lot of good House Bill 2017 projects that have been implemented in my county and in my region. I want to recognize that. But
I agree with you.
You know, Chair Brown, I have looked at the CIP and I have, you know, what's gonna be the draft CIP, and I've looked at the draft 27 to 30 STIP.
But those are two, I know you're comparing those, but Amanda's gonna address this a little bit. Don't compare those to each other. I mean,
I think comparing those is one of the most useful ways to understand what we want and what we're not getting.
so we'll get to that. How's that? I'll be fair, because I asked Amanda to address them.
Can I end on one positive thing? So I will say, one of the things I'm most excited about this, even though it's really hard and I don't know how to fix everything, is that the way it's set up and the support level that we have from the agency staff and you and all across the board means that all of these things you're doing, like the CIP, are embedded into this work. Right, so this group has been updated and briefed on the CIP. They know what it is, they know what it's for, and they understand how it fits into what they're doing. The accountability report and like the updates on major projects and some of the ways that you're talking about managing that, the decision-making framework is coming up into the major projects room directly, you know, from staff and from Vice Chair Brouwer. So I think if anything I can leave you with is it has a lot of tendrils, it's reaching out in a lot of different ways, and the sources of information and the systems that are coming into this reflect a lot of the conversations and the work we're doing here. So hope that helps. Maybe that. Okay, let's see.
Good job, Kelly.
If it doesn't help, we'll let you know.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Okay. And I don't want you to think I'm against the CIP because I'm not working to learn on it.
No,
So,
I mean, you know, there may be arguments that we'll get to this stuff eventually beyond the 3-year period, but I don't think that that's good.
okay, fair. All right. Travis goes, I don't want to go up there. Apparently lunch didn't settle well. They're not sleeping.
Yeah, and I have 3 consecutive items, so this will be fun.
Okay.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, for the record, I am Travis Brouwer and I am stalling until Tova can hustle her way up. We will try to get through this fairly quickly because I know we are on a time frame today and this is important, but not particularly time bound. So we're here to talk about the legislative managerial. This came out of a conversation in the Audit Accountability Committee as we had a shortened time of about minutes to cover where we were. So Commissioner Baker asked that we come to the commission and talk this through a little bit. We are in sort of a middle period of this with one review that has been completed, and the legislature has started another review. It's a follow-up to that. So we'll talk about both of those elements. So the original managerial review was directed by the legislature during the 2025 legislative session. It was completed extremely quickly. From the time they announced it to they procured it till it was completed was all of about 8 weeks or something along those lines. It was undertaken by a team led by Atkins Realis and Horrocks with engineering companies that have experience with delivering major projects. And it was really focused on evaluating ODOT's delivery of major capital projects and our organizational structure around that in particular. I will note that that was very much a specific moment in time. In May 2025, we had not yet seen the transportation funding package go off the rails, and there was an expectation that they would pass some sort of bill that would probably provide significant funding for major projects. And so it was based on what the legislature was considering at the time. They came back with 38 recommendations, evenly split between short-term, which is 0 to 2 years, and long-term, greater than 24 months. Governor Kotek then took that and really distilled it down into 12 priority recommendation areas that she sent to us. So I'm actually just going to skip ahead just a little bit to share with those with you and go back. Oops. Oh, there we are. So the governor laid these priorities out. And as you'll notice, as you go through these 12, they are almost all about project delivery, which focused on the consistent with the direction of this managerial review. And many of them, especially the first few, are related to the creation of a major projects group within ODOT. The fourth, I will note, is about codifying project readiness thresholds prior to funding commitments. This was the genesis of the work we're doing that is going through the CIAC around setting up sort of a prioritization stage gate framework for major projects. But almost all of these are about major projects. It's important to note that there was a strong connection between this work that was done in May of 2025 and the strategic review that was completed in 2024, which we reported to the commission on a number of times. That work, there were 16 recommendations overall that overlap between the legislative review and the ODOT review. That strategic review did close out in spring of 2025. We brought that to the commission for a final closeout. Not that we were done with all that, but either the recommendations were implemented or were in progress and integrated into our divisional work plans. So a lot of the recommendations that were overlapping related to the CIP, the Capital Investment Program, and with some of the work that is being done in D&O around process improvements that Ms. Peltz will speak to some degree. I will note that there have been a couple things that have happened since May of 2025 at that specific point in time. This was before the transportation funding package was not completed. It was before the legislature made additional budget reductions that took away about 121 positions, including basically eliminating the urban mobility office, which was actually in this review to become the major projects group in some form. It was before we went through a layoff process. It was before we had significant leadership turnover. So that's all to preface. I actually think we've made significant progress in moving these things forward and completing many of them or getting them into process, even as we have been overcome by other events. So I really give credit to Tova and her management team for picking up the ball and running with it through some very bad conditions and in the face of what was probably more like a 15-man defense rather than a normal 11-person defense. But we are moving the ball down the field. There are a few of these that are paused pending resources or legislative action as well. The screen capture here shows you what is an element that is in your packet that is essentially a matrix we have put together, shared with the management review team that lays out where we're at with all of these recommendations in terms of the steps we have taken, both short-term and the long-term, and shows you the progress that has been made. All right, with that, I am going to turn it over, once I get to the right slide, to Ms. Peltz to talk about some of the more specific elements here. And then she'll talk about the future as well.
Thank you, Travis. Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Tova Peltz. I am ODOT's Delivery and Operations Administrator. I feel like I arrived at the Commission meeting today with a few different threads that I'm pulling through all of my agenda items. Right now, we're talking about the managerial review. We'll be talking about the cost estimating audit later. I was speaking about the major projects quarterly report. These are all there are common themes that are running through all of this work, and the managerial review captures a lot of the same themes. This idea that we need more discipline, more consistency, more oversight, and more tools and support for the delivery of our portfolio of major projects. And I think Chair Brown, you referenced that in looking at how many projects we have that aren't fully funded and what the pathway for those are in the future. And I think that touches on the need in so many different ways. So we have a lot of work already in action that's associated with the managerial review recommendations. I want to flag a few of them here. First item is the capital investment plan, implementing the capital investment plan, and all of the related project delivery and portfolio management process improvements that are associated with establishing the CIP and rolling it out. We're going to be coming back in October is when we'll be bringing a CIP update back to the Commission, and at that time is when we'll bring the draft CIP forward. That's still in progress. The selection process is still in front of us. We have the candidate projects, and we're preparing for selection. So we'll be bringing that forward to the Commission in October. But simultaneous to all of the selection work, we're also doing a lot of work on all the process and tools around CIP. That is improving our cost estimating practices, our cost risk analysis practices, support and training for our teams that are doing that, consistency in when and how we do cost risk analysis, which Monica referenced when she was giving the update on Rose Quarter. Establishing phase gates that have readiness criteria to bring to the Commission, so the Commission can weigh in and direct, is this time? Are we ready and prepared to move to the next phase of the project? That's part of the work that Travis and I have brought forward already to you in June, and we'll bring again in October about major projects prioritization framework. Earlier, in late 2025, former Director Strickler combined the position of took action to combine the role of chief engineer with the role of delivery and operations division administrator. The intention in that action was to elevate risk assessment and increase technical influence at a higher level in the agency, and with more connection to agency leadership and executive decision making. That happened in the fall and has been more codified as I stepped into this role permanently, and I'm serving as chief engineer in that division administrator role. Through the implementation of House Bill 3991, we made adjustments to the Continuous Improvement Advisory Committee and established those major project quarterly reports. We also, going back farther in time, in 2024, rolled out the quarterly portfolio reviews across all of our regions, and that is not just for major projects, that's for the whole portfolio, and we've been doing those quarterly portfolio reviews for over a year now. And then right now, we're really working towards what does establishing a major projects program look like. And while the managerial review had a number of recommendations that were specifically about establishing a major projects group, at the time that they made those recommendations, they were anticipating legislative action to codify that, and that didn't play out. And we had the opportunity to sit down with the same team that did the managerial review, who has been brought back through the legislature to do an assessment of how we're doing and to make recommendations on next steps. And they acknowledged that the world that they were in when they wrote those recommendations is very different than the world that we're in today, and shared that moving forward with a major projects group looks different now than it did then, and they need to assess current conditions at the agency, current things that we've improved since spring of 2025, and incorporate that into their updated assessment. And so Omar Ahmed and I are working on what does building, like setting up a major projects program look like. And that's not a program to like run all of our major projects, but that's a program to support all of our major projects in a consistent and disciplined way. So that transitions well to next steps. As I said, like these are all, we have a lot of things in motion right now. And I think that we're making big strides and we're doing it in a relatively short amount of time. The business process improvements that we're making in delivering operations that are tied to the recommendations should be in place in a little bit less, like in a year or so. In many cases, we have shifted priorities within within our existing statewide project delivery branch teams to prioritize this work in particular. We're pulling folks that are specialists in cost estimating and risk analysis and value engineering and putting them on this case and using their skill set to frame up what this like how we're going to do this and how we can implement it. The Legislative Policy and Research Office has brought back that managerial review team, and they started an assessment of how we're doing back in June, and we were able to sit down with them, and then we met with them just last week again, as they're assessing everything and giving recommendations. So we're expecting to have some additional meetings this fall, and then see a final report from them at the end of the year, and we'll be able to align all of our work with that assessment. And their work is really, I think, going to be less about auditing us and more about identifying what the next steps forward can be, which I think will be really helpful for us. We also have, coming out of House Bill 3991, there's a requirement for a Secretary of State audit on a biannual basis of our delivery performance, and the first iteration of that will kick off next month. So that's also coming up here pretty soon. As I've said, like our work will continue to move forward with putting structure and discipline and more guidelines and project controls to our major projects portfolio. And I think that you'll see that in upcoming meetings as we continue to bring forward conversations about Rose Quarter and about Abernethy and about Center Street and then continue the conversation about the major projects framework this fall as well. So our goal is more structure, more resources, better reporting, more reporting tools, better training and support so that our major projects delivery teams have what they need to be successful and deliver projects on time and on budget.
What's on the audit that's going to take place on operations delivery? You said that it's going to kick off. Do you know their time frame on it, like how quick they'll have it finished?
Chair Brown, I would say that any estimate on that would be premature, given that they are going to need to select actual audit topics and have the field work. No. I do believe that they are working at a spring timeframe, but I wouldn't want to commit the Secretary of State's Audits Division to any timeframe.
Well, I was just thinking it might be helpful during legislative conversations about accountability, but or not. Other questions? Great. Thank you.
Thanks. All right. Madam Chair, members of the commission, I will give you your typical regular budget update, and again, be fairly quick at this, given your time frame for the day. As usual, I would like to share our biennial expenditure. Oh, sorry, I added one slide that I forgot about. At our last meeting on July 31st, we asked for a final reconciliation that showed the agency request budget with the current service level budget, with all of the reduction packages, policy option packages, and the final agency request budget. So we were able to complete that last week. I sent this to you by email, but I also wanted to incorporate it into this document so that it is part of the public record of the meeting. So you can see those numbers on the screen there, and happy to answer any questions about that. But I'm hopeful that this gives you that reconciliation of the totality of the budget that you were looking for. We didn't quite nail in the meeting.
You sent it by email like last Friday, wasn't it?
Yes, I believe it was last Friday. We just got that the other day. All right, I'm going to move on then and just give you a sense of where we're at with the 25-27 biennial expenditures. We provide this to you on a regular basis. As you can see, our austerity measures have kept most parts of ODOT spending below trend line. We've obviously been relaxing those austerity measures, and yet we are still spending well within the legislative constraints of our reduced budget. So that's in good shape. I will note that our project categories are spending well below trend line. Project delivery is actually fairly close, but two of the other categories of projects, local government is a little bit behind where we'd normally expect it to be this time of the biennium. That is largely out of our control, as those are locally directed projects, and so we are partnering with local governments delivering them. And then the biggest single area that you see in a brighter blue color to note that it is spending so significantly below trend line is the Interstate Bridge. 2.5 years ago, when we put together our agency request budget and did that analysis, we were expecting the project to be further into the design process. But as you know, NEPA and some of those other processes took a little bit longer to complete. One thing I wanted to walk through today in particular is some of the reasons behind why we continue to spend below our trend line. We have been going through a very robust recruitment process. We started in March, pretty much immediately after the legislature passed the budget. We pushed out a lot of recruitments and started ramping up after what had been effectively a hiring freeze for much of the past year. So we have had, substantial numbers of exits of the agency, substantial number of vacant positions, but we have been recruiting very heavily. You see that we had a peak of well over 200 recruitments in various processes. It's come down a little bit, but it might go back up again as we are now starting to see maintenance recruit for winter maintenance. We held some of those positions vacant because we didn't need them during the summer, and now are doing that ramp up. So we're likely going to slow recruitment later in the year as we go into legislative sessions in order to hold more vacancies if there is a need for reducing or eliminating positions across the agency. What's really interesting, though, is despite this massive recruitment push, our vacancies have stayed stubbornly high. And there's a few reasons for this. Normally I would truncate this graph to show you, the variation, but really we have been basically trending at about 700 and some vacancies for most of the last year, even as we're bringing on a lot of folks. And, as I've talked to people across the agency and tried to understand this a little bit better, it appears that in particular, the first round of recruitments we are doing for vacant positions is oftentimes filling those with the most qualified people being internal promotions. So if we have a PE2 position, an engineer, a PE1 is getting that position, or similarly, a transportation service representative 2 in DAV is being filled by a TSR 1. So we do expect that will start reducing those number of vacancies, but it means we will likely be in this recruiting push for a little bit longer than we would otherwise be, because in many parts of the agencies, having this number of vacancies is really hamstringing our ability to do the work. Now, the reason behind this, another reason behind it, if you look at it, this is our hiring and separations over the course of the last couple of years, really the last year and a half. What you see is our hiring has been at fairly low levels for much of that time. As I noted, we've been in a recruitment, freeze or frost for a lot of that. And as a result, we've had historically low numbers of people coming into the agency. Our separations, particularly during last summer, you can see a peak last summer, which we had a very large number of people leaving due to the threat of layoffs at the same time that we were hiring very few. So that has increased our vacancies. We have seen now that in a sense, we're sort of just treading water. You do see the number of hires going up there, and I think we'll continue to see that as we get to that further into that recruitment wave. But we're basically, the number of people leaving is about equal to the number of people coming into the agency. I will note this is not a high level of separations that we're going through right now. Really since, November of last year, it's been pretty much at a regular level, but we're recovering from that very high level that was previously there. So that is on the budgetary side. I did want to note, Commissioner Baker's asked a couple times about whether we're seeing any substantial impacts from high gas prices on our fuel tax revenue. We have now have about 4 months of data on that. And what we have seen is that since March, our fuels tax revenue is down about 2%, about $7 million. So that is not a huge amount. And that's largely because even with higher gas prices, travel is fairly inelastic in the short term. So we have seen just a fairly modest amount of reduction in travel. Interestingly enough, Daniel Porter tells me that 2% reduction is about what we saw during the Great Recession. I'll note that it's not just high gas prices. We have seen the economy at a nationwide level essentially not create any net jobs over the last quarter or so. We've also seen the fleet becoming more fuel efficient. So probably it is a combination of fuel efficiency, a softer economy, and high gas prices that is impacting our fuels tax revenue, but still at a level that doesn't really provide us any significant concern about loss of revenue that will impact the budget.
On the vacancy side, do we do exit interviews?
Vice Chair Byer, it is something that is typically done by many of our managers, but is not an absolute requirement. I don't have any data coming from those that we have amalgamated in any way, though. It's typically done more at a sort of private, informal level, and we don't, take all that data and put it into one place.
Good to know that, particularly as we worried a lot in the last year. I think still are worrying that the funding situation may have caused a lot of good people to leave. I'm sure, yeah.
We're not for you a job.
Commissioner Byer, I mean, I can't say that I have any data to back it up, but just the sheer number of people that left last summer, and many of them in positions that were subject to layoff, tells me that absolutely we have had good people exit the agency due to the uncertainty that is really hard for folks to deal with. And we have continued uncertainty. We laid out to you last month the potential reduction of 548 positions across the agency. Many of those would be vacancies would be eliminating, but there are certainly a significant number of layoffs within that. And while we don't know exactly which positions those would be or how many, that wears on people. And people, will tell us that, morale is challenged as a result of that.
We're gonna move you on.
Awesome.
To the next. To L. General.
All right, Madam Chair, members of the commission, again, Travis Brouwer, Deputy Director of ODOT, and I get to talk to you about redistribution of federal funds. One of the more complex areas of our funding structure. So by way of background, every year, the Federal Highway Administration sets aside a portion of its total funding upfront for discretionary grants that may be obligated that fiscal year. And then every August, they go back and look at what was actually obligated, and they redistribute any of those unused federal discretionary grant funding to states as formula dollars. So what's really challenging about this is that funding must be obligated immediately to projects that are going to construction or are under construction. We have a September 30th obligation deadline each year for our funds where they lapse. And actually, because of the way the federal government closes down the system a little bit earlier, we really have probably about 2 weeks from the day we get the call from the Federal Highway Administration, which will probably be around the end of this month. Due to the large number of discretionary grants that were created in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, redistribution, they've set aside more and more at the front end of the year. And then when those projects don't obligate, they redistribute that. So we have seen massive amounts of redistribution each year. It's grown to record levels, and it's stayed high for a longer period of time than we would have expected. So as a result, each year we're getting well over the amount that we assumed in the STIP for federal funding and have to find a place to put it immediately. We're averaging over the last 4 years nearly $90 million per year. That's about $40 million per year more than really has a place in the STIP already. So we recognized pretty early that we needed to take a more strategic approach to this and not just wait to get the call from the Federal Highway Administration, and make sure we had a plan in place so that we could use this money effectively and ideally get not just our normal fair share, a little bit over 1%, but maybe even a little bit more if FHWA had extra money and didn't have a place for some states to park it. Because you will find states are getting increasingly frustrated, and some of them just throw up their hands and say, I'm sorry, I can't take that much money this year. I don't have a place to put it. So the more you can be prepared, follow that Boy Scout motto, be prepared, and good things will happen. So we've come to the OTC twice, first in 2022 when we saw this on the horizon, and again in 2024 to develop a strategy that allows us to obligate those funds. In the past, some of the uses included the ADA program, the amount we need to put into ramps, operations and maintenance, the Interstate Bridge, HB 2017 named projects, and fix-it funding as well. So basically every 2 years, we come back to you and say, let's update what that strategy looks like to make sure that we're putting these funds to the highest and best use. And, again, if we have a good strategy, the goal is that we would get more than our fair share. In fact, in 2022, we got double our fair share, about an extra $100 million because we were ready to go and other states didn't have a place to put it. And we are this year in good shape to do that with this plan that we're coming with you today. So we have 2 recommendations for priorities to use these redistribution funds on this year and coming into the future, likely, at least FY 2027, perhaps even 2028. So the first is the HB 2017 named projects. Back in February, March, when the legislature did our budget rebalance, they took $85 million that was specifically directed by HB 2017 to the projects that were named in the bill and moved that state money onto operations and maintenance. And in the documents from the legislature specifically noted that the commission and ODOT were to backfill that with federal funds, specifically redistribution funds. So in a sense, the legislature already made this determination for you and for the department. And so our plan would be then to use these redistribution funds this year first for meeting a portion of that. There was $85 million. We'll probably use $45 million or so for this HB 2017 named projects, and then try to complete that next year. The other opportunity that we have is to look at backfilling the Abernethy Bridge and Center Street Bridge. As you're well aware, there's additional costs of these projects that have come in, and we have the loss of about $400 million of tolling revenue. And so in order to meet that shortfall, the plan that we've laid out in our funding strategies for these 2 projects is to sell more bonds or sell bonds that would be repaid by HB 2017 bridge and seismic funds. So that would then, depending on the amount of bonds we sell, could be a very substantial hit to the bridge program going forward over the next couple of decades. Given that you have already in the STIP allocated these funds to these projects, what we'd be asking you basically to do is to swap out state dollars and put federal dollars in their place to buy down the amount of bonds that we would have to sell. This is a great candidate for redistribution funds because of the fact we have to obligate them so quickly. Abernethy is already obviously in construction, and therefore we can just add federal dollars to that project. And similarly, the Center Street Bridge is going to bid, and thus we've obligated funds and can just move state money off and move federal money on. This is something where, like I noted earlier, we use the first increment of funds for the HB 2017 named projects as directed by the legislature. But this could be where we could get an additional increment of funds from FHWA. We can raise our hands and say, hey, if California or Louisiana or Georgia can't use all the extra redistribution, we can, because we have a place to put it and can do that immediately. There's no guarantees of that, but I would love to be prepared for when we get that call from the feds. We've done that a number of times in the past, And it can literally bring in tens of millions of dollars that otherwise would not be coming to the state.
So Travis, who makes the decision at FHWA where the money goes? Like, is there any congressional push? None. So
No.
it's made separate.
Chair Brown, there is an initial decision that FHWA has provided each state with the likely size of redistribution and their initial share. That decision, I believe, is made at the CFO or administrator level. However, what happens then in the end is they call you with the final number and you say, I can totally do that, or I can only do 75 and you give me 95. And that's where the staff level comes back and says, Oregon, could you take an extra increment? And we've already notified them, we can take an extra increment so we can be prepared.
First in line.
I will note that we have not really identified any other great candidates to obligate the funds to. Jeff Flowers, who manages our STIP, has been working very diligently to make sure we obligate all of our federal funds this year. We've actually had a number of projects come in under the engineer's estimate, and that has freed up some money. So we've had to find good places to put that money, and he has done yeoman's work in making sure that we can take additional redistribution funds. But given the strictures on obligating the funding immediately, there's not a lot of other things. I couldn't say we can set it aside over here and use it in 6 months for something else that's not quite ready. It literally has to be either under construction or going out the door.
Well, it makes sense to try to bring down the cost of some of that stuff anyway. No problem. So.
Just ask one more question. So, I see why these projects make sense given the parameters around redistribution. But I'm just curious if we didn't have these very long-term obligations or commitments that we were trying to cover, and we were to get $90 million of federal redistribution funds, what would we be putting that money into if we didn't have these commitments?
Yeah, Commissioner Chang. So, those projects on the right, Abernethy and Center Street, are really if we get more than $90 million of redistribution, most likely. Otherwise, it will primarily go to the HB 2017 named projects. There is also a backfill in the STIP because in creating the STIP, we make an assumption about the amount of redistribution and federal funding that will come in. So some of it is already spoken for. And the third area that it would go to is under the federal formula, each of the major MPOs gets an increment of our statewide federal funding. So they'll get a small increment of funding as well. So that would be the base plan. HB 2017 named project backfill, meet the STIP funding commitments, and a small increment to the MPOs. Kind of over and above that is where you get to Abernethy, Center Street.
Very good, Madam Chair. I move to approve the ODOT's proposed plan for use of additional federal funds provided by Federal Administration under the redistribution of federal funding in fiscal year 2026.
Have a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor in doing that? Motion, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
All right. Just jump right through this.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Amanda Peets. I'm the Division Administrator for Policy Data and Analysis. Today to talk to you about the Triennial Highway Safety Plan, or the 3HSP as we call it. I'll talk a little bit more about what the plan is, but one of the, I think, exciting things about this presentation and the plan is it's very actionable. It is our implementation efforts for safety, and you'll hear from some of our people that we contract with and give grants to that are out there in the field delivering these important safety programs, and they'll talk to you firsthand about what they do, and how important it is. So I'm joined here today online by Ryan Stone, who's my Transportation Safety Office Programs Manager, by Lieutenant Denny of the Oregon State Police, who will talk about high visibility enforcement, and Janelle Lawrence from Oregon Impact that will talk about some of our educational programs, and Brian Potwin of Commute Options that will also talk about some of our education programs in different ways. So with that, a little bit more on the Triennial Safety Plan. It's required by NHTSA, and so we talked about alphabet soup earlier. That's the National Highways Transportation Safety Administration. And it's required in order to receive our funding. So we get about $18 million a year in NHTSA funding, and this is for the behavioral side of safety. So we've talked before about safety being really a safe system approach. So that's safe people, safe roads, safe speeds, all the kind of components have to come together. And so often when you're doing tours, you're seeing the hard infrastructure side of safety. We looked at a roundabout yesterday during the tour. Since that roundabout was installed, there's been 0 fatalities. And usually based on past trends, we would have had at least 1 by this time. So those infrastructure projects makes a huge difference. And behavioral programs can make a huge difference by having enforcement out there, by teaching people how to operate on the system safely. Those are absolutely important and need to be paired together. So what you'll hear is how we plan to spend the funds in this 3-year period, what we're focused on and why, and performance measures so that we're continually checking in, seeing how we're doing, adjusting our program. And I will say we do actively adjust our program as we go along when we're seeing what's working, what's not working, and what the data is telling us are the biggest issues at the time. It is well tied to the Transportation Safety Action Plan. Mary McGowan and myself have come and talked to you about the Transportation Safety Action Plan. That will be up in your October meeting for adoption. And so all of these things fit together. This Transportation Safety Action Plan is saying, here's the policy, here's the vision, here's the direction for the state. The 3 HSP that we're talking about today is the implementation of that for the behavioral side of the house. It's really important because it not just only ties ODOT's work, but it's really our work with the judicial system, with law enforcement, with the Department of Education. This is really where I'd say the rubber hits the road in terms of that multi-agency coordination that we all have to work together on transportation safety. And this group and this plan really talks about how we do that. If you look at the TSAP, the emphasis areas are really those data-driven. It's saying, where do we have the biggest issues? Over the past decade, we've seen fatalities and serious injuries only climb and climb and climb. Oregon ranks one of the worst states in the nation of fatalities or traffic deaths per vehicle mile traveled. So we have a very unsafe system out there. Some of the biggest issues we see are at intersections or roadway departures. So when a car is crossing the center line, leaving the road altogether. And from the behavioral side, speeding is a major issue. We actually have pretty low levels of law enforcement per capita in Oregon, one of the lowest levels in the nation. And impairment is also an issue. So drinking, alcohol, or the combination thereof. And we've seen that increase in recent years. So I'll turn it over to Ryan Stone, who's online, and he'll start talking a little bit about some of the programs within our 3 HSP.
Thank you. I assume everybody can hear me okay? You got a thumbs up? Awesome. Chair Brown, members of the commission, again, my name is Ryan Stone. I'm the Traffic Safety Programs Manager for the Transportation Safety Office. Just for the sake of guests or other observers in the meeting, I apologize in advance if I lapse into acronyms. TSO is the Transportation Safety Office. You'll hear that one a lot from me. Again, as Amanda mentioned, NHTSA is the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, and we know plenty about FHWA. So NHTSA defines program areas as our specific components or domains of the state's highway safety program that we review constantly and are always working in the space of. These areas represent the major traffic safety initiatives that every state implements to reduce crashes and deaths and injuries on the overall highway safety system. NHTSA and ODOT's Transportation Safety Office recognize that vehicle equipment defects and failures, they do contribute to crashes and their related injuries and fatalities, and that infrastructure improvements can mitigate those crashes. However, traffic crashes most frequently involve driver error that either directly led to the crash, failed to mitigate external factors, or otherwise led to outcomes that are more negative than we might have seen, such as if seatbelts are used, right? If they're not used, we may end up with a more significant crash outcome than if they had been used properly, just as one example. These errors can be broadly tied to these behavioral traffic safety program areas that are depicted here, but not necessarily in any given order. So don't read too much into the order that they're shown. We know, for example, that distracted driving is far more prevalent on our highways, despite Oregon having one of the strongest laws in the nation that allow law enforcement to address that behavior. And we've seen ongoing challenges related to substance impaired driving and pedestrian fatalities in particular. And then we see the seasonal spikes with motorcycle rider fatalities during peak riding season each year, which kind of drive our need to focus on those crash outcomes. Now, all of the undesirable driving behaviors appear differently in different communities and different parts of the state. We're very diverse regionally in what we're seeing in crash outcomes. And the 3HSP allows TSO to identify those statewide and then those region-wide trends to identify the program areas and countermeasure strategies we think are most likely to decrease those negative outcomes tied to each program area, whether it's, again, statewide or regionally specific. In addition to those program areas tied to enforceable driver behavior changes, the 3HSP allows us to influence driver behavior through education and outreach areas. And these include driver education to instill solid behavior choices, for example, from a person's early driving career, traffic records, which allow TSO and our partners to gather, analyze, and react to traffic safety trends closer to real time, and things like EMS that allow us to mitigate crash outcomes, especially in our rural and frontier parts of the state. Next slide, please. So within the 3HSP, there's 7 safety strategies that are kind of a recurring theme. These are high level, designed to help us address things across all of the different program areas. Now, right there at the top, when we talk about program management and planning and administration, it really refers to the core of TSO's work. And the development of the 3HSP is dependent on our team's knowledge of their individual programs' data, as well as the effectiveness or sometimes lack thereof for the chosen countermeasure strategies. Now, without this element, our statewide traffic safety efforts would essentially be a rudderless ship drifting in the current, and there wouldn't be a mechanism to direct federal funds from NHTSA to our partners around the state who actually do the important work to help change driver behavior. Elsewhere, we've got the communication and outreach, which really includes all the countermeasures that have us reaching out to members of the motoring public to try to, in some cases, the bicycling and walking public as well, to support their safe traffic behaviors. Again, data-driven, and TSO works with our media partners to determine the type of messaging most likely to leave lasting impact on the hearts and minds of those who are exposed to it. When it comes to education and training, it really includes all the countermeasure strategies that we use to support safe traffic behaviors through education and driver training initiatives. Dollar for dollar, TSO recognizes that educating the motoring public is a much better way to change and improve driver behavior, for example, than enforcement efforts. But enforcement then refers to any of those countermeasures that are kind of the tried and true, see bad behavior and address immediately at that acute level, driver for driver. What we've learned, however, is that when it comes to modifying that driver behavior, the enforcement role is critical, and it's not the only role, but when it's done effectively, we found it can have a ripple effect where we can accomplish driver education beyond those that are actually contacted by our enforcement partners. You'll hear more about that shortly from Lieutenant Denny with OSP. Traffic safety data, again, refers to the process of collecting, managing, analyzing, and utilizing data to identify risk and manage our interventions and track the performance, which, again, as Amanda mentioned, is really crucial to us to see if what we're doing is actually working. If it is, we want to do more of it. If it's not, we want to do something different, which sounds really simple, but it's very complicated, especially with how challenging it is to keep up with real-time data and see what's actually happening at any given moment. Could talk more about adjudication and prevention. This includes ways to influence driver behavior through judicial interventions and practices. It includes our efforts to preemptively promote safety before violations occur, assist individuals identified as high risk, such as through specialty court dockets like impaired driving specialty programs for high intensity, high supervision monitoring of offenders, and reduce the recidivism and harm among people with serious and or repeat prior offenses. And then again, post-crash care is a really sticky one for us because typically refers to our interventions that relate to EMS. And there's some very strong limitations on what we can do with our federal dollars to influence that. But we definitely want to stay involved in that, again, especially as it relates to those rural and frontier communities where they see some of the high-speed wrecks. When it comes to NHTSA and the way we track our performance, they have a number of performance measures that we keep track of annually, which right at the top, number one is the overall number of fatalities. Of course, reducing fatalities is our highest priority, and I'm pleased to report that Oregon has seen significant improvements in that performance measure in recent years. In the immediate post-COVID era, we were seeing roughly 600 total fatalities on our highways, and preliminary indications are showing that we've reduced that to fewer than 500 in just a few years' time. That's a very significant decline, but we also recognize that we have a long way to go to achieve our goal of eliminating fatalities on Oregon highways. Also, while the total fatalities are trending downward, we're not seeing the same trend data related to serious physical injuries resulting from traffic crashes. And our 3HSP process allows us to adjust our strategies to respond to that reality. And so NHTSA defines performance measures as quantifiable indicators used to assess the quality and effectiveness of data systems and highway safety programs. They're designed to help federal, state, and local agencies monitor and improve the accuracy, the completeness, and usefulness of that traffic safety data, as well as to track progress toward safety goals. And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Lieutenant Logan Denny with the Oregon State Police. He's the commander of OSP's High Visibility Enforcement Unit, and really he's that team's architect. So he's going to share with you a little bit of what they've been doing at our partners at OSP.
Thank you, Mr. Stone. Members of the commission, Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, Commissioner Baker, Chang, and Shanklin, I appreciate the time. Are you able to hear me all right?
Yeah, great.
Okay. Again, we appreciate the time on behalf of the Oregon State Police and Superintendent Cotting. Again, we are thankful to partner with ODOT. Consistently, we have great partnerships with the TSO office, especially as it relates to our grant use. And so today I'm here to talk a little bit about high visibility enforcement and how that is an important countermeasure here in Oregon, but also nationally. NHTSA, as you've heard, National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, counts high visibility enforcement relating to law enforcement, whether that's county sheriffs, city officers, or state troopers on the highway, and being out visible and actually making routine contacts with the public to stop this type of behaviors. When we're able to do that, we actually are usually preventing these fatal or even serious injury crashes, which is very vital and critical, especially in a state like Oregon, where since 2013, we've had a 90% increase in fatalities when we reached the COVID era, and it continued to be on the rise in 2022, as Mr. Stone talked about, our deadliest year being nearly 603 fatalities. Some of the things that we look at when it comes to this type of behavior and driving and high visibility enforcement, it's a simple acronym, SOLID. We call this the Fatal Five within the Oregon State Police. It's a priority of the superintendent's office, and it's what we focus our strategy on patrol, especially when it comes to putting our grant funding behind it. Speed is the number one. It's looking at aggressive driving, high speed indicators. I've talked to many constituents, even hearing from our commissioner from Lake County, talking about Highway 97 in Chiloquin. Absolutely is a major speed zone and a major problem in the state, and it's something we've been tracking for some time. And one way to curb that when we can't improve with divided highways or adding more interventions through the engineering side is we add more law enforcement to that area. And so using speed elements, if you're able to see the slide, you can see the top photo there. It's 138 miles per hour noted on that LiDAR device of a motorcycle that was stopped by one of my troopers. Again, this is the type of example we're seeing out on our roadways in Oregon, where people continue to not only break the law, but they blatantly break the law. And at times, it's our lives and our families' lives, our community members' lives at that cost. Occupant safety is an important part of our mission. We are looking at child safety seats, seatbelt use, lane departure and roadway departure, especially on some of our more rural highways or fatal corridors. Impaired driving, this can be substances that impair the body relating to alcohol, but also drugs that impair or other substances. Inhalants are actually on the rise in Oregon, so people using like solvents, household cleaners, and getting high behind the wheel, and then unfortunately leading to fatalities in our communities. And finally, distracted driving, use of cell phones, eating behind the wheel, or just being distracted or drowsy from fatigue. Bicycle, pedestrian, and vulnerable users are also an important part of our mission as we do high visibility work. You can proceed to the next slide, please. This is just an example of our fatalities looking back. Again, looking at the COVID era and coming out, 599 and 603 were our peak years. At this time, we were seeing more fatalities on our roadways, and law enforcement at the time coming out of the COVID era was not working. And the state police was the first to, in our area, to also look at ourselves introspectively and say, are we meeting our mission and what Oregonians want for us? And I appreciate Superintendent Cotting's approach. He decided we need to do something about this. We instituted a program called the High Visibility Enforcement Unit, along with our area commands, had a priority to go out and begin to work proactively, is what we talk about, and basically trying to have more proactive actions every day than reactive, which reactive would be responding to crashes or driving complaints because we weren't out there and being visible. On the right, you'll see our patrol service activities from 2020 all the way through 2026 right now. The 26 ones look low because we're still in the midst of the year. But as you can see, as we came out of COVID and we started to produce more activities, which is the upper block or the blue kind of square blocks, more traffic stops led to, during that time, we believe have led to less calls for service and also less crashes. And this is kind of the formula we've begun to use in these high visibility enforcement periods, whether we're bringing lots of law enforcement to one location. For example, I was in Astoria this past weekend with my team working around the Seaside Volleyball Tournament, the boat regatta. In a couple weeks, I'll be in Pendleton working around the Pendleton Roundup. We've been in Central Oregon around many concerts and festivals. We've done winter roadway enforcement, chain enforcement, really touching all counties as much as possible in the state. And what we've started to see is this reduction. Every year since this team's inception, along with our partners working closely with us, the collaboration with other law enforcement agencies, so county sheriffs and cities working together, we're able to look past the patch of which agency you are, and we really are here for the same mission, which is to save lives. And so we've begun to see this reduction, and I think that's in part to the hard work that we've been doing. The final thing I'll touch on is the HVU's deployment, just so you understand this team's perspective. It's 2 lieutenants, 4 sergeants, and 18 troopers, and they're all part-time. All these folks are full-time troopers, sergeants, and lieutenants doing other jobs, and then they get pulled away for this specialty assignment. Since 2023, we've had 100 plus operations. That roughly accounts to 237 operational days. But the key one I want you to focus on here is the amount of traffic stops. There are 28,000 traffic stops. I just ran the numbers actually from this last weekend. We're about well over 30 now, 30,000 traffic stops. And DUI arrests were well over 900 900 DUI arrests since its inception. This is critical because every DUI offender you get off the roadway potentially saves not only that person's life, but the lives that they could have taken. As we know, some of these crashes take more than just one. It can take a whole family. And we've had many examples of that here in our state. And so our goal is we want to reduce these as much as possible. So this is an example of our use of funds. We take those Fatal 5 approaches. We receive funds through ODOT and their TSO office, which we were grateful for. We have roughly near a ballpark about $2 million that we receive within these federal types of funds via NHTSA and also federal highway money.
I think we have a question from one of the commissioners.
Yeah, maybe a comment. Lieutenant Denny, thanks for joining us today. I've had a chance to meet with Lieutenant Denny, and I just wanted to say to the commission, this is a very special guy, and he's a humble guy, so he's not going to tell you where this idea came from. And Lieutenant Denny created this idea of high visibility enforcement unit. He had this concept. He's pulled it together. He's managed it. He went to Superintendent Cotting with the concept, and the superintendent said, yes, let's go for it. And when you take a look at the kinds of things that contributed direct results, and you look at the data here, and the amount of work and the amount of really great work that Lieutenant Denny and his team have done, it's just outstanding. So I just wanted to take a moment because, you know, he's not going to tout what he's been able to accomplish, but this this guy right here has come up with a great idea, assembled a super team, and they're really making a difference. So I'm really pleased that you had a chance to join us for this and let the commission know about the work you're doing. And here, you know, it's $2 million worth of investment helping get those grants through to the Oregon State Police. And you know, here's just a great example of where we're doing some super work together. So again, you know, thanks so much, Lieutenant.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thanks, Lieutenant. And I think to your point, Commissioner Baker, you know, with $18 million a year, it's not a ton of money as you look across kind of transportation programs, but even with small amounts like Oregon State Police gets there are real results that we're seeing as part of these programs. So very happy to share those with you here today. Next up, we have Janelle to share about Oregon Impact efforts.
Madam Chair and members of the Commission, my name's Janelle Lawrence, and I have the privilege of serving as Executive Director of Oregon Impact. Through our partnership with ODOT Safe Communities program, we work with diverse communities across Oregon to deliver traffic safety education in ways that are engaging, culturally relevant, and built on trust. And I'd like to share one example of that work. Oregon Impact partnered with multi-generational members of the local Slavic community to deliver culturally relevant traffic safety education in a trusted community setting. Our host provided traditional Slavic foods and interpreters in both Slavic and Russian. Rather than relying solely on printed materials, we focused on face-to-face conversations about distracted driving and encourage participants to discuss how everyday choices behind the wheel affect their entire family and their community. The event demonstrated the value of working through established community leaders to reach audiences that may not always be engaged through traditional traffic safety outreach. One of the most impactful parts of the evening was hearing from Oregon Impact volunteer Joan Miller, who shared her personal story as a survivor of a DUI crash. Her firsthand account put a human face on the consequences of impaired driving and created meaningful conversations with the attendees who were teens along with their parents. We reinforced those messages by having the younger participants experience impairment simulation using drunk goggles or beer goggles. The activity generated enthusiasm while giving participants a safe opportunity to understand how alcohol affects perception, coordination, and decision-making before they ever got behind a wheel. One lesson I continue to learn is that successful outreach isn't a one-size-fits-all situation. Partnering with community leaders, respecting cultural differences, and delivering messages through personal stories and a hands-on experience creates stronger engagement and makes traffic safety education more meaningful for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And then Brian, Community Options.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Brian Potwin. I'm the Executive Director of the nonprofit Community Options based in Bend, Oregon. I'm pleased to be here today to present on the Oregon Friendly Driver Program. I'll provide a brief overview of the program, its statewide partners, and a few program details. So our purpose since 2017 is to increase safety and reduce crashes for vulnerable road users by providing a free 60 to 90-minute training. This is offered online via webinar and also in-person classes. The training covers Oregon traffic laws, safe road sharing, crash prevention, and transportation infrastructure such as separated bike lanes and rapid flashing beacons. Participants receive a certification after completing the course and a post-test. Overall, we emphasize awareness, courtesy, and sharing the road. We had a 53% increase in participants between 2024 and 2025, and we're well on our way to exceed those numbers in 2026. Our target audiences are new drivers, school bus drivers, senior drivers, commercial drivers, and we just launched a new visitor/tourist module. It's a little shorter for folks to take here in 2026. The program leadership consists of ODOT TSO for funding and statewide leadership, and commute options for program administration. We have subcontractors, key partners across the state, consisting of Lane Council of Governments, the Street Trust in the Portland metro area, Better Eugene Springfield Transportation via the Salem Bike Vision and the Salem area. And we also have program coverage in Southern Oregon with commute options staff. We completed a collaborative strategic plan in 2024 that goes through the end of this year. And we will be beginning a new strategic planning process at the beginning of October, which is going to support more statewide growth and coordination. The key messages here are that we get across to folks are to be informed, be attentive, be courteous. So safe driving benefits everyone on the road who use Oregon's roads. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. I think you can see from the examples that are shared, as I started out with, I know you all love plans because you all love me, right? So yay, plans are awesome, but this is really an operational strategy. This is 3 years of money, how we're going to spend that. And I think you can tell, from Jamel's comments, we try to meet people where they are to really have those individualized training that matters and makes a difference at the end of the day. And as Brian's saying, a lot of these programs are getting more and more popular or often oversubscribed. Give an example, we don't talk about teen driver education because we're funding that out of state funds, but we're serving about 20% of the eligible population right now. That is far underserving the potential that we could be to have more safe drivers out there in the future and training them to be ready. So it's important funding. We try to maximize it as much as possible. And yet, like a lot of things, it is an underfunded program overall. So Ryan, do you want to walk through timeline and milestones of where we are, and then we'll close this out.
All right, thank you. So for the timeline, we started the build of our new Triennial Highway Safety Plan back at the beginning of this year. And we worked through kind of an initial build, and then we released that out for some public engagement to get commentary on anything that folks were seeing or wanted to be seeing in that plan. And then we went through an initial briefing opportunity with the commission and with the Oregon Traffic Safety Committee. And we've now submitted the plan actually to NHTSA, and they're going through their formal review of the process. Now, it doesn't necessarily stop us from making any adjustments or updates. In fact, it's a frequent thing for us in our most recent, our inaugural 3HSP that we made updates to it as new opportunities or challenges were identified. And similarly enough, if there were any comments or recommendations that the commission would like to have us basically ingrained in the existing document, there is a process for us to do that. So moving ahead now, we've got the presentation.
Just double down on Ryan's comment to say that based on timing, we came and we had the Triennial Safety Highway Plan in your agenda packet for consent. You went through approval and the consent, then we sent it to NHTSA. But if you have any changes today, we are certainly happy to make adjustments. We are able to make adjustments. The feds allow for that. So it is still kind of an open process if we want to have additional dialogue.
Right. Very well said. Okay. Sorry. So looking at the funding approved for this 3-year plan kind of drives the annual project selection for all of our grant projects. And then we apply to NHTSA each year for the funds based on the challenges and countermeasures we identified previously in this Triennial Highway Safety Plan, and that we identify that either we or our partners are able to actually action during a given year. The funding actually it begins the flow of reimbursements, and any risky projects are identified early for extra support and oversight by our office. And then we have project level quarterly reports and performance metrics, I guess, that, sorry, I'm getting some feedback in my ear, that we use at our office to make sure that the projects are having the desired effect and make adjustments as necessary. Now, all of the projects and grants must fill out those quarterly reports, and they're reviewed by our staff, our program managers, to look for those opportunities to make improvements, and then also to ensure that all of the expenses are eligible so that we can get reimbursed when we submit the vouchers to NHTSA. We're always looking for that continual improvement. Project and program managers are always working with their grantees to make sure that they're meeting the goals and affecting the problems that were identified in their initial grant application. And then at the end of the year, we report back to NHTSA. We compile one comprehensive annual report that goes out and discusses things at kind of the program level, what successes we had, what challenges we identified, and what changes, if any, we need to make to the Triennial Highway Safety Plan to go forward into the next fiscal year to make sure that we're actually addressing the challenges in the most effective way. I guess if there's some key takeaways, it's that traffic deaths remain one of Oregon's leading preventable public safety challenges. That this plan aligns our state and federal goals with our partners at the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. All of the investments that we make are driven by data. We want to make sure that we're actually using the money to go at the problems, the behavioral traffic safety problems that are current and contemporaneously affecting Oregonians and our visitors to the state, and the collaboration between us and our federal partners at NHTSA and us and our county and local and nonprofit and non-government partners throughout the state is essential to making sure that we are being as effective as possible in spending those dollars and reducing fatalities and serious injuries on our transportation system. I would like to offer an opportunity for any questions.
Do you have a question?
Just, yeah, and I got the eye from
No,
the
you
chair,
didn't.
which, yeah, I got the.
I'm just in pain. It's all right. Gotta stand up again.
Ryan, I have a question for you, and it, part of it, what you're doing relative to data, oftentimes in my experience looks backwards, not forward. And I was thinking about this yesterday as we were standing up in Chiloquin, and a guy drives by us on a electric bike. It's kind of hard to describe it as electric bike. It's more like an electric motorcycle. No helmet, no lights on it. I see it in my neighborhood at home, all of these electric bikes, small kids that shouldn't be on them are on them. It's just one of those areas where I think we've got a pending issue, and we're going to see fatalities. We're going to see more serious accidents as a result of these. Do you take a look at anything that is happening that could be a trend, and to try to get out ahead of it? Because I could see the e-bikes maybe as being a place that if we started to do some things today, maybe we could inoculate ourselves a little bit from some tragedies down the road. So I wasn't succinct in wording that, but hopefully you get the gist.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Baker. I appreciate the question, and you're right on the money with the contemporaneous challenge we're facing with all things micromobility, all of the e-bikes, e-scooters. They are absolutely a rising and exponentially rising challenge facing our state, and in fact, the entire country's transportation systems. And so it's one that we're keeping very close track on, and looking for ways to educate initially and make sure that we're getting the information out about how to operate these safely. But we're also looking at the policy and program level for what the appropriate place on the transportation system these particular devices have, because right now I don't know that it's really clearly spelled out necessarily in statute, and so we're looking for basically ways to educate folks on how to use them most effectively. And then also our enforcement partners are constantly coming to TSO asking, how do we address this? How can we educate within our communities? And so we're engaged on it, and absolutely looking at that as a right now problem, because it is, again, if you were to look back, the 3 or 5 years back, you're not going to see it necessarily reflected, but we know it's a challenge.
I would just add to Ryan's statement that we partnered with some of our community members and stakeholders who put forward legislation on micromobility and safety issues recently, and kind of co-crafted some legislation and talked about it. I think there's likely to be additional legislative changes to support that, looking at things to Ryan's point of rules of the road, where do certain types of vehicles operate, what are the kind of governing speeds and safe speeds, what should be the helmet requirements at what age levels. All of those kind of things are constant discussions to have. And so we engage upon request, and are also, to your point, looking proactively at some of the trends, what we're seeing, what what is happening nationally, and then providing some recommendations out to the community in terms of what additional actions could be taken.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thank
you. Some comments.
And I think we're asking for formal approval.
You are. So do I have a motion for formal approval of the Triennial Highway Safety Plan?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the FY 2027-29 Triennial Highway Safety Plan submitted to the Highway Traffic Safety Administration on June 23, 26.
Yeah, second. Thank you. All those in favor? Oh, sorry. Is there any more discussion?
No.
I don't want to ask that question.
No.
All right, hearing no more discussion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Thank you to all of the presenters. We really appreciate the work you've done. I used to be on the safety committee,
Oh.
years ago. Yes. Okay, we are now at 2:09 and a break. Or do you want to keep going?
I'm sorry.
What?
After this.
Okay, we take a break. Direction.
That's between Cape Falls and the 58 junction.
My son just said, that you would find me silver night.
Yes, I do.
Oh, yeah. He's coming back.
I've only got.
Okay. Who do we need?
I'm coming.
Marlene's online. On with James.
Yep.
Okay. These guys said there's a new fire on 97 between here and 58, so.
What?
So speak fast.
So you guys can all get home.
I have not heard that yet. Ben's like, no, there isn't.
Also, 293 fire, it was just started 1:44 p.m.
But the question is US 97 closed? The answer is.
Okay, so you guys are gonna get this.
Yes, understood.
I'm just joking. Go ahead.
Jerry needs to catch a plane.
You guys just need to get home. All right. Ready?
Starting or?
Yeah, I think. Names are kicking it off.
Okay. If folks are ready, we can go ahead and get the ball rolling on this. So hopefully everybody can hear me okay. So good afternoon, Chair Brown, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Marlene Hartinger, Chief Auditor for the department. We are here today to share with you the recent audit we completed on construction cost estimating, which was on the consent agenda back in June. This was an important topic for us to look at from an audit perspective because preparing a construction cost estimate is a key process and one that is completed throughout project development. I will provide a brief overview before we start advancing the slides real quick. So with project development, there are 7 milestones where cost estimates are typically completed, beginning with scoping at project initiation and ending with PS&E that includes delivery of a complete and final package of contract specifications, project plans, and a final cost estimate. Additionally, ODOT is also required to develop an engineer's estimate just before bid letting that reflects a fair and reasonable cost of the project. Estimates can require analyzing numerous data points, such as unit prices, quantities, cost of labor, material, production rates, project conditions, market trends, and construction methods, to name a few. Cost estimating is not a simple process, but it's one that's fluid and comprised of many factors that are both within and outside the agency's control. In short, it is complicated. And this audit provides an overarching look at the factors that affect cost estimates, the complexities, and measures of success. So next slide, please. Okay, great. Thank you. So the audit had 2 specific objectives. The first was to see whether the difference between construction cost estimates and the contract award amount had changed over time. And the second was whether there were common drivers that caused the change in estimates. And then next slide, please. And now I'll turn it over to James to walk through what we found.
Thank you, Marlene. For the record, my name is James Hansling, Principal Internal Auditor with ODOT. And I was the lead on this project, and I'll kind of give an overview of what we found going through the report. So to address the first objective, we reviewed ODOT contracts let during 2014 to 2025, and in short found that the gap in the engineer's estimate and the award amount had fluctuated, but in a sense, kind of in a steady way. There wasn't a clear pattern of like, oh, the agency's doing worse or better. Kind of a consistent trend is things run kind of close to the estimate and the award amount, and some projects are above, some projects are below. but we didn't see a kind of a trend pushing things a different direction. One thing that we did identify that would impact how the estimate and the award related to one another was competition. So the more bidders and the more competition on a project, that generally led to more favorable outcome for the agency, where more often the award amount would be below the engineer's estimate. And then it rang true in the opposite way, where if there was less competition, it was more apt that the award amount would be above the engineer's estimate for the agency. For the second objective there, looking at factors, we found that there's multiple things that can contribute to why a construction cost estimate changes over time during design. We kind of try to group them into some categories and make some observations in the report. But those factors that we identified included scope changes, design refinement, construction engineering budgets, project development timelines, and inflation and market trends. And to identify these factors, we did a deep dive on 45 ODOT highway construction projects that were let between 2020 and 2024. I'm just going to speak about a few of the factors because the report covers quite a bit and goes a fair amount in depth on some of this. But just to hit kind of at a high level some of this, what we saw in the audit, kind of as mentioned, probably not too big surprise, one of the common drivers was scope changes that can occur during project design. So an example that we saw in the audit was that a project was initially scoped and set to be a bridge repair, and then it was shifted towards a bridge replacement as funding became available and the needs on the project changed. So again, that's going to impact the construction cost estimate a fair amount to make that kind of a scope change. Another factor that we saw showing up in projects was something we call design refinement in the report, and this how we arrived at this conclusion was we looked at the milestone estimates on each of those 45 highway construction projects. And what we looked for was to see when the high dollar amounts based on the award amount were set in the cost estimate. So for example, the highest dollar items, when the quantities in that item showed up in the estimate, to see how well that kind of correlated to the steadiness of the cost estimate. And generally, we saw that those weren't getting set till later in the project, which again, as those numbers change or getting added or during the design, that can again cause shifts in the cost estimate. One more factor I'll hit on is construction engineering budgets, or CE, for the construction phase. So one of the things that we looked at in the report was that ODOT has guidance on how this number should be calculated based on the project's work type. It's taken as a percentage of the construction contract. But one of the things that we saw was oftentimes projects would deviate from the guidance on what it would say what the CE percentage should be. So whether it's 12%, 14%, 8% as examples, based on the agency guidance, projects would deviate from that number. And this is allowed. It's not necessarily a big red flag that they deviated from it, but just the frequency kind of drew a question of whether or not those suggested CE budget numbers were still representative of what the agency would even want to say. Because again, if oftentimes the projects are deviating from that, which often also led to increases in the cost estimate, kind of the question was whether or not those were still good numbers to have for CE. So those are kind of some high-level observations we had on some drivers that would increase construction cost estimates. And then we had a high-level observation as we kind of wrapped up the audit, was just looking at how ODOT defines success for construction cost estimating. So part of the work, we did a lot of interviews with project management staff and also design staff across the state to get their input on what some of the things that they see from their experience that can contribute to why cost estimate increases during design, but also asking them how they're looking for success. And we heard a variety of different things, a pretty good mix on what that exactly is or how staff looked at that. And then we also looked at the main measure that ODOT has currently in the state of the system metric for measuring success. And there was maybe some differences there and how maybe staff were looking at that versus what that metric for the state of the system has. So we made 2 recommendations there to kind of look at whether or not the agency has clearly set the expectation for what success is for highway construction cost estimates. And then also one of the things that we noted in the methodology for the state of the system metric is there can be some gaps and maybe not having a great apples to apples comparison on projects. Again, going back to what I mentioned earlier on scope changes, that metric doesn't really account super well for if a project has a significant scope change during design. that again can be a perfectly good thing and fine for the agency to make that scope change, but then it doesn't get captured super well in that metric to kind of leave it as a good indicator of whether or not the agency is doing a good job in construction cost estimating. So that's kind of what I have just for the high level summary on the report. We can go to the next slide. There was 4 recommendations we put in there. Again, as I mentioned, one of them was just to define what success is for cost estimating for the agency. Because again, going back to, we heard a variety of perspectives and talking to staff. And if they're shooting for different things, that can kind of create some disconnect on what the agency is trying to achieve in the space. One of the other things that we saw during the report or the audit was that design contingency maybe not always being set on cost estimate reflective of where the estimate actually is. An example of this would be if it sets it at 0, but there's still a fair amount of design changes that occur, increasing the cost. That can create a gap there. And so we made a recommendation on that. As mentioned earlier, on reviewing construction engineering budgets and the process and the guidance on how that gets set. And then also looking at revising the methodology for the state of the system metric. So those are the 4 recommendations that we made in the report. And I'll hand it over to Omar and Tova to talk about next steps for management.
Any questions before you want to wait? Okay. I was going to ask if you had any questions for them. But go ahead.
So first, my name is Tova Peltz. I am the ODOT Delivery and Operations Division Administrator. I'm joined here.
Hi, Chair Brown, Commissioners, Omar Ahmed, Statewide Capital Program Engineer.
We appreciate all the work that the audit team put into looking at cost estimating practices across project delivery, and we're happy for the feedback and the recommendations as you've been hearing and seeing today, and in recent meetings. The project delivery team in delivery and operations is prioritizing, assessing, and improving our portfolio-wide practices around cost estimating, cost risk analysis, financial planning, funding, and change management across the life of every project. And this audit really aligns to work that's already in progress, which is great. That we're all moving in the same direction, and I think that's that's a good thing. So I'm going to turn to Omar, and he's going to walk through how we're responding to and following through on the audit recommendations, and we'll bring it all the way around.
Yes. Okay, so to reiterate some of the points that Marlene and James made, just quick definitions. We have our project estimate, which is really developed by project teams in the region throughout design. It includes all aspects of the budget required to deliver the work. So not just the expected bid amount of the contractor, but also risk we need to carry, costs for construction engineering and contingencies, contract administration and inspection, anticipated items, planned adjustments, all of those things go into that budget. And then we're also talking about the engineer's estimate, which is something that's performed by a small team in headquarters with that specific expertise. And the purpose of that, again, is to kind of set a threshold or an expectation where we try to bid the project as a contractor may, and establish a reference baseline for comparison for when those bids come in. And that informs thresholds for award and escalation criteria for deviation there. So just, we're going to kind of bounce back and forth between on the recommendations and what our actions are. So for that first recommendation, just to read it, define what success is for construction cost estimating for region construction estimates and the engineer's estimate using both quantitative and qualitative measures. Ensure the definitions are clearly communicated across the agency.
So,
Omar, you want to wait until you get all the way through, or would you?
Intermittently is fine.
Okay. Words become really important here. And ensuring the definitions are clearly, you chose the word communicated across the agency. I would say followed. Because you can communicate and somebody can say, well, that's not the way we do it here. So I think the important thing is adherence to the standard. So you need to communicate them, but I think the answer is you need them to be followed.
We absolutely agree with that. And the delivery and operations take on that recommendation is that we also absolutely agree. And some of the things that we are going to implement as part of that is ensuring that we essentially research, right, and understand and make sure that what we're asking and what we're requiring is still within best practices. One of the things that James referenced earlier is, are we still doing the right thing if we're constantly deviating? And so making sure that what we're doing is best practice for estimate performance. We want to ensure that we're reviewing our development and standards of practices and providing an opportunity to get to consistency. And then with that is, to your point, for lack of better words, enforcement, follow up on that. We fortunately have new tools that have been implemented and are being implemented currently. One of those is a software called Ashtaware. That's a DOT industry standard software, both for estimation and project management and construction. And so we've implemented that estimation module of the software to help provide regions the resourcing they need, but also to give us insight as to what those estimates are at a headquarters level pretty easily. So Tova and I continually talk about project controls, and that's a core function, is making sure that we have executive insight as to what's happening on estimates. And then we're going to clearly define what a success threshold is for an estimate in region and for engineers' estimates, sorry. And so those are the things that we're intending to do for this first recommendation. And we asked for a target implementation date of the end of 2027 to ensure that we have the time to develop those things, educate, implement, and follow up. The second recommendation pertains to the construction engineering budget amount. To review and determine if the suggested CE budget amounts by project work category as identified and project delivery notice 8. So internally, you'll hear us refer to that as PDO 8, need to be revised, ensure that the construction engineering calculations are correct in cost estimates. And so again, the DNO take on that is that we agree. And to Tova's point, this is something we've actually started several months ago, even prior to receiving the audit recommendation. So thankful that we're aligned there. A work group was proactively formed to prepare a proposed revision to the construction engineering percentages in that PD08 memo. That work group evaluated several hundred projects over the last few years by type, size, and location. Use that data as a starting point, dug in and found like statistically supported thresholds across work types, project sizes, and then also adding modifiers for project location. And so that memo update's actually in final stages of review, and we'll be looking to issue that updated memorandum later this fall, which will then provide guidance to regions as to what their should be.
Finding any useful AI tools in helping you double check and estimate here?
Yeah, and I want to answer this carefully because right now, like AI for us is something that we need to be working in lockstep with our IT group and ensuring that we're being secure and safe about it. But it absolutely could be utilized as a good tool to help digest large data sets and run that analysis for us. In this particular case, we were looking at about 300 projects over the last few years. I don't think we used a lot of AI for it. We just used standard statistical methods.
Yeah, 300 projects properly loaded into AI, you've got fabulous opportunity, I would think, to be able to turn some of that loose.
Yeah, I'd be remiss if I didn't call out Zachary Davis, who's our value engineering program manager. He's a resident engineer on the Bend North Corridor project as well. He's really tip of the spear on working with national best practices on AI utilization and preparing a lot of that for essentially proposing use cases to Tova and I regularly on that. So we hope to be to a place to be able to utilize that more.
Cool. You thinking a couple of years away or sooner?
I would hope, I would hope sooner. I know our industry partners as well, our consultant partners are absolutely trying to offer that as a service to us as well. That we'd be happy to use if we could.
Yeah, they might be able to do it faster than you can.
Absolutely. So our the third recommendation from our audits team was to include appropriate level of design contingency and construction cost estimates until the PS&E package, that's our plan specs and estimates package, is the last thing we put together before a project can go to bid to address potential late design changes and unit price changes. Again, our DNO disposition on that is we agree. We want to review existing cost estimating standards of practice again, make sure that we're offering industry and national best practice. We will need to continue to offer training and ensure delivery teams are familiar with this existing guidance and tools. And then our statewide project delivery branch currently issues guidance via an estimation manual as to what those percentages should be. Also following up with the AASHTO software that gives us insight as to what's actually happening. So if this will require us to, we use the change management request form. So when scope, schedule, or budget changes on a project, those things need to be documented, signed off on at various levels. And so we'll need to essentially update the inclusion of what's happening with our CE percent, our construction engineering percent in that tool, so we can better track it as well. Re-emphasizing again, true project controls at a headquarters level to help track and inform and work with our project teams to educate and set these more appropriately. We have a target implementation of fall of next year for this.
I've got a really naive question for you. Sorry, but are all the project teams using the same software tools today?
Yes. So
some places, have you got some outliers where they've got tools that they've used forever and then?
I believe at this point, we finally pivoted all of our estimation into AASHTO project. So on the estimation side, absolutely everyone's using the same tool. On the construction administration side, so once we're under contract, we're still pivoting over some legacy projects into that new system.
Yeah, that's a huge hurdle. So it's good.
It's been a rough transition, but we're getting folks on it. Yeah. This is the last recommendation, which was to revise the methodology for the state of the system metric to rebaseline the initial amount for construction to account for significant scope changes as necessary. So I'll note here that our division disposition is partial agreement. The reason for that is that the state of the system metric was developed based on feedback from our executive leadership and the commission at that point in time. So our plans to reassess the metric, gather data, and consider and recommend revisions to the metric to this commission to allow rules for rebaselining estimates or establishing a separate basis of comparison to speak to James' point, to have a more apples to apples basis of comparison. We'll need to bring that here for a decision and a future point. And our target implementation for this is at the end of next year as well. So this is kind of our closing slide.
So I think it's clear, like we started implementing recommendations when we like ahead of the audit curve. I mean, I think that the audit was underway. There was a recognition that at the same time that we are like recognizing that there are improvements that need to be made, and we have leads assigned to all of the implementation parts and pieces. We've identified target completion dates and intermediate steps along the way, and we're working to set up more robust project controls at a headquarters level to support the whole portfolio and ensure success. I think that there is a desire to have a portfolio, like a programmatic vision for how we manage our portfolio, and we want, and that is a management of the portfolio, not project by project by project, just with a focus on like design phase and getting to construction, but the total, the portfolio and totality from planning all the way through construction completion. And that is a really that is a change in how we viewed project delivery like in the past. And that gives us more, like, that means that we have to adjust our tools to think about cost risk all the way through construction completion. And I think as the commission has seen in the ongoing conversations about the Abernethy project, there are a lot of things that come up during construction, some of which are expected, and we don't know what's going to happen during construction, but we know that there is risk that we carry into construction. And in some cases, that's risk in an area that we have an awareness of, and in some cases, it's risk that we had no idea about. And we need to we need the tools to capture that, and we need to start capturing that at the beginning of projects, like in the development of projects and in the development of the cost estimates. And we need to be thinking about what it means to pay for projects all the way through construction completion, like early on and before we make commitment, like total funding commitments to projects. I mean, our practice up until very recently was to program funding for projects all the way through construction before we got into the first, to that first 30% design milestone. And so we were making funding commitments long before we really understood, what the design was going to be. And that created this terrible cycle of underfunding projects and coming back to the commission and also having big changes from milestone to milestone and what we are estimating the cost of the projects to be. And that is all work that we are correcting today. I think that we're on a really good path, and the work that we're doing, the work that Omar's team is doing is all woven into the whole CI, into the whole of the CIP, where the CIP, as we've talked about in the past, is part of the CIP is how we select projects, and part of the CIP is how we deliver that portfolio of projects. So that it's so much of that is about how we define risk and uncertainty, and how we make decisions to change projects, and how we make decisions to fund, to phase projects and fund projects over time. I think really it's very exciting. It's also a lot of work, and I really appreciate that we've been able to have this open dialogue now for probably more than a year about the need for improvement. I think the audit really syncs up with all of that. So we will, I think, have the opportunity to come back and share more about how the progress is going and answer questions. And the intention is to be able to set some metrics to show how we're making progress through these improvements.
The Vice Chair has a comment. I know I have comments, other comments too, but go ahead.
These seem like really good steps and very process oriented, but it seems to be missing a metric of how often are your estimates on target or off target. That would be helpful to know that, because as you're evaluating if you know you're some parameter of deviation that is an acceptable range. It would be nice to know how many times you're right on and how many times you're outside of that range. I don't know what that metric would be, but what we always get criticized for is, gee, we had cost overrun.
Sure. Well, and I think going back and listening to Marlene and James talk about when they tried to compare the projects and see where the cost overruns were, where did they come in on time, et cetera, et cetera. It's really, really difficult, because I've been saying on commission, I shouldn't say that, I've been saying on commission for a while, but also working with my MPO and also my ACT, just watching projects in the STIP and the overruns and the changes that happen constantly. And it's like, you talked about the design piece of it. A lot of times they aren't even at design, when the estimations are put forth and the request for those funds come through the grant process, it's, you're estimating. And I think my frustration has been how many of our projects, I'd like to know this, but it's too much work and I'm not going to ask anybody to do it. But it's like, I'll give you the Rose Quarter as an example. The original cost estimation on the Rose Quarter was, $730 million, right? Then the scope changes. How many of these projects have the scope changed? And then the question comes in, what is the is the community adding additional money to that scope change so that everybody is bearing the cost of this. So it isn't always on the commission to come up with the money through the ODOT process. And I don't know how we capture that piece of it, but just recently they cut the ribbon on the Foothills project in the Medford area. It's a good example of a partnership of ODOT, the county and the city all putting money in. And as those costs started escalating up, everybody was responsible for finding the money, not just ODOT. And so I don't know how we ever get to that success, but I think you're going in the right direction.
He had a different thing. I guess there's a question of what's the estimate at the start, which we're trying to get away from, doing more ranges versus once we get into the contract itself.
What's the cost change?
What's the cost change?
But in addition to that, the estimation, it can be way off. And I mean, let's talk about State Street's a good example. We know that we have enough money to do phases of it. And as a commission, we're being asked to move the project forward, not knowing where we're gonna find the rest of the money. So we could do all the cost estimations we want, but if we're not doing anything with them. So I applaud you. I think it's good, honestly. And it'll be neat to see how this pans out in the future. So I'm looking forward to you come back and report to us. And I'm not going to tell Marlene and James that I'm going to add to their burden of auditing. I think that we need to be more specific what we're asking for in the audit in the future. That they come to the commission and ask us what we'd like to look at. And it's like, we don't even know how to argue.
Staff has made some significant improvements in our process. It's covered the whole planning thing of how we're getting there. Define risk up front.
That was the other piece that I was gonna, when you identify the risk and you're putting in a percentage towards risk, I think part of contracting anytime you're doing an estimative project, I'm just thinking about Project RBT we did in the years past, we're almost afraid to put in that number in contingency for future risk or for that project, because then you have people bidding on it that are going to escalate the cost out. So how do we get away from that piece of it and yet protect ourselves, making sure we do have enough for the risk? Abernethy is a good example of that.
Yeah.
Yes.
One more slide. I've been through changes.
And my flight's been a little delayed, so I'm not gonna push you hard. So,
I know how hard things are, and they take leadership and they take resolve. So I just like to thank you for your leadership on this. This is really important to move the agency forward for the decades to come. It's a big. So thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Commissioner Chang.
It's great to make these process improvements. It's great to think about all of the factors that you need to be considering and kind of assigning appropriate weights to them. You're coming to come up with the best methodology you can. And on some level, though, I am also wondering where the balance is between is this a science and is this an art? Right? Because there's so many of these factors that are out of our control: competition, market conditions, tariffs, inflation. I don't know how we could build a model that is perfect, right? But you all with a substantial amount of experience in project after project and a feel for your contract community, give just kind of some very intangible things. I think that there is a significant amount of art in this process as well. And so I hope that we can make our process and our methods as robust as possible and still leave room for to respect the art.
Commissioner Shea, I appreciate that comment because I think that the technical discipline of cost estimating and risk analysis and scheduling, like those are all technical disciplines that require a tremendous amount of professional judgment and review of data and continuous review because conditions change very fast. And I think we experienced this with the pandemic and the impact of inflation and how that has really changed market condition. The impact of many projects all happening at once or not very many projects happening at once and how that influences the market. Those are all considerations that our team is looking at. And I think that what Omar and I would really like to see is building more technical expertise across the agency, both in our headquarters, delivery branch and also in the regions, that expertise in the discipline of cost estimating, the discipline of scheduling. So thank you for recognizing that.
So from a staffing level, like when you talk about the regions, and do we have enough staff to do this? Or does it make more sense to have a headquarter cost estimator unit that just does that for every region and turns it back to them?
Well, I'll turn to Omar to describe what our current condition is and vision for, or possibilities.
Right, so thanks for the question, Chair. The current state is that for everything up until the engineer's estimate, the regions have specification writers who also serve as estimators and work on that project estimate up until that PS&E point. For unique situations, for additional advice, they reach out to our headquarters estimation unit. And then once we pivot over to doing an engineer's estimate, that is housed within headquarters, within our project controls letting office. And the folks that do that are pretty specialized. They stay on top of what's happening in industry, the software the industry uses to bid or create their estimates, if you will. And so that's where we're at today. As Tova and I work to get a more formal project controls unit established, I think our current situation is going to be that it exists in headquarters and provides consulting and help to the regions. And in a long-term future state, I would love to see a satellite region estimator, project controls office, someone who's an expert in schedule, risk, estimation, to be able to provide that kind of boots on the ground, but also local market flavor. But I definitely think that's a longer term implementation.
Great, thank you. Any additional questions? All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Marlene. James.
We're still here.
You're still here.
But I think it's the last item on the agenda.
It is.
It is. But also at one point, I'd love to have Amanda jump in and talk about that STIP piece of comparing the CIP and the STIP. I'd like to just address that. So maybe after you're done with your piece, then we can just talk about it. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. The STIP.
So
it's agenda item J in the packet, I think, and not O. I think.
Yeah, I think it got mixed up.
We don't have an agenda.
But we don't have the attached.
Oh,
Maybe we do. So, yes, we do.
Do?
It's like, I do.
The
It's
very.
like microscopic. Little.
May I bring a bigger version, a slightly bigger version over to you?
Yes, that'd be.
Thank you, Chair.
I will admit that when I make the PDF, it should be printed on 11/17, and I need to remember to bring you 11/17 versions in the future.
Okay, so we'll start down there. You want to pick?
yeah, and Shane, started.
I don't know if that size helps at all. It's under,
Oh.
it's weird, it's under.
We know.
Okay. So,
Okay, so
They're finding, they're finding it because it's in the wrong order in the.
okay.
No.
Well, Chair Brown, Commissioners, thanks again. This is a decision item for the Statewide Transportation Improvement Plan and ADA STIP amendments, the quarterlies. The record, my name is Omar Ahmed, Statewide Capital Program Engineer. And with me.
Tova Peltz, Delivery and Operations Administrator.
So the purpose of this decision agenda item is to address the STIP amendments that have developed since the last quarterly in June. As is typical, I will summarize the regular STIP amendments first and then the ADA STIP amendments after. And in this case, I'll highlight a larger STIP amendment on the ADA side.
This is.
It's not advancing. There we go. For the regular STIP amendment, the proposed quarterly includes 15 actions. 6 are to add funds to existing projects, 5 are to cancel projects or project phases, and I'll flag here that 4 are due to federal funding changes. And 4 are to shift funds from statewide funding programs to specific projects or other funding programs. I want to note here that the 4 due to federal changes are for the what we call the PROTECT program. This is a federal resilience program. And essentially there's been some interpretation changes that have taken away our ability to fund certain culverts projects that otherwise wouldn't have been funded. So we've been working with FHWA to see what allowable use for those funds will be, and we're pivoting away, and that's what those 4 of the 5 cancels are in this quarterly. On the ADA side, we have 8 actions. 3 are to shift funds from existing ADA savings and projects, 4 are to add funds to existing projects, and 1's to establish a new one. And so here I'll highlight a specific project just because it's a large amendment on its own. So I want to focus in on the Northwest Oregon 2427 ADA curb ramps phase 2 project, which is quite a mouthful. The base scope on this project addresses over 1,600 curb ramps in 9 communities: in Astoria, Corvallis, Cottage Grove, Independence, Monmouth, Newburgh, Salem, Kaiser, and Springfield. The scope includes updating and replacing curb ramps, pedestrian push buttons, and fixing signal detection systems that are affected by the curb ramp upgrades and replacements. This is a design build contract that has seen these ramps go from award to design to construction very quickly, and is in good partnership with our lead contractor and their designer. So what this amendment, that specific amendment, is looking to do is to add just over $15 million from the existing ADA curb ramp financial plan and savings to address an additional 221 curb ramps. 215 of those are in Eugene, 5 are in Philomath, and 1 is in Cottage Grove. The intent is to take advantage of the contractor's momentum, their capacity to deliver and advance work, and make sure that we're reaching and striving towards our settlement ramp goals, which is the main goal target of the ADA program. The requested action for this agenda item is to approve the attached list of added, modified, or canceled projects to the statewide transportation improvement program. Are there any questions?
Chair, I would move to approve the attached list of added, modified, canceled projects to the STIP.
Second.
Second.
So we have a motion on the table. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Moved forward. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
And Region 3 was glad to give their money out. I said you're a region. So you can have your ED grant. No, I think we finished. Hi.
Hello. Thanks for inviting me back up.
You only have a few minutes, even though my flight was delayed an hour.
Yes, Madam Chair.
What about everyone else?
I don't care about you guys. I just care about myself.
You may all burn on the way.
You might burn, but I'll get on my plane an hour late. Okay. Okay.
So for the record, again, Amanda Peets, Division Administrator for Policy Data and Analysis.
Tova Peltz, Division Administrator for Building Operations.
So there were some questions that came up earlier in the meeting and conversation around the capital investment plan. So just want to provide a little bit of clarity on kind of where we are in the process, what you're going to hear next, and how the capital investment plan relates to the STIP, or the Statewide Transportation Improvement Program. So currently there is no draft of the capital investment plan. We have candidate projects that have been nominated by our area commissions on transportation, as well as our internal staff. Those have been reviewed and now kind of scored through the process and the rubric that you all approved. We have a selection committee meeting actually next week that includes staff members from ODOT, as well as staff people from Association of Oregon Counties, League of Oregon Cities, and the Oregon Metropolitan Planning Organization Consortium. And so they'll meet, deliberate, kind of figure out what may make sense in the projects, and we'll be bringing those to you in September. So the September conversation is where we're going to unveil the draft capital investment plan so that we can go and start outreach for that. So it's still in draft form. I mean, it's not even put in draft form yet. That will be in September when we come to you. Yep. And in terms of kind of relationship to the STIP, or the Statewide Transportation Improvement Program, the 2027 through 2030 STIP, the one that you approved a few meetings ago, that is the first 4 years of the capital investment plan. So we said it's a 10-year plan, so it'll go to 2037. So then 2031 to 2037 is really what we asked for project concepts for. So we don't have anything in the STIP now that covers that time period. That is what we're identifying in the capital investment plan. The CIP will be financially constrained to what the available funds that we think we'll have, so that it's not just a wish list. I think what Commissioner Chang, when you were talking earlier, we asked our area commissions on transportation to provide us with concept projects. But if you look, as you all know, with available funds, we can fund a very small portion of that. And that's what you'll see when we come back in September. And so what the area commissions were able to put forward, even what our own staff was able to put forward, is only a small portion of what we're actually able to fund. So I think the comparison will be really obvious and consequential when we look at it to see kind of how far we were able to get. And then henceforth, to future iterations of the STIP after 2027 to 2030, it will really be all projects have to come from the capital investment plan to feed into there.
Yes, go ahead. Vice Chair.
Just because something gets into the initial round of the capital investment plan doesn't mean that it will get funded.
Correct. And so it is truly a plan. So the difference between the capital investment plan and the STIP is that the plan is what we're interested in, what we think we might likely be able to fund. And we are doing that in advance and separating it out for the very reason of the agenda topic that you just talked about. We need to develop those projects more. We need to understand the risks. We need to understand the costs. And only when we get to a certain point of that understanding do we actually make the commitment. The commitment is that STIP. That is a firm commitment. There may be some investments that we identify that look great, but as we get into it further, we'll need to off-ramp those projects, and we'll have a clear and deliberate way of doing that so that it doesn't equal a one-to-one commitment. It equals a commitment to explore it further, that we think those projects have merit. But only when we program the funds, that's saying we have the money, we're going to do this.
So question on with the selection. So will every single project that is submitted get like a priority number? Or are you only going to take so many and then the project falls apart? Because we know that each act has come up with like 4 projects, right?
Right.
So if they get 0, then where do they fall? Or if they get 1, where else does the priority fall?
So when we come back in September, I think this will be great to be able to share with you, because we also intend to go to each of the area commissions and share back with them, right? So they took the time to deliberate, come up with their projects. That was not an easy process for them to do. We owe them going to them and sharing the full information. So we plan to be fully transparent of kind of here's how the project scored under where it did well in certain categories, where it did not do well in certain categories, and kind of how it fit overall in the rubric of what we were actually able to fund and not fund. And so we'll be able to show that. I don't think it's the same as like a ranked order, but it is kind of showing which ones floated to the top, which in the middle, which in the lower side, and sharing that back and why.
Well, I guess the question is, so when we're talking to legislators and they are trying to make a decision on a transportation package, and they have their pet projects, and it's like, well, gee, that's great, that's your pet project, but it's really not even wasn't identified by your act, number 1. Number 2, there's no way for us to say, I guess for me, going to legislating, saying, this is what the actual need is. Here's all the projects. I mean, how do we, I'm just trying to figure out how we're gonna frame all this conversation up.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanna say that when the opportunity to nominate projects in a prioritized way was presented to the acts, I don't think that cost feasibility was pushed with them as it was, you know, as a major consideration. It was, you know, tell us what the most important projects in your region are that meet these criteria. Not, you know, given that we got almost no discretionary money, what do you think we could get done? Because I mean, you know, you heard from Commissioner Schulenberger, like, all right, I got 20 miles of Highway 97 where I want 4 lanes, or at least, you know, substantial new additional passing lanes and median barriers and all kinds of stuff. I mean,
this is gonna be hard.
You know, if you had told them, like, you've got this much money, I'm guessing that they would have nominated different things and been very sore about it. So, I mean, the way that we're setting this up, you know, now it sounds like when we come back to them and say, like, hey, you know, your 4 top priorities that you debated so heatedly and you know, wrangled with each other, you don't get any of them. I mean, that is not a good. If that's what happens, we are not setting ourselves up well. And you know, and if that's what happens, then we are also not setting ourselves up well to have community leaders, you know, the most transportation thoughtful people at the community level, go to their legislators and advocate, you know, for funding for projects. So I mean, I really get real clear on how this is gonna work.
Okay, so fair points, but I want to create some clarification here. So one of the criteria that we did ask the area commissions to look at was, is this financially feasible project to move forward? Now, they do that in absence of having a cost estimate or understanding potentially of how much their project could cost, number 1. And number 2, to your point, how much money are they actually having to work with? So the way that we're trying to do project selection is to not peanut butter our investments across the state, but to get to specific outcomes. And so we couldn't then break down and say, Region 5, you're going to get this amount, and then Northeast ACT, you'll get of that, this share and this share, right? So they didn't have that constraint to work with. We asked them to consider that to try to be feasible. But I think what you'll see in terms of the nomination of ACT projects, and we've shared those previously, there are some that are really large, fall in the major projects category of over 100 million, right? And staff did try to work with them and say, look, we have pretty limited money, But I think it's also important to reflect the needs that are out there. So when we look at then the projects, you're right, it'll be a small subset. Not every act is going to get a project because we just don't have the funding to cover that. What we're going to show though are what do we think we can fund? What are other investments of interest? And then what are the actual act lists so that you can see the whole things. So to Chair Brown's point, we've gone through a process, we've identified and area commissions have deliberated on, here's the things that we should be investing in. We don't have the money today. And I think sometimes that's really valuable to show. I get the frustration that we can't fund it, but being able to show that, and that is a subset of their total need. We constrained everybody in what they put forward. 4 projects was really hard, five projects, 3 to 5 was really hard for each act to narrow down to. And of those, you know, there's few that can get funded because of the reality of where we are. And so I think being able to show what can we actually fund, what are other things that are super high priority that we should fund, and what are the other things out there that are viewed as really important, and we can show that kind of transparent. So I think from what we can actually commit to, there will be frustrations, for sure.
One of the factors that will mitigate that some is that we're looking for geographic spread.
Yeah, so one of the things that the selection committee will look at is geographic balance. That doesn't mean equal shares to each area, right? But it does consider, do we have a good mix of urban and rural investments? Are we thinking about investments that benefit freight movement, that benefit people movement, some of those kinds of things. And so, you know, as we share that back with you, we can certainly deliberate on that more if we're achieving that correctly in your eyes.
Part of the test is that is all the projects better not be in the Willamette Valley.
The words again become important. And if you say, these are projects that we can fund, or if you just add the words for now, then that doesn't dismiss the list.
Right.
You know, these are the projects we can fund for now. These are the projects we can't fund for now. It could validate the work. It's not a permanent.
And continuing to elevate the projects of interests that are not, the priority projects of interest that are not making the cut.
Right.
I mean,
yeah.
And I think we can show and demonstrate by the evaluation criteria we're using the merits of these projects, right? They are value-added projects to the state of Oregon.
Trouble is, everything's local. In everything we do. So you're gonna have a bunch of happy people and you're gonna have a bunch of people not happy.
No.
So
no, nobody's gonna be happy. I mean, the acts that get one project, they'll be like, and the acts that get no projects will be furious.
Yep.
Well, I know people always hated Connect Oregon in some ways because there was regional delegation of, everybody gets 10 million, right, at the time. And you put forth your projects but I was part of Connect Oregon decision-making years ago, and I liked the process personally. Because what I saw was, I remember there was an Eastern Oregon area that couldn't use their money. They're like, we have no projects. We only need like 2 million of this. And they were able to give up that money to fund somebody else. And the other agency that received, the other region that received money was like, thank you so much. There was a lot more collaboration, I think, that happened amongst the state versus right now we're just at each other's throat because we're just trying to get one up so that our project gets funded. I worry about it a little bit because I don't know how this is going to pan out. But I think the other thing is looking at the STIP.
So it's been
It has, but looking at the STIP, the one thing that to me, it's like, we are projecting out so far into the future. And I've always hated the STIP because of this, because if you see, we're canceling projects, right? This project found funding somewhere else, which is great, and it frees up money for overruns and other projects, but it is so hard to do this, to look to the future and say, this is how much money we need. And there's always going to be sore losers.
And I would say, like, what we'll talk about next time is we're purposely fairly conservative in our estimate of how much funds we might have available. And then we tend to look on the higher end of the cost range just to try to have something that's feasible into the future as we look at it. So we'll get into a lot more detail at the next conversation, kind of walk through the pieces. The one thing I do want to share is that as we look at our funding picture, right, you as a commission have prioritized state of good repair as a really important thing. And so those aren't the maybe as sexy projects, I'll just say, right, that the area commissions are nominating, but there are a lot, if you look at the distribution of paving projects, of bridge projects, of culvert projects, there is fairly broad distribution that benefits all area commissions on transportation, most parts of the state. It's just some of the more great street type investments, which are really important. We have limited flexible funding beyond some of those asset programs. And I think that's one of the challenges that we'll highlight as part of this effort. If there's anything else that you all think of either now or between now and the September conversation that you'd like more information on that we can share in that meeting, please let us know. We'd be happy to do so.
I think it's going to be important maybe for myself if you have criteria of how you're going to make your decision, like there's kind of a criteria that you have to meet these following categories for your project to be. I'd like to know what those are.
Absolutely.
We have laid them
I know
out.
but I mean, I don't remember what everything is. We've looked at so many iterations.
You've seen the pie charts, you've seen some of the categories and ways we're looking at it, but I think it doesn't materialize until you're actually looking at how that's applied to projects and then how that plays out. And so
when
we'll share
we
that.
receive the project list, you bring to, is it going to show those categories?
Yeah, so what it will show is how things fared. So it'll show, you have a pie chart basically that says you prioritize safety and then state of good repair and some of the other goal areas and weighted those a certain way. And then it will show how each project scores categorically to those goal areas. So you can see how it performs relative to those things and we can talk about why. And then for some of the asset programs, in addition to looking at that, we really looked at, is it on a priority corridor, fix-it corridor? How many miles is it paving? Because we have federal performance measures we need to meet. So those are some of the criteria that we'll talk through.
My only request would be, as you frame and present this information, to do it in a way that when people are frustrated, it's easy for them to take that information, go to their legislators and speak in a concrete way about, these are the projects we want, not enough money, and, this didn't make the cut. And you could help change that.
Good point.
We sure have written a lot on them, aren't we?
The other ones ran for what?
All right, thank you.
I'll keep in mind that we're just making a change. They have these same problems with the STIP as it existed before. Sure. Just in a little different way. One of the different things is when we get to the STIP, we will have a better idea of what the project actually costs.
Yes. Yeah, that's part of the problem. All right, with that, I'd like to have a motion to adjourn.
So move.
All right, we are adjourned. See you in September.